Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
The red car pulled out of the rain-filled parking lot. The car stopped and the door was opened by a girl in a gray suit. She ran through the park in her heels, screaming Ree's name. She hugged the guy holding an umbrella from behind. He told her not to, while the girl was indignant and did not want to back down. She shows her bank account with $800,000 and invites the guy to fly to another country. The guy just looked forward with a stone face. The girl with tears in her eyes screamed that he had nothing to do there. She said that she could provide for both of them and that they could live together. The guy turns to her, and there are tears in the corners of his eyes. He holds her hand and slowly asks if a girl really trusts a guy like him. The girl closes the distance and suddenly kisses the guy. Both have tears in their eyes. The outdoor men's restroom casts a cool blue light onto the grass. The guy in the toilet mentally talks to Kyung-hee, thanks her. His hands are shaking. He stands in front of the mirror. He says with a smile that she is simply the best, wiping a fake tear from his eyes. He rejoices, waving his arms. Suddenly the light in the toilet goes out. The guy turns around sharply and asks who is there. The calm eyes of a huge guy look at him menacingly. He says that he knew it. Says that Kyung-hee asked in a friendly way to visit the main character. The unknown big man, rolling up his sleeves, asked the hero if he and Kyung-hee were really all that serious or was it just an affair. The hero groans and covers his face with his hand, saying that the guy scared him. He smiles apologetically and calls the guy the girl's friend. A guy with a nose piercing clenches his teeth. The hero makes hysterical gestures and says that there may be doubts about his love. The eyes of the unknown guy are bloodshot. He says that he repeated to the girl over and over again. He clenches his fist, ending the sentence with the words that the hero is a simple. The hero's face is covered with fear. Cold sweat flows down his face. He exhales, chuckles lightly, waves his hand and says that he figured him out. He slowly and confidently approaches a huge tattooed guy in a yellow shirt, calling him Mr. Strongman friend, that is, brother. He points a finger at himself reassuringly and says that he, as a gentleman, will disappear from Kyung-hee's life. With a cheerful smile, he pats the guy on the shoulder and asks if he's ready to settle for this. A tattooed hand grabs the hero by the collar and he smiles in fear. With one powerful movement of his hand, the big man lifts the hero off the ground. He says that he is the girl's friend. His neck veins bulge with anger. He raises his hand to strike and clarifies that he is not just a friend for this girl. The hero's throat tightens more and more. All the veins on it are swollen, and the hero asks the guy to wait. He wraps his legs around the guy's sides. He's surprised. The hero smiles smugly, raising his fist and asking the guy if he has anything to do with this. He suddenly and very quickly hits the guy in the forehead. Blue streaks of energy emanate from his movements. The big man collapses on the toilet floor while the hero calmly jumps off him. He is left foaming at the mouth with a bloody mark on his forehead emitting blue energy as the happy hero runs away from him. He tells the big guy to stop clowning around and be quieter. The hero ran away from the toilet while the big man's friends were sitting opposite the open door. One was sucking Chupa Chups, the others were sitting on the phone and everyone looked in shock at what had happened. The hero also turned to look at them in surprise. The enraged big man, holding his forehead, shouted to catch the goat. All the big man's friends ran after the hero while he lamented about the past day. The protagonist's feet began to be enveloped in blue energy, flaring up with every moment. The hero flew across the street with a powerful move, leaving the hooligans behind, leaving a blue trail behind him. While the hero was in the jump, he kept trying to understand what was going on here. His feet exuding and leaving traces of blue energy behind them, he turned the corner. There the hero stumbled and began to skid. He was perplexed. There was a look of fear on his face. He fell and flew across the entire block straight into the wall. The wall behind the hero crumbled while he held his back and complained of pain. The face of one of the hooligans filled with rage. He saw the hero and informed the others about it. 3 hooligans ran down the alley and tried to understand who the hero was and where he got such speed. The hero crouched and ran away, concluding that since the hooligans were still on their tail, it meant they needed him dead or alive. The hero froze and expressed himself rudely in incomprehension, not expecting to encounter a dead end around the corner. The hero sat in front of a closed garage and did not understand what to do next. Cold sweat was running down his face. 3 hooligans were approaching him, and then the hero decided that there was nothing to lose. He jumped up sharply, his legs enveloped in blue energy. With a serious face, the hero made a new breakthrough. As it turned out, he jumped high, leaving the hooligans only surprised. The hero flew high above the ground and rejoiced at his success, but gradually approached the ground. The joy gave way to screams. The hero fell on the hood of the red car and again grabbed his bruised back. He turned in surprise when he heard someone behind him surprised at what had happened. Kenny was driving the car and, in shock, addressed the hero by name. The hero, in horror, only exclaimed the girl's name. Turning away, he only told himself that things couldn't get any worse. He turned and greeted Kenny with a forced smile. Kenny called him a son of a worm with tears in her eyes. Ri was confused and tried to explain that she had misunderstood everything. Kenny pressed the pedal all the way. The car began to pick up breakneck speed while Ri lay on the hood and tried to explain himself. Kenny's eyes were filled with fierce anger. Ri blushed all over with shame, realizing that the girl was very angry. He looked in front of him in horror, wondering that perhaps he would die like this. The car was rapidly approaching the pole. Ri squeezed his eyes and hysterically asked himself, is this how his miserable life will end? Patent leather shoes and clean trousers flashed over the hero. Someone's hand grabbed Ri's collar. Kenny watched in shock. A long-haired man in a gray coat sent Ri flying with a wave of his hand, energy following his hand. Kenny shouted the hero's name without looking at the road. Ri flew through the air, enveloped in energy. The long-haired man flew after him. Ri did not understand what was happening. With the flying men in the background, Kenny's car crashes into a pole with a roar. Ri rises higher and higher and in horror asks the unknown person to stop. Ri crashed through the ceiling of the church and fell with the rubble in front of the altar. The unknown man slowly descended in front of the crumpled Ri. His whole face was covered in blood. He looked at the unknown man in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice who he was. The unknown man's hair flew up with streams of energy. He said that it would be better for Ri to ask who he was. The man stood in front of the lying Ray, completely enveloped in energy, the tails of his coat fluttering as if in the wind. The bloodied Ri could only express indignation and bewilderment. The man's hair slowly fell off. He asked if Ri had ever heard of the Takibi hunters. He loomed over Ri, holding a cigarette. Ri clarified with horror that Takibi are demons. A man in a coat, shirt, and trousers reached for his belt, saying that it was better to see once. He pulled out a glowing needle from the container. The unknown man cut his own palm while Ri called him crazy. The stranger calmly turned the cut to Ray and told her not to worry. He turned the cut towards himself and said that Ri's wounds would heal in a minute. He turned his hand back to Ray where the cut was almost healed. He summed up that his wounds would regenerate in just 30 seconds. The unknown person said that Ri had probably seen something like this when he was a baby, but Ri didn't understand who was standing in front of him. The unknown person reached into his coat, took out an apple and stuck it on a needle, saying that he was a demon hunter. He took a bite of the apple and remarked that he was one of the best. Ri calmed down a little and asked what the hunter needed from him. The hunter threw something at Ray while finishing the apple. He said it was a gift, and a small pink bracelet hit Ri. He asked what it was. The hunter calmly replied that this bracelet belonged to his mother. Ri looked dumbfounded into space. He began to look at the bracelet and assumed that the hunter was a friend of his mother. His eyes filled with melancholy. He said that he had not seen his mother for 10 years and asked him to say hello to her. Ri looked boldly at the hunter through the bracelet and asked him to additionally thank his mother for leaving him alone. He suggested that the hunter tell a complete lie, since he had already started. The hunter took out a video projector from somewhere and turned it on. Many frames of Ri were projected onto the wall, and the hunter began to report the information he knew about Ri. He knew that Ri was 24, that he had been visiting orphanages since he was 10, that with little social support he had attended the police academy, but had left. Ri suddenly became angry. The hunter calmly continued as footage of Ri's last life began to appear on the wall. He continued to report that Ri drinks, flirts with girls, gambles in casinos, starts fights, engages in blackmail, theft, and deception. The hunter summed up that Ri did everything. Ri silently looked at the hunter in shame. The hunter turned around and asked if he should continue. Ri started to get up and said that's enough. Suddenly, serious, he began to approach the hunter. Ri angrily kicked the table with the projector, asking what the hunter wanted from him. He furiously demanded an answer while the hunter stood calmly. Ri suddenly turned around and tried to strike, repeating his question. The hunter disappeared, and Ri lost his ardor. Then the hunter from behind lifted him into the air with one hand. Ri was swinging his arms and legs, and the hunter asked him why he left the police academy. Ri kicked the hunter in the stomach, thinking that he shouldn't care, but the hunter intercepted the blow. Captured, Ri raised his hand clenched into a fist, He slowly said that why he left the academy should not concern him. Ri uttered his last words in a furious scream and move. He spun with a stream of energy in the air. The hunter first retreated and in an instant found himself behind again. Ri landed on his neck as the hunter watched, his hand outstretched to the side, blazing with energy. The surprised Ri only had time to be surprised before the hunter sent him flying through the church with one blow. Ri demolished shop after shop with his body. His hands were covered in blood. He himself was shrouded in blue energy. He did not understand how this hunter could be so strong. In an instant, the hunter closed the distance, and Ri began to hide behind his bloody hands in horror. The hunter grabbed Ri's hand and repeated his question about leaving the academy. Ri snapped back, sarcastically, that his intelligence had not yet found out everything about him. The hunter pulled Ri's regenerating hand to the level of their faces and asked if that was why Ri's body was regenerating uncontrollably. Ri looked at his hand in bewilderment. Ri returned his memories to the past. In the psychic training room, he, wearing a blue kimono, was wringing the hands of a big man. Suddenly he retreated in horror and began to apologize and say that he did not mean to. His knee was torn and bloody. While sitting on the toilet, he was annoyed to see that it had already healed. Ri, with a sad look, told the hunter that since he already knows, why ask? The hunter grabbed him by the collar and said that this was not a real reason. He picked up and pinned the evil Ri against a pillar, saying that there was a better reason. He calmly asked for her name. Ri thought for a moment and, looking away, began his story. He said that he could see it. Above the people's heads he saw a semblance of red fire, and only he and his surroundings could see it. He continued that he later learned that only the dirtiest and meanest scoundrels had such a distinctive symbol. All his colleagues and superiors were scoundrels. He could not become one of them. He tried to look for work, but everywhere the bosses were marked with red fire. In Ri's memory, Kyung Hai hugging him was also marked with red fire. Ri believed that deceiving and blackmailing people marked with red fire seemed to him the best solution. The hunter clicked and smiled and said that he knew what he was talking about. Ri became emboldened and decided to find out if this was true. The hunter continued his story while, in the reflection of his calm eyes, Ri was still crushed against the column. Hunter said that Ri had been wondering all his life. Why him? Ri was able to break free from the grip and said that he was reading his thoughts. Angrily, he said that he saw the same tongues of fire above the hunter. The hunter's hands lit up with a blue flame, and he said that Ri does not pay attention to details and asked him to look at the color. He released powerful streams of energy in different directions and asked if this color is red. Ri continued to look at him incredulously. The hunter called this fire white soul fire. He said it was demonic flame. Slowly, he said that she had it too. He pointed his burning hand at Ri, saying that his mother had such a fire. A sudden shock struck Ri. He dejectedly tried to understand how this could happen. The hunter walked out of the church doors while Ri reached into his pocket for his mother's bracelet. The church door slammed shut. Ri looked at the bracelet in bewilderment and still did not understand how this could happen. He threw open the closed doors in a rage. He ran after the hunter, demanding that he stop. The hunter chuckled imperceptibly. His legs were covered in white flames. Ri froze in surprise. The hunter quickly moved forward, leaving behind halograms, and this made Ri unable to understand whether he was walking or running. Ri ran after the fleeing hunter. Already in a dirty alley under the full moon, the exhausted Ri tried to understand whether the hunter was mocking him. All out of breath, he raised his head and asked where he was. In front of him was a small house and a hunter who invited him to come inside. With a smile, the hunter called this place his work. Ri, trailing behind the hunter, did not understand how the hunter could work in an orphanage. He went inside and began to look around. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in surprise. He saw 3 beautiful girls and, blushing, couldn't understand why all the workers in this place were so beautiful. The long-haired brunette asked the hunter if she could help him with anything. Smiling politely, the hunter assumed that the girl was busy preparing kimchi and asked if he could pass. He immediately grabbed the girl by the throat with such force that her whole face turned red and her veins bulged. Hunter held her up with one hand while Ri, in shock, called him a psychopath. Ri ran towards the hunter. The hunter took a needle from the container and pointed it at Ri's throat. He immediately stopped. He stuck a needle into Ri's neck and told him to shut up and watch. He turned on the phone and began to write something down. He smiled and said that Ri was on an excursion and let him see what he was doing at his job. From the camera, he saw the price set for the head of the demon girl. He was surprised at the low price of $500. The evil hunter said it was too cheap for child traffickers. He shouted that the demon should be ashamed. He waved the demon around like a rag doll. He threw it into the crowd. He counted to 3, calculated that all the demons together would come out to him at 5,000. The workers of the orphanage were covered with red veins. Their eyes turned black and began to glow red. Their hands were covered with red flames, and they all moved towards the hunter. Frozen Ri, with a needle in his neck, realized with horror that all the workers at the orphanage were red. Ray wants to run, but he can't because his whole body is frozen. He shouts to the hunter to run because there are too many of them. The hunter pulled the needle out of his neck and said that since he wants to know what these people, that is, demons, are capable of, then open that door. The hunter pointed to the door. Reopened the door and saw the exhausted captive children. All the children had numbers on them. Ri didn't understand why. He was shocked that all the children were beaten. He turned angrily and asked if the demons had really done all this. The hunter took out a second needle and ordered the children to be taken away. He blocked the demon's path. The demon girl attacked the hunter furiously. He made only one swing with the needle. Blood began to flow from the demon. He screamed and fell to the ground while the hunter ran on. Blood poured out of the demon in a large stream. Then its head exploded behind the hunter's back. A golden horn fell from the corpse into the hunter's fingers. He grabbed it and said that he already had 500. Ri hugged small children and tried to understand what kind of horn he just saw. The demons rushed at the hunter with furious fury. The hunter crouched down. His hand was burning with a white flame, and 3 needles were clamped between his fingers. He made a quick dash. He blew each demon's head off, announced its price, and immediately moved on to the next one. 3 golden horns soared into the air above the fiery flame. The little frightened girl called out to Ray. He saw how afraid she was and asked what she was pointing at. In front of Ri and the girl was a demon girl crawling towards them on all 4s. The demon jumped, attacking, while Ri could not understand how it managed to approach them. Ri hugged the children to him. His hand was shrouded in blue energy, but he did not understand what to do. The demon was already flying to Ri with the children. Ri closed his eyes. The demon struck. Ri's blue burning hand flew into the air and made contact with the demon's red strike. In the darkness, questions were asked. What was it? What happened? Ri couldn't understand what he had done while he was in a rush, emitting energy and scattering everyone around. He fell to the floor with a crash. He stood up and grabbed his head, energy weakly emanating from him. The demon in front of him fell to all 4s, engulfed in blue energy. Suddenly, the demon's body flew into the air and exploded. A small golden horn fell to Ri's hand. He picked it up in bewilderment. The hunter turned away from the demon and praised the boy. The demon attacked him. The hunter turned around, dodged the attack, put on the glove lying next to him, and said that it was bad to play with food. The hunter threw scraps of food at the frightened demon. The demon fell not far from Ri, and the children grouped around him. Ri thought that the hunter had no boundaries at all. The hunter shouted from the road and jumped at the demon. He began to throw many blows at his face. Ray shouted that the hunter was crazy. The excited hunter was counting the money for killing demons, confused. Ed his horn with Ri's and continued counting while the demon exploded under him. He put the cone in the container with a smile while Ri sat in shock and shielded the children. The hunter said that he loves it when demons fight back. So things are going well. He, engulfed in white flames, ran to meet the 4 demons. He dodged attacks, knocked demons back with blows, counted money for murders, stuck needles in his legs, necks, and calmly counted further. The demons exploded into bursts of flames of different colors. The last demon remained, standing in horror and looking at the hunter. He said with a smile that all his needles were gone. The demon ran, and the hunter rushed after him. He grabbed the demon's head and kept slamming its face against the wall. Ray, shaking with fear, came out to see it. The hunter held the bloody head of the demon and said that the needles were cleaner. He hit the demon again and took out a golden horn, summing up that he had earned $4,500,000. He told Ray that this is how he makes a living. He turned to Ray and said that his mother also earned money, but he said this into emptiness. Ray and the children ran away in horror in different directions, leaving the house through the window. Ri ran into the forest plantation. He ran, but in an instant a hunter appeared next to him and asked him to stop. Ri, in shock, could not understand how the hunter caught up with him so quickly, until the hunter said that he almost reached the cliff. Ri shouted that he didn't believe the hunter and was surprised when he saw that he was moving backwards. Ri silently tried to comprehend everything and still decided to stop, for which the hunter praised him. Ri fell to the ground, breathless, as the hunter said that Ri was hired as a demon hunter. Ri crouched on the ground and tried to clarify in shock. He looked at the hunter angrily and said that this was all a lame joke, but he couldn't even laugh. The hunter continued to say with a smile that Ri already understood that the workers of the orphanage are demons. He clarified that these are evil demons and that they are hunting for them. He continued that the work pays off better than it seems, specifying how much he earned from one trip. He said that there is a black market for demon horns, while the sedentary Ri tried to understand and clarified that the hunter makes money by killing and selling demons. The hunter reasoned and said that only horns taken from evil demons, that is, red ones, can be sold. He said that all these countless creatures that Ri met in his life, hunters fight this evil. The hunter smiled and told Ri that he was one of the hunters. Ray, engulfed in blue flames, tried to comprehend this in horror. Two guys stood in the middle of the forest. A white flame burned above the hunter and a blue one above Ri. For clarity, the hunter, using energy, showed a diagram of the human body and continued the story, saying that both demon blood and human blood flow in him and in Ri. He seriously said that Ri might not understand now, but time will put everything in its place. He said that if Ri accepted his proposal, he would be waiting for him at 9 a.m. tomorrow at the church where they first met. He said that Ri could come without a resume, since he knew him better than he knew himself, but tomorrow would be the last interview. As he spoke, he waved his hand, leaving a trail of white energy. Ri grabbed his hair, trying to understand everything, and calling it nonsense. He stood up as the hunter walked slowly ahead and called the whole thing a scam. The hunter, without turning around, just spread his hands, saying that he should think what he wants. Finally, he told Ri that he could continue to live as a worthless worm, never wondering who he really was. It started to rain. Ri stood and got wet in the rain at the edge of the cliff, remembering the words of the hunter that he should stop because he would soon reach the cliff. All wet, Ri stood on the edge of the cliff and thought that all his life he had been running away, just like now. From the cliff there was a view of the city at night, oozing with red fire. The words of the hunter sounded in Ri's head that they were all demons, or rather evil demons, that we were hunting for them. Ri looked at the red flames and tried to understand that they were all demons. Over the city blocks, red energy rushes into the sky. In an alley, a group of people are running away from their pursuers, engulfed in red flames. A man in an elegant gray jacket and black gloves was running behind the people. His name was the Demon Killer Upside Down. Another smiling man with gold teeth and rings was called Topsy-Turvy. The couple was already overtaken by frightened people who were shouting that they were already very close. Upside Down grabbed one of the people by the back of the head, and with one throw, turned him upside down. One of the two demons was dragging the body by the head. The second jumped onto the crowd, closing the distance. The guy shouted to the girl to run here as quickly as possible. The demon jumped after the fleeing couple from building to building. The girl shouted to the guy that the demon was already standing in front of him. The girl screamed in horror. The guy who was running in front had his face crushed by a fist with rings. He rolled somersaults down the alley. The girl turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The demon threw the guy's body into the wall. The girl's eyes filled with tears. The demon's giggling began to echo throughout the alley. The girl armed herself with a stick and looked around in horror. She grabbed the stick with both hands and began swinging it from side to side, screaming, while the demon continued to laugh at her. The girl tried to find out who was stalking her and who he was. She waved her stick and did not understand what her company had done to these people. The demon laughed harder and harder while the girl waves a stick and asks them to get out, red flames flying around her. A hand with golden rings appeared out of nowhere and broke the girl's stick in half. The demon said that they just went out for a walk and met the girl. One of the demons said that the girl could consider this meeting a small night rendezvous. The girl sits on her knees and cries. Both demons touched her head. She asks why they did this. The demons hanging over the girl answered her that they needed to impress him. The second of them, smiling terribly, added that the day of liberation would begin as soon as he woke up. Suddenly, the demons were called out by two policemen who appeared in the alley. They asked what they were doing here, and the girl called the police for help. Upside Down said that the loot had come into his own hands, and that it would be difficult to stomach the police, but he still offered to have dinner. The smiling Topsy-Turvy agreed. He said that very soon they would be free, and that day would come. Upside Down agreed, and said that there was no point in being picky about food. He was enveloped in red flames, and walked towards the police while his partner held the girl in his arms. He said that they could prepare for the holiday as much as they wanted. The police took out their batons and ordered the demon to stop. The girl screamed to get their hands off her. Upside Down, she walked towards the police, with her arms spread wide. The police said that if he took another step, they would consider it an assault. Topsy-Turvy, He squeezed the girl by the cheeks and told her not to feel so sorry for herself, because the world is cruel, and that if she studies late, then it's very easy to become a victim of a random attack. The girl hysterically says that she does not want to die and asks to let her go. The demon smiled and stroked the girl on the head and said okay. The girl didn't believe it, but the demon said he was letting her go. While Upside Down jumped at the police, he grabbed the girl and her head was enveloped in black and red smoke. The demon landed behind the police. He put his hands on the tops of their heads and said that they looked scared. He asked if they really didn't see how their necks were twisting. The policeman turned to the demon in horror. He wanted to ask him something. Upside Down, he hit the police with his face on the asphalt, continuing the police officer's question, "What am I?" He threw the police in different directions, saying that he was something clearly superior to them. The bodies of the police fell head over heels onto the asphalt. Upside Down grabbed the policeman's body by the hair with the question, "What remains of people after death?" He looked into the bloody face of the policeman and said dirt. He tore off the policeman's head and said that existence itself is meaningless, just like dirt. He threw the head to the policeman's partner. She landed between his legs and looked into her partner's face with empty eyes. A rain of blood sprinkled the policeman. He screamed in horror. He screamed and kicked until Upside Down came to him and told him he wouldn't hurt him. He raised him like a baby to his feet, saying that he would not protect him either. The policeman's legs gave way. He screamed in horror. A crowd of angry demons armed with knives and hammers ran towards him. The policeman did not understand who all these people were. The crowd pushed the policeman to the ground. There was a flash of lightning. The two demon killers looked at the light source, saying that the demons would be released. The alley was filled with red flames, and the screams and pleas of the policeman could be heard from it. Life on the city streets continued. Ree walked with his hands in his pockets and thought that since all those people were demons, there were also demon hunters. He considered all this nonsense, but he understood that there were obvious facts. He walked past Topsy-Turvy. Ree understood that the world was full of them. Killer demons were walking behind him, and in the background simple demons were attacking people, engulfed in the light of explosions behind. Stripes of blue energy followed Ree. He was faced with a choice, realizing that if only he could see and stop them, then he needed to choose whether to be a hunter or not. Ree exuded a powerful blue flame and understood that he would never return to his former life. Namdimun was illuminated by the blue light of the city at night. This happened 3 days ago. The old man in the cap carried a folder and told himself that red flames would fill the skies. He was all sweaty, toothless, and had red eyes. He said that the hidden horn would appear to the world. He walked to the gates of Namdimun and said that the demons would be free. He repeats this phrase as he approaches the gate. A girl driving a black car notices something and is shocked. A crowd of people walks through a stream of cars, screams and misunderstandings are heard, and there is a flame in front of people. Namdimun was burning. The gates were covered in flames and collapsed. The debris fell to the ground with a roar. A purple palm silhouette appeared in the flames, surrounded by a circle of spells. It hissed and became brighter. A column of blue flames shot into the sky above the city. The cook is working by the fire and suddenly turns around, his eyes red. The doctor in the operating room raises his head up. His eyes are red. A girl in the office looks through the window with red eyes at a blue beam of light. A mature man with red eyes at the microphone stand thinks to himself that the mace has finally woken up. A slight smile touches his mouth, and he says that the demons will be free. A hunter with long hair walks through an alley and turns sharply. He is amazed by the power of energy that he felt. He takes out a needle and angrily asks if someone has finished awakening the mace. His eyes glow blue. He curses the red demons who did all this. Big Oriental House, Seoul, Insadong Main Street. Demon Hunter Hideout. The main door with a neon sign at the top swings open. There are 3 demon hunters standing in front of the door. The first of them, white, in Buddhist clothing with white hair, smokes a pipe and says that the mace has appeared for the first time in 600 years. Behind is a big tattooed guy with short hair and a sweet smile. He has big beads and thinks to himself that this is a historical moment. He is glad that he will share this moment with Hong Rei. Hong Rei played with her yo-yo thoughtfully. The hunter in white said that today there should be maximum vigilance. The hunters go to the car and the big red-haired guy asks if you heard anything from Kachi. The hunter in white said that he was working at the location and that they could only wait. A short old man closes the doors of the shelter behind the hunters and asks them to bring the mace intact. Night City illuminated in blue. An unknown person jumped onto the roof of the building. His glasses shine in the darkness, and he says that the half-breed is on his tail. The long-haired hunter rushes towards the demon along the roof of the building with a powerful move. He runs and comments that the guy is running away from him and hiding like a cockroach. He jumps from building to building. The hunter stopped in front of a huge skyscraper. He sees a red flame at the top and says that this demon is jumping well. The hunter sits down and a column of white flame shoots up. With one move, the hunter finds himself at a great height and quickly rushes to the roof of the building, clinging to the edges of the windows. He finds himself on the edge of the roof against the backdrop of the city at night. He lights a cigarette and is not satisfied that the demon has disappeared again. He shouts that the demon can hide anywhere, but he will still find him. An instant and the hunter disappears from the roof. He rushes through the city with a smile and says that you can't escape him. The hunter checks his phone and is surprised that the old demon is only worth $2,000. The old man with the cane looks guiltily at the hunter and asks what he is doing. The hunter smiles and says that it cannot be that the 2000th man has this. He asks where is it? The old man's eyes turn red and he gets angry, calling the hunter a little impudent man. The hunter smiles and puts away the phone, says that the demon has finally shown up, says that he knows where it is. The old man is covered in red flames, and the hunter is covered in blue. A flash of white energy. Very quickly, the old man tries to strike the hunter. The hunter smiles and takes out a needle, saying that the heat has finally started and that he did not come here for night errands. The hunter dodges the old man's blow and leans his hand on the ground to turn around. He finds himself behind the old man, and as he strikes, he asks if he is counting crows. The old man asks in shock when he managed to get behind him. The needle froze at his neck. The hunter says that the old man should have realized who he was attacking. He hugs the old man and shows him his price tag, saying that it costs only $2,000 and that he should loosen his tongue. The old man froze in horror, and the hunter asks him to lay out the information as quickly as possible. He asks where the demon mace is. The old man falls to the ground, drooling, blood running down his neck. He holds his neck, and the hunter lights a cigarette and thanks him for his help. He tells the angry old man that he will seal the mace back, blue sparks flying in the air. The old man managed to get up, his hand glowing red. He asks who the hunter thinks he is. The hunter turns with a smile. The old man flies at him with a scream and attacks. With a sudden move, the hunter pierces the demon with a needle. The old man's face transforms, it becomes covered with wrinkles. The skin peels off his jaw, and red flames come out of his mouth. The hunter watches calmly. Zigzags of red flames shoot up in the alley. He says that the demons will be free. The hunter approaches the red flame and grabs the demon's vaporizing body. He takes out a golden demon horn. He smiles and continues talking to the demon. He asks who does he think he is? He puts the horn in his pocket and says that he is a demon who survived. A frightened girl appears in the aisle. Hunter guiltily smooths her hair back, groaning. He takes out a needle and says that he can erase her memory, but this will be a lot of hassle. He becomes covered in blue flames and says that time is very short and that he hopes that this situation will remain with the girl forever. A jump, and the hunter flies away, telling the girl one last time to remember and treasure this moment. The girl looks after the hunter in fascination. The white car rushes quickly along the highway. The hunter behind the wheel is indignant. The big red-haired man says into the earpiece that he understands and is now on his way to Gyeongbokgung Palace. He asks Hong Rin with a smile if she was in the palace. The girl is meaningfully silent, and the white hunter sits in the back seat with a bottle of alcohol and is silent. Hong Rin turns away, the white hunter grins, and the big man is embarrassed. The hunter in white pours alcohol into his glass and tells the big man that she is clearly not interested in this, and that it would be better if he suggested that she go to the palace restaurant. The red-haired big man sends him. The hunter in white laughs and says that she lives in her own little world, she doesn't care about anything, and that she is too simple. The big red-haired man begins to boil and sharply twists the steering wheel and shouts that she is the smartest of them all. The white car skids from side to side. The red-haired big man turns the steering wheel and screams furiously. The car is leveled. The hunter in white knocks on the seat, smiles and looks at the glass of alcohol, and says that he almost spilled the infusion. He smiles and looks at the blue light of the moon outside the window and admires that he will hunt demons under the light of the moon. He drinks the tincture and says what a night. Gyeongbokgung Palace. Open night. A crowd of people is walking towards the gates of the eastern castle. In the courtyard underground, a man is running along a water drain with a box in his hand. He looks back in horror. The tunnel is filled with white streaks of light. The man doesn't understand what's happening. Suddenly someone hits him and blood sprays out. The ball bounces off the walls and returns to the owner's hand. A man falls into the water. The big red-haired man looks ominously at the lying man. He lifts the box out of the water and says that Bat is the reason he's been working hard since he joined. He holds the box, smiles, and continues to say that finally now he can take care of his personal life. Immediately, the hunter suddenly bares his teeth and looks to the side. A demon with an ominous grin rises from the water. Red stripes of energy spiral into his hand. The hunter clenches his fist and prepares to attack. The demon tore his clothes, revealing a sinewy red body, and screamed. Red flames rushing from him to the ceiling. His face turned into a demonic horned face, and he screamed. The hunter squeezed a ball filled with blue energy in his hand and asked the demon if he really decided to butt with him. The demon jumped on the hunter, and he began to strike. Kaebakgung Palace is illuminated with warm light at dusk, and people are walking around the palace courtyard. A hunter in white walks with his hands behind his back and addresses Bo Wu through an earpiece. He asks Bo Wu why he's so quiet. He doesn't look like himself. He gets a little worried, telling Bo Wu into his earpiece to find the mace quickly. The steel box bounces off the surface and falls flat into the... A hunter with scratches on his face fights a demon. The demon strangles the hunter and smashes his face into the water. Bo Wu furiously asks about his personal life. The demon strangles him while he tries to get up and says that all he wanted was a rest after work in the evening, but the demon had to punch him in the jaw. He tells the demon that no matter how he hits him, he sends him flying into the wall with one blow, saying that he will get back even harder. The demon gets down on all fours. The hunter rips another ball from his beads and says that at least doubly. He beckons the demon to come closer. He swings the ball. In his hand, it begins to flare up into a yellow flame. The hunter screams an incredibly compressed rubber ball and throws it at the demon. A powerful orange beam flies through the tunnel towards the demon, pushing the water to the side. The demon realizes with horror that he does not have time to dodge, and the ball hits him. The demon falls next to the steel box. The hunter opens the box and is indignant that the box is empty. He asks the demon where the mace is, but the demon runs away from him. Bo Wu calls the demon a worm and charges the ball with blue energy. The hunter in white is displeased with Bo Wu's release of the demon. The demon was jumping on the roof, and the hunter in white signified the fact that the demon was now in plain sight. The hunter adjusted his glasses, calling Bo Wu a smug fool. He begins to fill with purple energy, and his gaze follows the demon. Here the demon is enveloped in glowing pink threads and wrapped around his throat, with a yo-yo hanging at the end of the thread. The demon is pulled towards her by the huntress, destroying the roof with her body. He screams and spits up blood. The demon hangs from the roof. The hunter is controlled by the movement of the yo-yo. It wraps around the demon's legs and binds him. She hits the demon against the walls and roof of the castle. He hangs upside down. His neck is oozing blood and is being compressed by a pink thread. The hunter is pulled by the demon onto his roof. The hunter in white lands nearby and tells the girl to finish off the demon, but not in the same way as Bo Wu. He smiles and tells the girl that she may be a loner, but she is clearly not a weakling. Bo Wu appears and shouts to the hunter in white that he did not ask him to talk about Hong Run in such a tone. The hunter smiles and says it's true. Bo Wu says no. The demon watches as the hunters argue with each other. The demon was able to break free and escape again. The hunters in white lights a pipe, shrouded in purple energy. He is surprised that the demon is still running and asks the disgruntled Hong Ran to move away. His eyes and mouth glow purple. He tells her to move away so as not to inadvertently hurt her. He exhales purple smoke. A glowing cloud of purple smoke forms around the hunter, and with a scream, he sends a stream of energy forward. The demon looks with fear at the approaching cloud. A purple whirlwind flies after the fleeing demon and hits him in the back. The demon falls and destroys the roof. A long-haired hunter appears. He gets angry and shouts at the hunter in white that he could have killed him, and that there is no other way to find the mace. The hunter in white sneers displeasedly that the hunter himself is to blame for showing up so late. He answers that the white one is walking on thin ice, and that he has been nervous in recent days. The hunter takes out the needles and approaches the demon, telling him that it's very nice that he's running around here with a pierced chest. The hunter angrily asks who sent the demon. The demon giggles and says that such insects would not have defeated him, even if he had told him who he was. He says that the mace is already in his hands, and that the hunter's song is over. The hunter gets angry and says that if this is so, then tell me who this worm is. The demon laughs and says that the hunter is a dirty half-breed and that there is no need for running around, since they are going to die soon. The hunter loses patience and takes out a needle, tells the demon that this is his last chance to die without suffering and let him say who he is. The demon puts his hand in his pocket and says that he wonders which of them will die with more suffering. He laughs and holds a bunch of purple grass in his hands. He shrinks into a bundle and shouts loudly that the demons will be released. He eats the grass and pillars of violet flame begin to shoot out of him. The demon's face is covered with purple fire, and he asks why the hunters should realize that he will destroy them. The demon spreads his arms to the sides, throws back his head, purple light bursts out of his mouth and he screams. The hunters look thoughtfully at the dying demon. The demon incinerated itself, leaving behind only a golden horn that fell at the feet of the hunters. The hunter picked him up. The hunter in white lit a cigarette and asked, "Is everything bad?" The long-haired hunter was looking at the golden horn while the hunter in white was smoking and saying that someone had found a demonic club. He asked, "Do you think maybe the same one as 19 years ago?" The hunter with the needles looked at him sternly. He just smiled, saying that he was just thinking out loud. The white-robed hunter picked up his pipe and continued to think that since someone was ahead of them, he still needed to tame the mace, which meant they still had time. The needle hunter turned his head and said that they only had a week. He looked at the golden horn again and said that if they didn't find the mace in a week, it would turn every person it touched into a demon. He clenched his horn and concluded that each demon would then cost $100. He folded his hands on his belt and looked at the city at night, saying that all 50 million inhabitants of South Korea, the city became all red, and the hunter continued that all the inhabitants would turn into worms. The hunter in white blew out smoke and said that then the hunters would have more targets. The hunter with the needles waved his hand and said that if there were too many of them, the targets would eat them themselves. The hunter in white said that then there is only one thing left. He took a drag from his pipe and released smoke from his mouth, which began to grow and transform. Ri, completely engulfed in blue fire, walked, and the truth said that only a demon hunter with blue fire could destroy the mace. The needle hunter clenched his fist nervously, saying that this was not the time for this trump card. He pointed his finger at the hunter in white, saying that it was too risky. He was not yet confident in himself. He angrily continued to say that Ri had no idea what kind of blood flowed through him. Ri silently walks through the night city and looks at a small bundle of flame in his palm. And the hunter with needles continued that Ri does not understand what powerful power he was born with. A huge blue flame soared into the air from Ri's palm. There was a knock on the door. A curly-haired woman asked who was there. Ri stood in front of her with his head down. She called him inside the two-story house with the words that she knew that everything would be like this. Ri opened the blue can and began to drink greedily, just like the woman. They simultaneously slammed the cans on the table. The woman wiped her mouth and said that she told Ri that girl would get in his way and that he shouldn't have deceived her, but Ri never listens to her manager. Ri sat there, sweating, shirtless, holding a towel, and said it didn't matter. The woman leaned over the table and asked, "What is important? Is it really a joke on the demon hunter?" She asked if Ri was acting like he was crazy because he was ashamed of her. Ri jumped in front of the table and imitated the movements of a hunter, saying that he destroyed a crowd of demons with large long needles, like in acupuncture clinics. The woman looked at the phone without interest and asked if Ri was too scared. Ri slammed his fist on the table, causing the can to jump. He said that money is even more crazy. Ri jumped up again and said that the hunter told him that for each kill he received $500, and in total he raked in $500 in less than a minute. Ri leaned towards the woman and turned to Junho. He said that the most important thing here is that he has the blood of a hunter in his blood. Ri pointed a finger at himself excitedly. The woman leisurely said that she had been telling Ri since the 10th grade that no matter how life upset him, he should not use drugs. Ri fell on a chair and annoyedly asked Junho to forget. He said that he had imagined everything and asked if she was happy. Junho, without looking away from the phone, pointed to the bracelet, saying that it would be interesting to hear about one thing. Ri grabbed the bracelet and said that since everything was a lie, then so was the bracelet. He waved his hand and asked if Junho really believed this nonsense. She said that since Ri was talking about demons, she took and put the bracelet on Ri's hand. Ri was indignant, and Junho replied that the guy told him that it was his mother's bracelet. She leaned back in her chair and put her hand on her chest, said that one word and she would find his mother, and that she had 10 years of experience in this. Ri got angry and pointed at himself, asking why he should look for her. He suggested that the woman find a foster father who would hand her over to a foster family, to which Junho's veins bulged. She pointed her finger at Ri and said that the whole world knows that the asshole who left her was Worm, but Ri said that until she was 10, she didn't remember at all how this could be. Ri and Junho each clutched their can in irritation. Junho swung the can and said that she thought Ri's mom might have had her own reasons. They simultaneously threw empty cans into the trash cans, and Ri said that he didn't know of a good reason to abandon the child and run away. He asked not to feel sorry for him. He sat down brazenly on a chair and asked Junho if she really thought she was better than him just because they had each other. He pointed to a girl playing a video game console nearby and outraged by the injustice of the game. The girl swears and plays video games while Ri and Junho look at her. Junho embarrassedly shakes Ri's hand and says that the girl is all his. Ri laughs embarrassedly and steps aside. He says to forget and asks only to borrow some clothes. Junho throws clothes at Ri and asks him to return them later. Ri holds the clothes in his hands in confusion and does not understand whether he is mentally healthy. He puts on his shirt and tells himself to get ready. Suddenly, there are knocks on the door and Ray turns around with a bad feeling. Junho asks what the hell these are. A big tattooed guy stands outside and invites Ri outside to play. Ri stands on the roof and doesn't understand how they could find him. Junho stands and thinks about the same thing. Ri suddenly breaks down and cowers, shouting what an idiot he is. He takes out his phone and opens the dating app where he met Kyung-hee. He shouts at the phone and concludes that he shouldn't have used it. Junho just raises his finger up, no longer surprised by anything. The big guy outside smiles and knocks on the door, telling his friends that Ri is ignoring them. The big guy's gang was armed with keys and bats. The big guy says that it's time to teach Ri some manners. He raises his hand and offers to start the game. Suddenly, someone's shadow flashes from above. The big man lifts his head up and blue sparks rain down on him. Ri on a bicycle, engulfed in blue flames, flies over a gang of red demons. Ri lands and turns around in front of the crowd. Ri is surprised by the guns in the hands of the hooligans. He is surprised that they are going to kill him. The big man, revealing his red eyes, orders his gang to get him, and his minions rush towards Ri, screaming. The hero fearfully sends the demons to hell and rides off on a bicycle. He pedals nervously, using his strength, but screams come from behind. The demons follow Ri in a car and ask him not to hurt himself before playing games with them. Ray turns around and shouts to the demons that she will not stop on their orders. The driver laughs and shouts at him to get off the bike. He is covered in blue flames. He screams and says that he would rather die than surrender. Ri's legs began to slow down. He didn't want to admit it right away. He asked not to do this now, shouted that now was not the time, while his legs emitted flames and braked his bike. The bike flew into the air, and Ri flew forward with his back, screaming. Ri rammed the asphalt with his chin, his eyes glowing blue. He remained lying on the asphalt, next to the big one with his legs spread in different directions. Ri was shaking and holding his face. Demons surrounded him and prepared weapons. They asked Ri not to be afraid, because they are people of honor. Shouting that they were not killing everyone, the demons began to beat Ri. The hero lay covered in blood and asked the hooligans to stop. The big man with tattoos threw the bat over his shoulder and, amid general giggling, asked that they should stop so that Ri could continue to tempt the girls with flattery. Ri slowly crawled forward. The big man smiled a devilish smile and told Ri to run away all his life. He said that it suited him. Ri was able to get to his feet and continued to hobble further until the big man covered in red flame said that the longer Ri runs away, the more painful it will be for him to die. Ri walks slowly, shaking in pain, followed by a wall of red flames. Ri suddenly stopped, grabbed his head, began to be covered in blue flames and thought that since these people are demons, and since the blood of a non-demon hunter flows in his veins. At this moment, the circulation of two types of blood inside Ri is visible. The big man, covered in red flames, asked Ri what kind of attitude he had towards them and what kind of spectrum of stupidity he presented to them today. Ri, in rage and incomprehension, became covered in blue flames and clenched his fiery fist. He stood in front of a crowd of demons and asked if he was really running away here. Covered in blue flames and with a crazy look, Ri began to approach the crowd of demons. The frightened big man ordered his friends to take Ray. The fat man stepped forward, giggling, his hand covered in red fire. He swung his hand and grabbed Ri's shoulder forcefully. The fat man began to pull Ri aside and call him to come with him, but Ri did not give in. Covered in cold sweat, the fat man was about to ask Ri why he grabbed Ri with his second hand and could not pull him back. He screamed in horror. The big guy lit a cigarette and doesn't understand what his friend is doing. He shouts at him that he's incredibly tired and asks him to stop playing already. The fat man turns his gaze to his friends. He is covered in sweat and screams. Ri grabbed his hands and, with icy calm in his eyes, began to lower the fat man to the ground and put him on his knees. Ri made an arc with his foot. The fat man screamed furiously and Ri threw him into the white car. A blue arc traced the path of Ri's hand, with 3 more demons remaining behind him. The big guy dropped his cigarette and said, "What did he just do?" Ree slowly began to approach the demons while the big guy sent his second henchman to beat the crap out of him, to which the henchman barely agreed with a shaking voice. The henchman swiftly swung at Ree, screaming, but Ree easily dodged it, holding a small wisp of blue flame between his fingers. Ree smiled creepily as he waved his hand, and the henchman screamed. Ree grabbed the henchman by the throat and lifted him off the ground with a calm face. Ree tossed the bloody henchman to the side, landing in front of the tattooed big man. Ree calmly looked at his hand and asked, "So this is how strong he is?" He frowned, spoke clearly, and clenched his fist. He stepped on the henchman. He bent over and screamed. Ree looked at the demons in front with rage and told them that he had never fought with such dedication. A scream rang out from Junho, who was crushed with his foot on the stairs by a bully. He said that he told Junho not walk up these stairs, to which he replied that he just wanted to go to the toilet. Someone watched what was happening with fear. The bully raised his hand to strike and said that the toilet was for people. He punched Junho in the nose and said that he told him that if he went the way of the people, then he would be knocked over. Ree was shaking all over with adrenaline and fear and watched what was happening, remembering that it wasn't that he was afraid to fight. He walked back thinking that he just didn't want anyone to get hurt because of him. The bully at that moment was beating Junho and telling him that if he walked where people walk again, he would blow his face off. After Ree looked out the window, looking with regret at Junho weaving around the schoolyard, he remembered that one way or another someone always suffers. Ree walked along the corridor, where the bully grabbed someone by the neck and remembers that it was eating him from the inside, especially since he saw the red flame above the people. Rei angrily looks at the bully's back, clenching her fist in rage. Now he sent the demon flying with one blow of his fist. The bully fell to the asphalt. The big guy with the bat ran at Rei, who told himself that now he no longer wants to close his eyes. The big man swung his bat, rays of rage coming from his red eyes. Ree broke the bat with one blow and told himself that there was no more guilt. Before the chips from the bat had time to fall, Ree squeezed the blow and prepared to strike. The big man looked at the approaching blow with fear in his eyes. The demon shouted, "Wait," and Ree immediately stopped. The big man fell to the ground. Ree began to approach the demon sitting on his knees threateningly and asked if he should stop. Ree looked at the scattered, shaking bodies and asked himself the question, what would happen if he killed them? Would he become a murderer? Ree began to remember the words of the hunter with needles about evil demons. He began to remember how he killed demons and counted money for them. Ree was confused by the fact that in the eyes of the hunter, the demons were not people, but prey. Ree kept remembering fragments of the hunter's battle and realized that there was no other explanation. Ree looked coolly at the big man sitting on his lap. He smiled guiltily and laughed, asking Ree to calm down. Ree thought that the demon looked very human, while the big guy at that moment said that they would just leave. The big man carefully grabbed Ree's hand and promised him that he would never see them again in his life. Ree remembered how much red flame he saw in the city, standing on the edge of the cliff. He thought that since all these people are demons, is it okay to kill them? He asked himself how many people would then have to die every day? Ree thought there was no point. He told the big guy to get out of sight and said that he had warned him. Ree climbed on his bike, looked at his watch. The time was 8:50 in the morning. Ree thought. He looked at the awakening city, remembering the words of the hunter about what awaits him at 9 a.m. in the church if he accepts his offer. Ree pulled up his sleeve, looked at his mother's bracelet, and mentally told himself that he had been wondering this question all his life. Ree drove through a city where almost every person was a demon. He again asked himself the question, why him? The hunt? Or checked his watch while leaning on the car parked near the church. He lit a cigarette and said it was already 9:05 a.m. He smoked and thought about the boy. At that moment, Ree flew out on a bike, engulfed in blue flames, while the hunter highlighted what the boy likes to show off. Ree flew several meters on his bike, leaving a blue trail in the air. The guy ordered to get out of the way. He began to fly down, where a hunter named Chi-Cho stood near the car. The main character fell on his bicycle right in front of the man. The guy started pressing the brake button. The bearded hunter grinned at the confused Ree, who didn't understand why this thing wouldn't stop. The man grabbed the guy by the clothes. After that, he threw the main character aside. Ree swung his legs and arms as he flew through the air. He started to fall down screaming, but Chi-Cho caught him. The guy's bike fell onto the sidewalk. The main character was breathing heavily. His face was covered with sweat. He began to talk about his conditions. The hunter, holding him in his arms, replied that he was listening carefully. Ree raised his index finger and said he wanted his starting salary to be $100,000. The guy looked ahead in confusion, taken aback. Chi-Cho let him go, and the main character fell heavily onto the asphalt. The man put his hand on his hip and turned away. He said that this is not a salary-based job. Ri's face turned red and he was annoyed. He sighed loudly and told his interlocutor to forget it then. The hunter put his hands in his pockets and began to leave, saying that it suits him. The main character looked at him questioningly. He showed an okay gesture and said it's a deal. Ri began to get up from the asphalt and said that an incentive system also works. Then, he asked what happens if he hunts a demon whose bounty is $10,000. Chi-Cho turned to him and with a serious face replied that he would split it equally with the company. Ri began nervously biting his index finger and thoughtfully said that since this is an underground economy, there will be no taxes. The hunter put a cigarette in his mouth and set it on fire. He replied that in this country, everything is taxed. The man exhaled tobacco smoke, which resembled some kind of castle. He said that the guys in heaven are especially greedy. There's no tax refund. They take 50% as tax. Chi-Cho looked to the side, holding a cigarette. He began to clear away the tobacco smoke with his hand and asked if he had said it too loudly. Ri started walking towards him, trembling. His face became puzzled and confused, and he asked about taxes again. Out of anger, he hit the car door and shouted that this couldn't happen. The main character looked irritated and aggressive. He asked that if he received $10,000 for the demon, they would take 50% as tax, and if they split the rest, he would only receive $2,500. Chi-Cho silently took a drag on his cigarette, looking at him. He lowered his hand with the cigarette and began to walk towards Ri. The man said that demons worth $10,000 only appear once or twice every 3 months. He approached the main character, who was squatting. The man said that if the guy became a demon hunter, he would start from the lowest level in the 5-level system. Chi-Cho looked down at Ri with a serious face and added that there was no guarantee that he would be able to hunt the demon. The main character leaned back and sat down on the asphalt. He said it was just a pyramid scheme. The man turned to him and asked what it was. He turned to the guy again, putting his hand in his pocket, and said that it was getting on his nerves. Ri grabbed his head in irritation and clenched his teeth. He shouted that he warned those guys, and he was already angry about taxes. The veins on his face and neck bulged with anger. He clenched his hand into a fist and stood up. He asked if they wanted him to kill them. The man standing in front of him turned around abruptly. In his hands was a needle surrounded by a white aura, and he said that they were demons. The main character asked why he was taking out the needle. He reached for the man with a dumbfounded face and asked if the man was going to kill him and if he was killing all the demons. Chi-Cho exhaled tiredly and answered negatively. He had a needle in one hand and a smartphone in the other hand. A gloomy aura could be felt from a passing minivan. The man said that then thousands of people will die every day, and like these guys, most of the red light demons have not yet awakened. The main character looked at the hunter's smartphone screen, who said that they don't even know that they are demons. A photograph of these people appeared on the phone screen. They had red eyes. Chi-Cho said there was no reward for them. He imagined Ri walking in a crowd of people in his head. He said that most of the red spiritual lights he sees fall into this category. If they are lucky, then they just live their life and die. However, some of them are doomed to awaken. Several demons with red eyes and teeth were heading towards the attack. Demons that look like infected people attack a road worker. As a rule, they are brutal bandits. The demons beat the man with particular cruelty. There were blood splashes everywhere. Also, some can cause serious harm to society. 3 demons in orange and white uniforms waved their arms. The hunter walked forward, a white aura surrounding him. He said that these are the demons that bring in serious money, and hunting small fry brings in too little money. Ri looked at him confused and asked what he was doing then. Chi-Cho pushed off the asphalt and jumped. He jumped straight towards the windshield where the bandits were driving. They said to each other and looked at this psycho, after which one of them began to turn the steering wheel. The car turned sharply in the other direction and a creaking sound was heard. As the minivan turned, the hunter reached forward to the tires. He pierced one of the car's tires with a needle. As soon as the air began to leak out of the tire, the man jumped to the side. The minivan began to skid to the sides. It turned from side to side. Inside the car, the bandits screamed in panic as everything swirled around them. The minivan ended up crashing into a brick fence while the man was walking back. He looked at them and said that all he had to do was give them a little beating. Ri looked at him in horror and called him crazy. Chicho threw back his cigarette, but there was a fire due to a minivan crashing into it. He said that due to a certain event, demons began to awaken one after another. They got out of control. He looked at Ri and asked, "Is he in or not?" The main character began to slowly get up from the asphalt and replied that the conditions were terrible. He looked forward confidently as his bangs fell over his face. Ri said he's in. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and said to sign him up for the demon hunter gig. The protagonist frowned menacingly and gritted his teeth, declaring that he would kill every demon he saw. He started pointing his finger at himself and said that he would become the #1 taxpayer here. Ri danced stupidly, saying that he would climb to the very top. Chicho agreed with him and said that he was hired. Then, he said that they would start right now and called him along. The main character squeezed his wrist and said there was one more thing. He frowned and narrowed his gaze, asking why him and why now. The hunter stopped in his tracks when he heard his question. He looked at the guy and said that he made a promise to his mother. Ri grinned and replied that he understood now. He started rubbing his fingers together and with a sly face asked what the promise was. He asked if she asked to guide him on the right path if he became a worm. His face turned red and he pointed his finger at the hunter. The main character asked where his mother is, who cares so much about her son. The man took out a cigarette and turned to him. He silently lit a cigarette with a lighter. Taking a deep drag, Chicho walked towards the guy and replied that she had been killed. He stood opposite Ri, exhaling tobacco smoke from his lungs. He clarified that his mother was killed by a demon. This made the main character taken aback and tense, his fists shaking. Ri imagined in his head how a demon kills a woman. The protagonist's face turned red. He gritted his teeth and thought about whether the man said that his mother was also a demon hunter. Chicho put his hand on his hip and said that he probably had a lot of questions, but it was his first day. Ri's face turned pale, and he turned to the man in fear. They both started to get into the white car. The hunter suggested starting small, step by step. While the main character was sitting in the passenger seat, he sighed displeasedly and asked what it was. The guy began to close the door behind him, which creaked. He asked what kind of car it was, because the man was acting all rich and fancy. Ri tapped on the roof of the car and asked which scrapyard the man found the car at. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and his mouth opened, asking what it was. He waved his arms in admiration, looking at the glove compartment, which seemed to glow. There were bottles of expensive alcohol lying there, which sparkled brightly in Ri's eyes. He said it was a garbage machine, but there was excellent swill there. The glove compartment contained whiskey, rum, liqueurs, and other expensive strong alcohol. The man turned to the guy and said that he was now his senior at work, so he should be treated with respect. The main character twirled the bottle in his hands and just nodded. Chicho took out a needle and looked sternly at the guy, saying that if he called him dude or man, he would pierce him with his needle. Ri continued to touch the bottle and nod. He turned his head around and said that there is so much fancy stuff here. The car was started and began to leave the church grounds. A white SUV was driving down the highway. The main character called Chicho dude and said that he still didn't understand. The hunter turned his head to him and asked what he called him, reaching for a needle. I replied that this was said with respect. Chicho's face turned red with anger, and he showed the needle again. The main character immediately called him sir and turned pale with fear. He put his hand on the car door and said that Chicho makes a fortune, but he decided to ride in this old car. The hunter put the needle aside and replied that they should not stand out. Ri looked at the car again and thought about how this junk car stood out in a different way. He put his hands behind his head and smiled at Chicho. The hunter turned his head to him and asked what was the matter. Ri put his elbow on the door and laughed. He asked if being a demon hunter wasn't deadly. Chicho looked at the road again and replied that the guy would not die so easily. The man pressed the gas pedal. The car quickly passed other cars on the road, overtaking it. Chicho said that if he is weak, he may die immediately. Ri fastened his seatbelt in fear and thought that he knew that this was a psycho cult, and he had a bad feeling. He started pouring alcohol into his glass. The guy was sure that there was no insurance at this job, asking why so shabby. His cheeks turned red as he took a sip. He asked himself, is that why there's so much booze? And thought that they at least had some kind of fortune. Ri abruptly spat out the alcohol and cursed with an angry face, saying that it was Macchiali. He asked Chicho why he poured Macchiali into a scotch bottle. His face turned red with rage, and he said that this car doesn't even have a GPS. They entered a tunnel that was located next to the laundry room. The main character asked where they were and where they were going. He grabbed Chicho by the shoulder and aggressively ordered him to stop the car. The hunter's hand held a thin needle. He stuck the needle into Ri's neck, causing him to immediately turn pale. Chicho pulled out a needle, calling the guy annoying. The main character closed his eyes and began to tremble, losing consciousness. A white SUV drove into a dark tunnel. Chicho began to wake the guy up, holding a needle in his hands. He told him not to force him to wake him up himself. Ri woke up and asked where he was. Chicho tapped the windshield as he stood near the passenger seat. He told the guy to follow him if he woke up and said that they had arrived in a heavenly place. The main character came outside and grabbed his head in amazement. He looked around the demonic temple and asked what this place was. Ri was scared because the place looked decent. Chicho headed towards the entrance, asking, can't he tell? He said that this was their secret headquarters. The sky was blue and cloudy. The temple looked like a cafe from the outside. It looked expensive. They walked through the gate, and the main character looked around, as if not believing his eyes. Ri followed Chicho and thought with a suspicious face that something weird could jump out any time. There was a sign above the front door, Demon Temple, Traditional Tea. An expensive chandelier hung on the ceiling, sparkling brightly. The shelves with dishes on the walls sparkled with cleanliness. Ri thought that it all looked expensive. Everything around the cafe looked clean and luxurious. There was a guy with glasses behind the counter. He was a barista. His name was Doxo. Chicho started walking up to the counter and asked where everyone was and if they knew there was a new guy coming in today. The main character looked at Doxo and wondered who it was and if it was a worker. The barista awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. He bowed his head, rubbing his eyes, and said uncertainly that something came up. Doxo adjusted his glasses and said that this was a $7,000 bounty. Chicho tensed his jaw and clenched his teeth, taken aback. He slammed his palms on the counter in anger. While the main character was fiddling with something in his hands, the hunter again asked Doxo for the amount of the reward. The guy with the glasses said it was $7,000. Ri was holding a vase with a picture in his hands and moving his finger over it, not understanding what it was. He sniffed the vase with a curious face, not sure if it was alcohol, but it looked expensive. He suggested that it's another welfare. Suddenly, Chicho roughly grabbed him by the collar of his jacket. The main character turned to him in fear and said not to misunderstand him, because he was just watching. Chicho said he didn't care and dragged the guy along the floor with him. Ri ordered him to let him go and asked where they were going anyway. The white SUV was speeding down the road and overtaking other cars. The main character asked the man to drive slower. Chicho had a white aura around him and his gaze was blank. Ri turned to him with displeasure and asked where they were going. The hunter pressed one of the buttons on the dashboard. The main character looked puzzled at the dashboard. The radio announced that the suspect is currently at the crossroad and is escaping towards 5th Avenue. Chicho sharply turned the steering wheel in the other direction. The white SUV turned sharply to the left, smoke coming from the tires. Due to the unexpected turn, Ri hit his face on the glass and screamed. Chicho noticed something and turned the steering wheel in the other direction, saying that there she is. The car entered a 4-lane road and drove straight. The main character hit his face on the glass again and asked what the man was talking about. The hunter looked up and said that this was the youngest of them, Hong Ryan. Ri put his hand to the window and looked in the same direction as the man. A girl was jumping on the roofs of multi-story buildings, and the main character said her name. Hong Ryan had long dark hair and was wearing a short skirt and shirt with a jacket. Ri looked at her annoyed and asked why they were in such a hurry to get to her. Chicho, with his hand on the steering wheel, asked what he thought. Hong Ryan continued to deftly jump from one building to another. A white SUV drove forward, and the hunter said that it's the newbie orientation. This is their youngest member. A white aura emanated from the girl's hands and feet. She was the only girl in their composition. Hong Ryan landed on the edge of the roof, crouching slightly. She leapt forward, her black hair flying in the wind. Ri opened his mouth and watched her movements in amazement. Chi-Cho grinned and said that she may be young, but she is their ace in the hole. The main character watched her run across the rooftops and noticed that she was wearing a uniform, which meant she was in a hurry. Hong Ryan jumped headfirst, leaving white marks in the air. Ri turned to the man and asked why they needed her so much. Suddenly, a motorcycle pulled out in front of them. Chi-Cho pressed the gas pedal hard. Because of this, the main character hit his face on the glass again and told him to cut it out. A blonde guy on a motorcycle rode forward and overtook them. He lifted the front wheel of his vehicle into the air and wished them luck in catching the demons at such a slow speed. Chi-Cho looked at him wearily and told him that this is Ba Wu and he is very stupid. Ba Wu looked back with a smug grin and declared that today's horn would definitely be his. He pulled ahead again on his bike. Suddenly, he ran into a hatch, causing him to be thrown forward. Ba Wu opened his mouth in shock and widened his eyes. His face turned red with anger, and he fell off his bike onto the road. Chi-Cho sighed tiredly and re-laughed and said that this guy is really stupid. Ba Wu sat on the asphalt, rubbing his head. A black car approached a white SUV. The front window of the black car opened and a man with white hair looked at the main character and said that he must be Ri. The white-haired man grinned at the newcomer and asked if he was enjoying his first day. The main character looked at him puzzled and asked who he was. The white-haired man looked ahead at the road and said that he would leave this for later because now they are at war. Chi-Cho turned to him and looked displeased. He said that they received a $7,000 bounty and no one wrote to him, and they all left the office at such a critical time. With one hand on the steering wheel, the white-haired man raised his other hand and said that they were just breathing fresh air. Besides, Chi-Cho knew their company slogan. Two cars were driving next to each other, with white smoke all around. Their company slogan is, "Be selfish when it comes to money." Ri was taken aback and turned to Chi-Cho, puzzled, asking if that was really their company slogan. The white-haired man put his hand to his chin and turned his head. He said that unfortunately he is not nearly as selfish as they are, but God knows he is trying. The townspeople screamed in fear as a demon. A man in a red t-shirt rushed down the street. The white-haired man looked at him calmly and said that they had found him. Ri was taken aback and confused. Chi-Cho raised his head and asked what he had done to warrant $7,000 on his head. The white-haired man reached into his inside pocket and revealed that he was a felon with 7 charges, pure trash. He took a drag from his pipe and told the others not to get their hands dirty on it because he could handle it himself. He told Chi-Cho that he was a legendary hunter who was interested in bounties of at least $10,000 and not to bother with a mere $7,000. At that moment, a white SUV overtook him and drove ahead. The white-haired man exhaled tobacco smoke and smiled, saying that so be it and let them have fun then. He increased the speed of the car and rushed after Chi-Cho. Chi-Cho and Ri were driving along a narrow street. The main character noticed the trail of a demon who slipped into the alley. The hunter turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. He deftly drove into a dirty and deserted alley. The car braked suddenly with a creaking sound. Chi-Cho opened the door and ran out at lightning speed. Ri also got out of the SUV and asked what he should do, to which the hunter ordered him to follow him. The main character ran after him, while Chi-Cho chased the demon. The man in the red t-shirt left red trails in the air. The white-haired man looked at it and grinned, saying that he got him. 2 elderly women sat on the road and sorted through the red leaves, saying that young people at this time are simply terrible. They looked accusingly at the demon and the people chasing him and said that they were acting like bloody demons in the middle of the day. The man in the red t-shirt was breathing heavily, but kept running. He raised his hand and called out to the taxi driver, asking him to stop. The demon grabbed the handle on the door of the orange car. Ba Wu frowned and ran after him, shouting loudly. He jumped forward towards the demon and shouted that he would not miss out on $7,000. Ba Wu swung his fist blazing with yellow fire, shouting loudly. The white-haired man wore multicolored sneakers and jumped up. After that, the man kicked the baver in the stomach in the air, and the demon was already sitting in the taxi. The white-haired man looked at the guy arrogantly and agreed with him. asking who would miss out on a $7,000 reward during such a terrible economy. Ba Wu gritted his teeth and aggressively called him an old man. The blond man threw it against the wall and said that this money was enough to complete his dream collection of Macchiali. After Ba Wu hit the wall, it left a dent and the guy fell onto the road. Chicho ran after the taxi and shouted that they were leaving. He ran past a blond man who told him not to try so hard because he was the hero of the day. Chicho asked him to disappear. Ba Wu rushed after them and ordered them both to get out of the way, retrailing behind everyone. The three of them collided, almost overtaking the taxi, and the main character scratched his head. He watched them push and shove and asked if this job was always so unsophisticated. Suddenly the guy frowned, his mouth parted, and he was surprised. He squinted his eyes, trying to see something. A taxi with a demon rushed along the road. The man in the red t-shirt clenched his teeth and tensed. He looked up in shock and was taken aback, his mouth parted. Ri raised his eyebrows and said the name Hong Ryan in surprise. There were ties on her hips, and she began to take something out from there. It was a pink yo-yo, and she jumped down. The girl flew straight by taxi. The main character opened his mouth in amazement and asked if this yo-yo was serious. Hong Ryan's pink eyes were aimed straight at her target. The demon raised his eyebrows in excitement. He sweated and sighed. The white-haired man, Chicho and Ba Wu, looked at her intensely and told her to be careful. The pink yo-yo spun quickly in the air, making whistling sounds. She hit the taxi's windshield with her yo-yo, causing it to break. Hong Ryan sat on the car and looked into the interior. The demon fearfully covered his face from the glass shards. The girl was behind him. He looked terribly scared. A thin string of a yo-yo wrapped around his neck. Hong Ryan rested her feet on the nearest surface, wearing pink sneakers. She began to pull the yo-yo towards herself, thereby strangling the demon who was trying to get out of the trap. Hong Ryan looked indifferent and sighed tiredly. The rear window began to crack due to the girl's pressure. As soon as it crashed, the driver ran out of the taxi. Hong Ryan and the demon flew outside onto the sidewalk. They hit the road several times. The girl wrapped her legs around the man in the red t-shirt so that he could not escape. His neck was red from suffocation, and blood was flowing from his mouth and nose. His face began to turn red and he clenched his teeth. The skin on his neck began to tear from the strong pressure of the threads. Then, his body began to explode while Hong Ryan was still holding him. Ri looked at it in shock, wide-eyed, and asked if it was real. He said her moves were incredible. The demon's body began to catch fire. Hong Ryan removed the thread from the yo-yo towards herself. A golden horn flew out of the demon's exploding body. This horn spun in the air and flew upward. The demon's body burned and evaporated, and the golden horn glittered brightly. The white-haired man opened his eyes wide, looking at the glow of the golden horn. Chicho frowned and narrowed his eyes slightly. Ba Wu opened his mouth wide and looked at the horn in amazement. Hong Ryan looked focused and attentive. Ri was taken aback, his eyes widened and his mouth parted. All the hunters jumped up for the golden horn. They reached out to it with their hands. Suddenly a pink yo-yo appeared, its strings hitting the men's fingers and wrapping around the horn. The men collided with each other in the air. Hong Ryan brought back the yo-yo with the golden horn. She put her instrument away in its gartered case. The girl put the golden horn in the inner pocket of her jacket. Hong Ryan ran her hands through her long hair. She waved her hand, causing her hair to flutter beautifully. The men looked after her. Ri looked at her in amazement, smiling, and thought that she was cool. Night had fallen and the dark blue sky hung over the headquarters, where laughter could be heard. Ba Wu's cheeks turned red and he looked at his phone screen with a smile. Hong Ryan jumped up and swung her sword. Explosions and gold bars appeared around, and the numbers on the slot machine were spinning. The slot machine showed the number 44. She closed her eyes in joy, because her score was higher than that of the others, who looked upset. Ba Wu held the phone away from him as his cheeks continued to turn red. He said he could see Hong Ryan smile on the performance app. Ba Wu took a photo with a wide smile and said that he will capture this again. His fingers ran along the neck of the glass. The white-haired man picked up the glass and asked Ba Wu if he knew why Hong Ryan never changes his face. The guy assumed that she was shy around him. The blonde man raised the glass to his mouth and replied that she was a sociopath. Bawu started to get angry, gritting his teeth and denying it. He slammed his fist on the table and said he would kill him. The white-haired man took a sip and said that he loves this staleness on his throat. Bawu turned to Ri and called out to him, calling him new. He pointed his finger at the door and ordered it to be closed. The main character silently walked towards the door. Instead of closing the door, he opened it. Bawu became even more angry, his face turning red with rage. He asked if Ri was joking. The white-haired man looked at the main character and asked if the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. He said that Hong Ryan is the top player now, but she is still a high school student, and the real legend was Ri's mom. The main character turned to him with a smile and said that since he carries his mother's DNA, he will lead this place very soon. Bawu grinned displeasedly and replied that he could only dream about it. Ri started approaching him and said that it was him. The blonde was taken aback. The main character stood in front of him, picking his ear, and called him the dumbass of the group. The white-haired man twirled his glass in his hand and put his hand to his chin. He said the show is about to start. Bawu turned red again with anger and clenched his hand into a fist, telling Ri that if he was so strong, then let him prove it. He was shaking with rage. The main character raised his fist and called him stupid again. Bawu swung at him and shouted that he would show him now. He dealt a powerful blow to Ri and shouted that he'll make sure he knows who he's dealing with. A blue aura appeared around him, and Bawu was taken aback, his pupils constricting. The main character blocked the blow, looking at his opponent with a grin. The white-haired man let out a surprised exclamation and asked if he had blocked Bawu's blow. He turned around with a grin and said that he had not seen this for a long time. The blonde man looked at the silent Chi-Cho and clarified that he was talking about the blue fire of the soul. Bawu and Ri grappled with each other, each giving off an aura. The main character asked if that was all, to which the opponent replied that the time for games was over. Ri had dark bruises and bruises on his body. He was shaking and sitting on the floor in the shower. Water flowed out of the shower, and steam appeared. The main character screamed loudly when the water hit him. He touched his head and cried out in displeasure that it was too hot. Chi-Cho entered the shower room and was eating an apple. He said that this shower is their hospital, and the blood that runs through Ri's veins is his health insurance. The main character wriggled under the stream of hot water and shouted that this was not a hospital, but a torture room. Suddenly, he slipped on a wet tile. The guy hit his face on the glass wall in the shower. Chi-Cho propped his foot on the shower stall and said that they recover faster than anyone else, and they recover faster under hot water. Ri looked at his body in confusion and noticed that his bruises began to disappear. Chi-Cho put his hand to his chin and asked the guy to tell him what he remembered. The main character admitted that he doesn't remember much. He broke free from Bawu's grip, swinging his arms. When Bawu's blows didn't land, he tore one bead from his necklace. Taking this bead in his hands, he struck, but Ri dodged. A black bead bounced off the ceiling. It flew down, leaving an orange trail behind it. The bead bounced off all surfaces and flew around the room. The main character opened his eyes wide and his pupils constricted. The bead repeatedly hits his body, and Ri's memories stop at this point. Chi-Cho said it W. As too bad he didn't remember everything more clearly. Blood began to pour out of Ri's body, and with each hit of the ball, his body hurt more and more. Bawu caught the ball with one hand as the main character fell to the floor. His entire face and body were covered in bruises and bruises. He was shaking and breathing heavily. Chi-Cho said that it was quite a sight to behold. Standing in the shower, Ri threw a towel over his head. He angrily said that it was low to use a weapon because he couldn't beat him. The guy asked what kind of deadly weapon it was. Chi-Cho revealed that it was a rubber ball. Every demon hunter has a gadget that releases their full power. Several people were holding weapons and tools in their hands, such as swords, dumbbells, and pliers. This is their unique weapon. Chi-Cho took out one needle and a white aura appeared. He said his weapon was a needle. Ri stood near the sink and dried himself. He said that now it was no wonder why he was beaten like that, and asked if he himself had a weapon. Bawu burst into the bathroom, slamming the door against the wall. He grinned smugly and asked if he thought anyone would get a gun. The main character got angry and clenched his hand into a fist, turning around. The guy said he would kill him. Ba Wu grinned, looking at him smugly, and asked if he liked writhing on the floor, since he looked like a dying cockroach. Chicho pointed to the burly blonde man and told Ri to greet him. The man said they are the same age. Ba Wu serves tea here, his blood type is B, he has anger control issues and loves attention. Chicho looked at him again and asked what else there was to tell. Ba Wu took a step forward and grinned, telling Ri to remember just one thing. He began to approach the newcomer and called out to him dismissively. When Ba Wu came close to him, he pointed at himself with his thumb and said that he was the eldest. He started gesticulating with his hands in confusion, calling Ri a newbie, and tried to remember the word. The main character crossed his arms and asked if he was talking about the manager. Ba Wu put his fist in front of the guy's face. He lightly hit Ri on the chest and called him a smart guy, saying that he was really talking about the manager. The blonde grabbed Ri by the head and leaned towards him with a threatening face. Ba Wu told him to respect the manager if he didn't want to die young. Ri obediently lowered his hands and answered in the affirmative. Then, he started smiling and made a rude gesture. The guy thanked the blonde for his stupid nonsense and called him a stupid manager. Ba Wu put his palm forward with a smile and said that it would return to him 100-fold. Ri turned his back to him and looked at him through his legs, answering him the same. Ba Wu narrowed his eyes and began to bend his fingers. Someone came into the bathroom. Ba Wu immediately fell silent and looked at the newcomer. He was wearing a red jacket and a black shirt and said that he was pleased to meet Ri. It was a man with gray hair and a mustache. He smiled and said that he was the eldest in this group. The man said that he could just be called an old man. The main character waved his hand at him and asked him to wait because he was now training a gorilla. Ba Wu turned away from him and pointed his finger at him, asking where he was going and if he forgot his rubber ball. The living room was exquisitely decorated and featured a golden chandelier. The old man pinned a gold pin on Ri's clothes and said that this pin represents the membership of the Demon Hunter Association. He put his hands behind his back and said that it was not necessary to wear it. The old man waved his hand and congratulated Ri on becoming a demon hunter. The main character removed the badge from his clothes and said that he just gave him this job. He grinned, closing his eyes, and asked if there was any internship and if he would get a job just like that. Chicho sat on the sofa and looked at him. Ri took a bottle of beer from the ice bucket. He used his finger to open the cap of the bottle, which flew off to the side. He raised the beer to his mouth and asked if they had done something wrong to him. The old man extended his hand forward and asked what does he think the rectangle below the horn is. The main character took a sip and asked about the rectangle. He twirled the badge in his hands and assumed it was a book. The old man put his hand on Chicho's shoulder. The man said that this is money and they do everything for profit. He asked why they hunted demons and immediately answered that it brought money. The old man put his hand on his chest and said that their friend believes that money makes the world go round, and he is now his most trusted right hand. He turned to Chicho and said that the man denies it, but when he hurts, his own right arm hurts too. Chicho asked him to stop talking nonsense. Ri looked at the old man and asked what's his point. The old man closed his eyes and smiled politely. He said that the point is, they'll do anything for money, even waging their souls. The old man asked why Ri accepted their offer to become a demon hunter. The main character tapped the money icon with his finger and said that it was for the same reason. The old man calmly raised his eyebrows and said that he had all the answers. Chicho threw the keys to the guy and said that if he was done talking, then he should take this thing and go with him. He said that living here is mandatory, even if he doesn't like it. Ri caught the key and asked if they were going to lock him up here and make him work without overtime pay. With a smile on his face, he twirled the key on his finger and asked where his room was. The main character said that he would think about it if his room was as good as this living room. Then he said he thought they would show him to his room. Ri stood in front of the stairs and asked the others why they were in the attic. Chicho hit him hard on the back and replied that this was the last room left. He ordered him to shut up and take what they give. The old man climbed into the dusty attic and said that he had not been here for 19 years, asking if anyone had been watching this room. The main character fell to the floor and asked if he meant 5,000 years. He stated that he would just stay in the living room because he couldn't stay here. The old man scratched his head and said that this was Ri's mother's room. He might feel uncomfortable. The guy started to get up, sighing. He put his hand on her hip and said that he didn't care because she was a stranger to him. He agreed to take this room, to which the old man told him to rest. The main character raised his index finger and turned to him. He stated that he does not have a mother, and she may have given birth to him, but that does not make her his mother. The old man replied that if this is how he thinks, then he understands. He and Chicho were walking down the stairs, and the old man asked if Chicho had told the guy why they brought him here. The man crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he only said that the demon killed his mother. He looked to the side and put his hand to his chin, saying that they didn't have much time, and maybe they should tell them everything. The old man shook his head negatively and replied that then Ri would know how his mother died. Chicho looked down and chuckled thoughtfully. A blue fiery reflection appeared in the mirror in the attic. Ri was washing the floor at this time and said that it was dusty. The old man, walking next to Chicho, asked him if he would have stayed here if he were in Ri's place. While the main character was carefully wiping off the dust, a blue fiery silhouette of a woman appeared in the mirror. She had short hair and big eyes. Ri picked up the bracelet and looked at the photo of his mother on the table. He saw that she was dressed in a yellow jacket, and on her hand was just this bracelet. The main character dropped the bracelet from his hands without saying anything. He put his hands on his hips and turned away. Ri lay down on the bed that had dust coming out and asked what kind of company doesn't clean the room for the new employee. He said it was a terrible way to treat employees. Chicho walked with the old man down the stairs. He said that if the guy gets scared and runs away, then everything will be in vain. The old man turned to him with a slight smile and said that they needed to find the club before it was tamed by the owner. He raised one eyebrow and asked how is the search for the club coming along. A white dog was jumping on the counter behind which stood Doxo. Chicho looked at the old man and replied that Doxo is doing this, and he is sure that he will find it no matter what. The man crossed his arms and asked if they really wouldn't need the kid after they found the baton and sealed it back. He looked slightly worried. Chicho narrowed his eyes. Ri opened the blue cabinet and looked inside. The old man put his hands behind his back and told Chicho that the guy was like insurance. The main character picked up the yellow dress with flowers and clenched his teeth. Vague memories of his mother kissing him on the cheek as a child appeared in his mind. She caressed his cheeks as he cried. Mom, dressed in a yellow dress, showed the baby a pencil. Ri began to sweat and in a panic, he stuffed the dress back into the closet. He leaned against the closet door and tried to catch his breath, shaking. The old man continued down and said that they would have another blue demon fire owner on their team, and there was no insurance better than that. He turned to his interlocutor and asked if Ri's mother's bracelet always looked like this, because it seemed all right when she wore it. Chicho stopped and opened his mouth slightly, a little taken aback. While the old man walked on, the man stood on the stairs. He looked away sadly. Wyan said that his mother was beautiful. Chicho sat in a chair at his desk in his office. He looked thoughtfully at the jar standing on the table. The man took the green can in his hands. Memories of how he clinked the same cans with someone arose in his head. He and Ri's mom sat on the sofa and drank the contents of the cans. The woman smiled sweetly and asked, "Doesn't this give him brain freeze?" Chicho, who had short hair, smiled and answered affirmatively. He asked how she made it so cold. The woman began gesturing with her hands and replied that she calculated how long it'd take him to get here and put them in the freezer. Chicho was currently standing in front of the window and looking at the city at night. He raised his tired gaze to the sky. The moon was full and illuminated everything brightly. Morning came. The sun sparkled brightly. Dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, Ri walked towards the bathroom and said that he slept like a baby. He opened the bathroom door and said it felt like he had come home. The guy took a step forward into the dark bathroom. Hong Ryan stood there with her arms crossed and looked at him. The main character began to sweat and was scared, screaming. He immediately left the bathroom and closed the door, apologizing. The guy didn't understand why she didn't close the door. He looked back and saw someone moving towards his head. Bawu kicked him in the neck and called him a pervert. The strong blonde was angry and aggressive. He threw the main character aside and asked where his manners were and whether he knew how to knock. Ri, who was lying on the floor, called him a dumbass who is crazy about a schoolgirl. Ba Wu ran towards him, and a white-haired man entered the corridor. Hong Ryan quietly left the bathroom. Ba Wu stood next to her and pointed his finger at himself. He asked Ri what he knew about pure, innocent love. The blonde immediately broke into a wide smile and blushed. The white-haired man began to push him in the back, and Ba Wu thought that Hong Ryan looks perfect even in the morning. The girl herself went further. Ba Wu looked at Ri angrily and clenched his hands into fists, saying that he was lucky that Hong Ryan had to go to school today. The main character looked at him aggressively and ordered him not to talk to him. Then, he calmed down and turned his head, asking where she had gone. The white-haired man began to lead Ba Wu away and replied that the blonde man had just answered. He said it was her first day of school after being suspended for a month. Ri asked about the suspension. He was told that Hong Ryan doesn't like being interrupted from listening to music. A group of hooligans approached her. The guy took off her headphones and said that he gets super excited when he sees a loner who is this pretty. He asked how she wanted him to relax her. Hong Ryan frowned and stood up from her chair. The bullies clapped and whistled as the girl approached the guy. He asked what she was going to do with him. The girl knocked her headphones out of his hands. The guy looked at it in confusion, taken aback. Hong Ryan hit him on the chest with her palm. She released a huge amount of powerful energy. All the desks and chairs in the office rose into the air along with the guy. The girl carefully caught her headphones. She put it on her head while the beaten guy was trembling on the floor. Hong Ryan's pupil shrank, and she raised her hand again and continued beating him. The white-haired man stood on the balcony with Ri and Ba Wu. The main character thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and asked what kind of work of art she was listening to that made her beat the guy so badly. The strong blonde smiled and blushed. They watched the girl walk towards the gate. Ri asked if she had parents since she was still a child. The man with white hair looked straight and said that she used to have parents until they were killed last year by demons. He and Chi-Cho killed the demons with blood spattering everywhere. They were able to save Hong Ryan at the last minute. She received a blood transfusion from Chi-Cho and barely survived. The girl was sobbing. Her whole face and body were covered in blood. But perhaps it was too traumatic for her because she hasn't said a word since. The white-haired man looked at her and shouted that he had told her to buy a longer skirt. He clenched his hands into fists angrily and asked what she did with the money he gave her. Ri looked at her silently. She walked calmly along the road, with a pink backpack behind her back. Chi-Cho patted the main character on the shoulder. The man stood behind him and told him to meet him at 9 a.m. near the main gate. Ri looked back and asked what about it. Ba Wu proudly pointed to himself and asked if he wanted him to tell. The main character asked if he was still there. Chi-Cho turned away and said that they would practice. Ba Wu put his hands on his hips and told Ri that this means he is a dead meat. The main character was taken aback and asked about the training and disappointment. Chi-Cho jumped forward with a white aura surrounding him. He landed neatly on the edge of the roof. The sun shone brightly on residential buildings and offices. The edge of the man's cloak fluttered in the wind as he stood on the roof. Ri grabbed the edge of the roof, indignant. He breathed heavily and climbed onto the roof, asking if he really needed to act cool in everything he does. Chi-Cho turned to him and told him to stand here and look for demons. The main character asked if that was all. The guy sat down next to the man and said that he had seen demons all his life, even if he didn't want to. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his eyebrows, starting to look at the city. He looked at the small park in front of the building with benches. Several people in ordinary clothes were blazing with red fire. Among them were those people who did not have a red aura. They looked ordinary. Someone was looking at something on the phone. A couple walked next to the demon in a cap, holding hands. Refocused and started counting the demons on his fingers. He showed his palm and turned to where Chi-Cho was supposed to be, saying that there were about 10 demons here. The man was walking the other way and told him to just think that those evil demons with red fire are mostly criminals. Ri looked at him angrily and asked why can't he give him a heads up before he leaves? He jumped from the top level of the roof to the bottom and recalled that the man said that they didn't even know that they were demons until they awakened. Chi-Cho replied that they have the potential to become an evil demon and a criminal. He raised one hand and said that they only hunt those demons whose powers have been awakened. Ri ran to him and said that he lives by his own logic, so he doesn't really understand. As soon as he approached Chi-Cho, He asked if demons were supposed to be cute creatures that were harmless to humans. Chicho looked at the young man thoughtfully. The sun illuminated his face. He narrowed his eyes and replied that this only applies to good demons that live off objects like straw shoes, sickles, hoes, and brooms. These blue-colored objects were surrounded by a white aura and floated in the night sky. For a very long time, they brought people wealth and health. The lights were on in the house and laughter could be heard outside the doors. But demons became corrupt after they began to live off humans instead of objects. The man's eyes and mouth were bleeding. He grabbed his head, clenching his teeth. That's when they began to grow horns, too. The man's face became demonic. Horns grew on his head and he roared loudly. They lost the goodness inside them and turned into a completely different species. The demon struck with a sword a woman who was holding a baby in her hands and protecting him. The good demons were wiped out by evil demons one by one. The demoness hit the man on the head with a baton. Evil demons gathered around a fire where various utensils were burning. They didn't stop there and got their hands on the demonic club, which possessed ancient powers and tried to dominate the world. The demon held in his hand an object covered with moss and leaves. Monsters burned villages, gathering in huge crowds. With the club in their hands, they were able to quickly put their plan into action. A large number of demons walked forward, a red aura emanating from them. Innocent people bowed their heads before them, trembling in fear. The demonic club has the power to turn humans into wicked demons by hitting them. A woman and a man were fleeing from fire and demons. Humans had to fight against the evil demons' rampage to survive. White spheres of souls floated in the sky. The good demons had to protect themselves, as well as the humans they cared for. White spheres of souls circled above one of the houses. One of the spheres flew into the room, towards the belly of a pregnant woman who was sleeping next to her husband. So, through the bodies of the humans, good demons created the weapons to go up against evil demons. These were demon hunters. The woman was tightly clutching a piece of white cloth in her hand. A newborn baby lay on a pillow and cried. A white light emanated from him. Ree said with interest that this was the story about them, human-demon hybrids. He began gesticulating with his hands and asked if this was the reason his blood was special. Chicho took one of the needles out of a small case. He took the needle in his hands and a white aura appeared. The man said that with the power of their blood, they can hunt evil demons and seal their horns. The woman, whose face was covered with a black bandage, killed the demon with a knife. Both of them were dressed in traditional clothes. Chicho looked into the distance and said that this is how they live. A mustachioed man in a cap killed a demon in military uniform with a hammer. Chicho and Ree walked Ed to the edge of the roof. The man said that they have lived like this all these years in peace. The main character told him that he missed a lot in this story. He scratched his face and asked what happened to the demonic club. Chicho said that although it wasn't easy, demon hunters managed to steal the club from the evil demons. The man, whose eyes glowed, held the artifact in his hands and ran away. He sealed the club in the tree, a blue aura circling around him. However, the spell that sealed the club was broken. The city at night, the temple was engulfed in a fierce fire. The fire reached the pillar on which there was a seal in the shape of a palm. The seal began to glow brightly with a purple light. Chicho thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that they don't know who has the unsealed baton now. Ree looked at him in disbelief and asked if he was saying that the club somehow fell into the hands of these scoundrels. He scratched the back of his head thoughtfully and asked if it was really a club that, when struck, turns a person into an evil demon, and if this happened a few days ago. He turned to Chicho in fear and asked if this was an emergency. The man, whose long hair was blowing in the wind, turned to him and said that that was why he had to learn quickly. He took out his phone and said that this application finds evil demons that have awakened. The white-haired man did it. Standing on the edge of the roof, Chicho looked at the phone screen and suggested that they see if there was a good catch. The screen turned red. The application showed several targets at once. One of the sights pointed at the demon standing near the flower bed. His silhouette turned red and the reward was $1,000. Chicho brought the phone closer to his face and said that this is not bad. Ree asked if he just found a demon whose value is $1,000. Chicho jumped off the roof and told him to call it beginner's luck since he's teaching him the ropes. The man deftly jumped from surface to surface. Soon he was downstairs. Chicho asked Ri what he was waiting for and ordered him to come down. The main character looked down. The height was great. He lowered his hand to the edge of the roof, thinking that if what Chicho said was true, then there was very rare blood flowing inside him. He agreed with this and decided to try it. Ri pushed off the surface and jumped forward. Blue fire appeared around him as he flew down. He said that this is what he's talking about. Suddenly, he crashed into the window of the building, breaking it. Pieces of concrete and glass flew from the building, and the main character began to fall uncontrollably. Chicho, standing next to the building, was able to catch him. While the man held it in his hands, Ri awkwardly turned away and said that he was having trouble controlling his powers. He added that this company really needs to provide occupational safety insurance. He looked ahead and asked what was going on here. While he was sitting in Chicho's arms, the main character asked if the man was trying to steal the child. The man sat next to the little girl and smiled at her. Ri started to get angry and aggressively asked if this criminal was only worth $1,000. Chicho looked at the demon coldly and replied that cheaper demons tend to be more vulgar and disgusting. He lowered his hands, causing Ri to fall to the ground, and told him to catch the demon. Chicho pointed at the demon and ordered him to go hunt him down. The main character looked at the man and was taken aback. He patted his chest and asked to himself. The girl in the yellow jacket was telling the stranger that she needed to go back inside. A man with a bandage on his hand said that he had cut his hand and asked him to help her carry a couple of things. He put his index finger to his lips and said that he wouldn't tell her mom that she snuck out during class. The girl asked how he knew this. Ri patted the man on the back. The man turned to him, puzzled. The main character put his hands on his hips and casually called him prey before saying that he had something to tell this kid. The man was taken aback by being called prey. Ri waved his hand at the girl and told her to run home, because this man is a very bad person and steals children. He asked if her mother had told her about the kidnappers. The girl was immediately taken aback and scared, asking about the kidnapper. She immediately ran away while the stranger and Ri looked after her. A red aura appeared around the man, and he asked if the guy knew how much effort he put into it. His eyes and mouth turned red, and he turned angrily towards the protagonist, angry at the demon hunters. Ri opened his eyes wide and noticed that his face had changed. The demon moved behind him and asked who he was to interfere with him. The main character looked back in fear. He dodged the demon's blow by leaning forward and realized that the swing had been made with full force. Ri grabbed his head, thinking that he almost cut off his head. He understood that the awakened demon was different from the others. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he had to finish off the demon with one blow. He stabbed the demon in the stomach, shouting that it was a powerful mining attack. However, the blow turned out to be weak. Ri didn't understand where his blue fire went and why it didn't burn. The demon swung his hand. Chicho watched from the side. He said that Ri was born with a special soul fire and he still doesn't know how to use it. The main character thought that it appeared every time he was in danger. The demon raised his leg above the guy's head. Ri gritted his teeth, looking at this in alarm. He managed to jump to the side when the demon struck. The main character noticed that there was a dent in the asphalt and realized that one blow and he would die, so it was better to focus. Sweat ran down his face. He turned around and was taken aback. The demon grinned threateningly and waved his hand. There was a big wound on Ri's leg and he couldn't move. The guy didn't understand when he got hurt. He gritted his teeth and frowned, mentally cursing. The demon's fist was heading towards him. The main character closed his eyes, waiting for the blow. However, the blow did not occur, and he opened his eyes in confusion. Chicho stuck a needle into the demon's neck and said that not only did Ri not catch the demon, but he also didn't lure it out while everyone was watching. He looked at the guy angrily as the monster's body exploded and asked if he understood how difficult it was to clean up afterwards. The demon's body began to evaporate and Chicho raised his index finger. He reminded Ri that they must live among other people and told him to think while hunting. From the explosion, a golden horn fell near the feet of the main character. He took the horn in his hands and said with a joyful face that it was $1,000. Chicho grabbed his wrist sharply. Ri's hand began to tremble in pain, and the man reached for the horn. He snatched it from the guy's hands and said that the horn belonged to him. The main character began to get angry and shouted that he was the first to take it, and he couldn't just take it away from him. Chicho looked at the horn and said that it didn't matter who grabbed the horn first. He looked at the guy ominously and said that what was more important was who would be the last to hold the horn. Chicho lowered his hand with the horn and said that if Ri thinks he can take it away, then let him try. The main character began to get up from the sidewalk and ordered to give it back. His face turned red with anger, and he again ordered the horn to be returned. Ri ran towards Chicho, who said that it was a rule, but it was good for the guy too. The main character was chasing a man who deftly dodged. Chicho crossed his arms and said that luck would only be on his side if he got his first horn with his own powers. While Ri was chasing him, he shouted that he was already getting a lot of money, but he still wanted to keep the horn for himself. Chicho noted that this was after he successfully captured the demon. The main character tried to snatch the object and shouted that he didn't need luck. He ran after Chicho and ordered him to just give up his horn. Suddenly Ri slipped while catching up with the man. He fell heavily on his back, gritting his teeth. He got down on all fours and began to breathe heavily. The main character trembled and called the man a greedy bastard. Chicho squatted across from him and said that they were in business and needed to make money. He asked the guy if he didn't like money. The man tapped Ri's chin with his horn and told him to become stronger since he had time to criticize him. The main character clenched his trembling hand into a fist. He hit the asphalt with his fist. Ri looked up at Chicho and shouted that he would become stronger. The man suggested that he leave. They didn't have much time. He put the horn in his pocket and stood up, saying that they needed to seal the horns they found last week while they were still fresh. Ri admitted that he was interested, since he went on about how much those horns are worth. He started getting up from the sidewalk and asked who was buying these things anyway. Chicho walked forward calmly. There was a sign for a traditional market on the street. The black building housed a demon health clinic. Inside, everything was decorated in a traditional style. The gray-haired old man jumped up and down joyfully and shouted that Chicho had brought so many horns. He stood behind the counter and said that he loved antlers. There was a box of golden horns on the counter. Ri thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and mentally asked if he had a fetish for horns. He looked around the clinic with a dissatisfied face and mentally assumed that the horns were used as an ingredient in the production of medicine. His gaze became emo. Ri suspicious as he wondered if this clinic was legal. The main character continued to look at the hall with disbelief. The owner of the clinic narrowed his eyes and said that all the antlers were of low quality. He put all the horns in a white bag and said that it looked like the great Chicho was also getting old. The old man patted the hunter on the shoulder and told him not to strain his old and worn-out body too much. He suggested that he retire and start working in the market. The owner of the clinic said that he won't be able to have any fun after he retires if he continues. After that, he went into another room. Chicho followed him. Ri didn't understand where they were going and whether he should follow them. He entered the dark room and was taken aback. The long room was filled with seals, and the protagonist, surprised, asked what they were. Ri gestured with his hands in displeasure and said that the clinic looked tiny from the outside, and he had no idea how much space there was. Chicho said that this is a private demonic prison where evil demons are imprisoned. The main character was taken aback and ran forward, asking about the demonic prison. On one of the cells, it was written 100. On the second golden cell, it was written 1,000. On the third cell, it was written 10,000. Ri looked at everything and spun around, asking if Chicho said that demonic horns were sealed in each box. Chicho ran his hand over the cells and said that there is no trial, and they are imprisoned here for life. According to him, there's no such thing as a retrial or releasing them on parole for being a model prisoner. The old man, putting the horn away in the cell, laughed. Ri said that he didn't know such a prison existed. The old man laughed sincerely and said that you don't even have to pay taxes to lock up these punks. Chicho raised one eyebrow and asked what the point was when half of their payout went to taxes. The old man patted him on the thigh and said that he was greedy and cynical as always, a truly wonderful team leader. Ri widened his eyes in amazement and scratched his chin. He asked how many zeros he sees. He patted the top cell and asked, Does this mean there's a demon worth $100,000 locked up in here? The main character wondered how terrible this demon was to cost so much. He caught the edge of the cell and opened it. Chicho looked at this in horror. The old man was taken aback and opened his eyes and mouth wide. Chicho immediately ran towards Ri and ordered him to close it immediately. A powerful force was released from the cell, which threw the main character back. A red light fell on his face. He looked up in confusion and asked what it was. A gloomy and evil aura hovered around the room, heading towards the guy. Chicho told him to watch out. At the moment when Ri's life is in danger, his body instinctively releases blue fire. He remembered how in the orphanage the demon was going to attack him. The main character covered the girl with his hand, and a blue fire appeared. He touched his hand with fire to the demon, repelling her attack. Ri remembered how he weakly punched a demon in the stomach on the street. Although he cannot control the powers yet, he is sure of one thing. The blue fire responds to his survival instincts. A gloomy force filled the room where the horns of evil demons were kept. A blue fire appeared near Ri's chest. His body was completely covered in fire, and he covered his face with his hands. Chicho and the clinic owner were covered in white fire and also covered their faces. The main character looked at his trembling hands and did not understand what was wrong with his hands. He gritted his teeth and realized that he's being pushed back. Veins bulged on his face and his eyes began to glow. Ri decided that he couldn't die like that. He placed his hands in front of him with difficulty, clenching his hands into fists. The main character was tense. He frowned and clenched his teeth tightly. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed at the powerful demon. He released a stream of blue fire towards the evil demon. The owner of the clinic asked Chicho what it was, and how can that kid push back the soul fire of a demon that is worth $100,000? Chicho clenched his teeth, continuing to cover his face from the flow of energy. The old man said what was more important was the color of the guy's flame. Ri spread his arms to his sides, releasing power from his body. The beam of energy pushed the demon back, causing him to shrink. The evil demon turned around, facing away from Ri. The demonic soul began to retreat back into the cell from which he came. Chicho immediately jumped out of his seat and ran forward. He grabbed the edge of the box tightly. The man loudly slammed the cell, closing it. Chicho put his hands on his hips and sighed, while the main character trembled. The man turned to him and called out displeasedly. Ri could no longer stand on his feet and began to fall. Chicho ran forward again, leaving only dust in his wake. He managed to catch the guy before he fell to the floor. The main character was lying on the floor. Needles were stuck into his body. The old man asked if the newcomer had blue fire. Chicho suggested that he talk about it later. Ri began to gradually stand up, clutching his head. He anxiously asked what happened and said that he remembered everything, but did not remember how he locked the smoke back in the box. Chicho began to angrily pull out needles and asked if he really thought that this was a place to put herbs. The man aggressively shouted at him, holding needles in his hands, and reminded him that this was a prison and he should have been more careful. Pulling out another needle, Chicho shouted that Ri could have died. The main character awkwardly looked away and apologized. He stood up and asked what kind of smoke it was, because he thought that only antlers were kept in the boxes. Chicho told him that the demons trapped here in the form of horns were no longer a threat. Ri stood next to him while the old man walked towards the boxes. Chicho said that their soul fires still burn inside with resentment, burning for eternity. A gloomy and unpleasant aura hovered around the cells. The horns inside the cells were covered in a red silhouette. Ri twisted the handle of one of the cells and said that he was not sealing them just for the money. He scratched his head and said that Chicho was locking the demons here because it would be dangerous if he didn't. The man was taken aback and turned to him. He began to gesticulate emotionally with his hands and stated that he was doing this solely for the sake of money. They should catch demons and sell them for money. The main character looked at him awkwardly and asked if this was really so. The owner of the clinic put the new antlers in the bottom compartment and said that this was not his case. He slammed the cell shut with his foot and said that, as Ri said, his mission is to lock them so that there is no danger. The old man crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the guy, and said that he's a civil servant of the heavens and a prison guard who keeps them from escaping. The main character smiled and chuckled quietly, telling the old man to put locks on the boxes so that no one would open them. The clinic owner spread his arms and said that no one, including ordinary people and evil demons, except demon hunters, could open them, and he didn't even think that Ri would open it. The main character turned away tensely and said that this means that as demon hunters, they must bring the horns here and exchange them for money. Chicho roughly grabbed him by the collar and answered in the affirmative. He started dragging the guy along and said that they were done here and they had a lot to discuss during his orientation. Ri started kicking in displeasure and shouted that he could walk. The old man waved to them from the window and shouted to the guy that they would see each other next time when he brought the horn that he himself received. Ri, who was still being dragged by Chicho, waved back at the old man. He shouted that he would have to pay him a lot of money. The local market sign resembled a fan. The main character clarified whether he defeated a demon worth $100,000. He ran after Chicho with a happy face and said that he should have captured this historical moment. Walking past the shopping arcades, Chicho said that demons are way weaker as horns than when in a human vessel, meaning that the actual demon that is worth $100,000 is way stronger than the horn Ri fought against just now. The main character replied that he now has a clear understanding that the price of a demon depends on its strength. Chicho raised his index finger and turned towards him. He asked what should he do if he sees demons that are worth $100 and $1 million each together. Ri launched a powerful punch into the air. He started showing punches and said he would show him if he brought him a demon worth $1 million, and he would beat him to a pulp like he did earlier. Chicho sighed tiredly and told him to forget it. The main character turned to him, frowning, and asked where he could find demons that cost $1,000. Chicho stopped and put his hands on his hips. He replied that they are difficult to detect using the app and difficult to find. Ri was taken aback and puzzled. The man said that they often have a high position in society. There are quite a few of them among entrepreneurs, politicians, judges, prosecutors, and celebrities. He imagined these people whose eyes were red and had evil smiles on their faces. Unlike low-ranking demons, they are smart and cunning. The demon in the white suit was talking with the other demons in the meeting room. They plot schemes and deceive the public. The demon politician spoke at the podium. Businessmen feared bribes to other high-ranking officials in the restaurant. But the worst thing is that they can brainwash and control low-ranking demons that are only worth hundreds of dollars. A demon in a black suit was lighting a cigarette for a demon in a white suit. Opposite them was an army of demons. Chicho looked at Ri seriously and said that they take advantage of their own kind and then toss them out like trash. He put his hands on his hips in displeasure and asked the guy if he was listening. The main character looked stunned. He turned his head in the direction the guy was looking and asked what he was staring at. An old man flew into the air, causing the hunters to be taken aback. The man flew over them and fell behind them. The old man was shaking and coughing up blood. He shouted that he had given him the right price and asked what was wrong with it. There were bruises on his arm and face, and he was clutching his chest. The old man asked if he knew what would happen if he meddles with the prices of the heavens. The woman clicked her long heels. Chicho turned around at the sound with a confused face. He immediately turned back to the old man. Ri was puzzled. Chicho started turning his head from side to side as the blonde walked by and said they made a wrong turn. The main character did not understand what was wrong with him. They walked forward and Ri asked who this woman was. Chicho said that she is a demon hunter. She had an open top and a necklace hanging around her neck. She wore short shorts and black tights. The woman is the leader of Gyeonggi Province District 2, the most ruthless of all demon hunters. She had dark makeup on, grinned, and walked towards the old man. The woman stopped and looked down. Chicho said that her name was Cho-hee, and the main character looked at her dumbfounded. The old man looked at Cho-hee in horror and asked about the price of heaven. The woman, clicking her heels, walked towards him and said that she didn't care about their prices. She kicked the old man in the chest, causing him to writhe. Cho-hee narrowed her eyes and grinned, saying that it was none of her business. She pressed her foot on the old man's stomach harder, crossed her arms over her chest, and said that he goes with her prices. Someone's strong hand grabbed Cho-hee's head. Her face immediately became dissatisfied. The big bald man held her by the neck and asked who she was to come here and cause trouble. Chicho started shaking his head and telling him not to do it. Ri looked puzzled and asked who he was telling this to, the fat guy or the leader of the second district. Chicho told him to watch, and he would soon understand. The bald man waved his palm at Cho-hee and told her to think of it as a lesson in manners. The woman put her hands behind her back and agreed, but asked if he minded that she would teach. From a pocket at the small of her back, she took out a spiked whip. Cho-hee swung her whip and hit the man's hand, causing him to lower her. She landed deftly on the pavement as her whip swung around. The bald man immediately ran towards her as she waved her weapon. Cho-hee pushed off and ran forward. While the bald man was swinging at her, she slipped through his legs. The man raised one hand as the whip came towards him. Cho-hee smiled faintly, narrowing her eyes. Her weapon delivered a powerful blow that destroyed the sidewalk. Pieces of concrete hit the bald man's face, and he tried to cover his mouth. Cho-hee jumped over him while the man covered his eyes from the dust. She spun the whip with her hand. The woman flew down and hit the man with a whip. Ri widened his eyes in amazement and let out a shocked exclamation. Cho-hee jumped back while the bald man was surrounded by chunks of concrete. The bald man wrapped his hands around the spiked whip. Ri was taken aback and asked how he grabbed it. Chicho, watching this, replied that he tried to dodge a spark, but it looks like he's about to get burned. The main character frowned and looked at him, puzzled. The bald man pulled the whip towards himself and said that her cute toy stung him slightly. Cho-hee rose into the air holding her whip. She began to spin her weapon and said that this was not a phrase that should be said, and he must be very embarrassed. The bald man widened his eyes and was taken aback. Cho-hee twisted the whip around her wrist and forearm. As the whip spun, the man's palm began to bleed. He looked in horror at the splashes of blood and screamed. Cho-hee was able to escape from his grip. The man's palms were covered in blood. The woman looked at him coldly and twirled in the air. She began beating the bald man with a riding crop as he lay on the sidewalk. Ri looked at it in horror and said that it must hurt. Chicho shook his head and clicked his tongue. The bald man's clothes were torn, and his entire body was covered with wounds and bruises. Cho-hee swung her whip again, causing splashes of blood to appear. She spun her whip in a circle and walked towards the old man. She said those bastards weren't scared at all. He asked if news had spread that Cho-hee had arrived in Seoul. Her whip was wrapped around the trembling old man. The woman licked the thorn and said she would give it 3 days. She ordered him to prepare money for her demonic horns with the old tax rate. Cho-hee pointed out that he better do as she says if he doesn't want to be spanked again. Chicho took a few steps forward and said that she would be severely punished if she interfered with heaven's taxes. Cho-hee grinned and looked at him. The main character froze in place, taken aback. Chicho approached the woman and asked if she came to Seoul because she was tired of her area. Cho-hee crossed her arms and greeted him. She replied that the demons of Gyeonggi province have been wiped out because of her. The woman pointed at Ri and asked who the cutie was accompanying him. She walked around Chicho and asked if he was new. The main character awkwardly scratched the back of his head, trying to say something. Cho-hee came close to him and asked if he wanted to relax at her place and talk about himself. Ri blushed deeply and replied that he was in the middle of his orientation now, and he could call her later. She leaned down to his ear and whispered that they were getting paid. The main character asked if their company was called Paradise, by chance. Chicho grabbed his hand when Ri said that he'll quit right away and go to her house to fill out the forms to work at her company. The man covered his mouth and pulled him aside, saying that he's already into the incentives and he won't be swayed. Cho-hee laughed and said that they look great together. She put her hand on her hip and told Chicho that he didn't look so good. Cho-hee ran her hand over his face and asked if he was dating anyone. Ri angrily asked who would date such a greedy man. Cho-hee smiled at him and waved, agreeing with him. She said that girls are not interested in greedy boys like Chicho and said goodbye. The main character looked at her lovingly and said goodbye in response, whispering that she was hot. He turned to Chicho with displeasure and mentally asked why he had to be paired with a person like him. Cho-hee walked away, clicking her heels. Chicho looked after her and sighed tiredly. Ri thought that the man was making such a scary face because he was afraid that she would steal all his demons. Then, he noticed that Chicho was about to grab his weapon to fight. He thought it would be interesting to see a battle between a huge needle and a spiked whip. The main character suddenly turned to the mentor and asked how come he doesn't have one. Chicho looked at him, puzzled, and asked what he was talking about. Ri shouted that he was talking about weapons. He followed the man and asked if he should have his own gun. The main character said that then he would be able to fight demons and bring money to the company. Chicho turned away from him and said that that's exactly what he's going to learn in the next step of the orientation. The sun shone down on the company headquarters. The wooden hatch to the basement opened with a creak. Ri stood behind the coffee counter and let out a surprised exclamation. He looked into the basement and asked what kind of passage it was. Chicho has already gone downstairs. The main character asked to wait for him and began to descend. He ran after the mentor and asked what this place was. It was dark all around, and Ri displeasedly asked if there was any light here. The chandelier on the ceiling turned on, illuminating the room. The main character closed his eyes from the bright light. Chicho put his hands on his hips and said that this was their armory and research and development department. He took a few steps forward, his cloak fluttering. The man snapped his finger and said that it was also called a forge. Ri looked around and saw a storage room for a huge variety of weapons. Hearing about the forge, he was taken aback. Chicho pointed at him and told him to choose his special weapon from here. The main character swallowed nervously. On the table in front of him lay absolutely ordinary household items such as pots, tools, and a rolling pin. Ri asked if all this garbage is really a weapon. He stated that no one would take it, even if they were given out for free. He pointed displeasedly with his hand at the large spears and with his other hand at the objects on the table. The main character said that there are either old weapons that are too big or junk that looks useless. He turned to Chicho in shock and asked if he was saying that these things would help him kill demons. The man responded negatively and said that they would help him make money. He knocked on the table with tools and said that the blacksmith of this workshop is Doc So. The bespectacled barista jumped out from under the table with his white dog. Chicho asked if he and Ri had met before. Doc So hid the tools behind his back and turned away. He told them not to ask what he was doing because it was a secret. Chicho looked at him wearily and sighed. He asked how many times he had already said that he was not at all interested. Doc So closed his eyes and shook his head, saying that he still couldn't tell. Ri extended his hand to the side. He took the clothes with holes in the chest and asked what they were. Doc So, twitching nervously, said that this was a bulletproof robe. The main character mockingly stuck his finger into one of the holes and said that it didn't look bulletproof at all. Doc So abruptly snatched the clothes from his hands. He hung up the robe, and Chicho said those holes weren't from bullets. They were the fingers of an $80,000 demon. The red demon pierced the chest of the robe wearer. He pulled his fingers out of the hunter's body, smiling creepily. Ri nodded in agreement and said that it is not so easy to earn $80,000. He smiled and started rummaging around on the table, saying that demons costing more than $10,000 are no joke. The main character picked up a smoking pipe and asked what it was. He mockingly asked if they would use it to knock out the demon with cigarette smoke. Doc So turned to Chicho, puzzled, and pointed to the right. Chicho opened his eyes a little wider and agreed with him in a whisper. There were rubber balls in a wooden box, and Ri noticed them. He took one into the ball in his hand and angrily asked if this was what Ba Wu was using. Doc So bit his nails nervously. The main character started tossing the ball and said to look at the taste of Ba Wu in the weapon and called it weird. He swung his sword and his blue light appeared. Ri threw the ball forward, which immediately jumped back. Doc So was taken aback and asked in shock what he was doing. Chicho frowned, realizing what was about to happen. The ball began to bounce off all surfaces. It hit walls and weapon racks. The rubber ball bounced around the entire workshop with a characteristic sound. Ri and the others looked in horror as the ball destroyed everything in its path. Tears appeared in Doc So's eyes, and he screamed. Ri's eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide. The ball hit the blacksmith directly in the head, breaking his glasses. Doc So fell heavily to the floor, and his dog ran towards him. The dog began to lick the face of his owner, who was trembling and crying. Chicho immediately ran forward without thinking. He reached forward, trying to reach the ball. At this time, Ba Wu was reaching for a cup of coffee. Standing behind the counter, he happily took a sip of coffee. He looked at the floor and heard the sounds of his ball coming from the basement. Bawu grinned at the coffee and said he knew this would happen. Ri trembled and looked in confusion as Chi-Cho jumped around the room trying to catch the ball. The main character clenched his hands into fists and clenched his teeth. He asked what the crazy bouncy ball was. Ri closed his eyes and focused. Blue fire appeared around him, and he extended his hand forward. With his eyes closed, he could see the ball's flight path. The main character suddenly opened his eyes. He pushed his feet off the floor. Ri jumped forward, straight towards the rubber ball flying around the room. He raised his hand, preparing to catch the ball. Chi-Cho watched this from the side, and the main character was able to catch the ball with one movement of his hand. Chi-Cho and Doxo were taken aback and asked in unison if he caught the ball with only one hand. Ri landed on the workshop floor. Holding the ball in his hand, he turned around in alarm and apologized to Doxo. He scratched his head awkwardly, looking at the ball, and said that he was not the kind of person to cause problems, but he was just learning. Both Doxo and Chi-Cho looked at him dumbfounded. The main character looked at them in confusion and asked what was wrong. He picked up the ball and laughed, saying that it wouldn't cause any more problems. Ri put the ball in Chi-Cho's hand and asked if they were happy now. The man told him to just be careful. The main character poked at the ball and asked what the red thing was inside the ball. Chi-Cho picked up the ball, inside of which was a red core. He said it was horse blood. Ri was taken aback, imagining in his head a horse whose leg was bleeding. He crossed his arms over his chest and began to tremble, saying that he felt uneasy even imagining it. There was a red aura around the ball. Chi-Cho said that this is because Ri has demon blood running through her body, and horse blood is poisonous to demons. He put his hand on his thigh and added that it was poisonous for them as well. Ri was a little confused. Suddenly, he looked behind Chi-Cho and looked at something in amazement. The main character exhaled through his mouth and said that he found it. Chi-Cho was puzzled by his behavior. Ri quickly ran past him and Doxo. The guy extended his hand to the object on the table. A sparkle appeared in his eyes. He looked lovingly at the fan and exclaimed whether it was a fan. His cheeks turned red as he examined the item. Doxo revealed that he could use the fan as a club when it was closed, and if he opened it, it would turn into a blade soaked in horse blood. He asked the guy to be careful with this. Ri stated that he didn't need to be careful. He began to wave his fan, causing Doxo to panic and ask him to be careful. The main character opened the fan. A blue aura appeared, and he said that it seemed to scream that it belonged to him. After a while, Ri crashed into the table with a crash. He leaned on the floor and looked at the fan, saying that it was quite sensitive. The main character opened the fan and waved it, asking if it thought that he could not tame it. As he spun around, he was taken aback. The fan spun him into a whirlwind. Ri clenched his teeth. He collapsed on the floor as Bawu tried to hold back his laughter. The blonde was chewing something, stuffing his mouth with food. While chewing his food, he looked at Ri and told him that the weapons were too complex for beginners. The main character looked at the fan with amazement and joy and said that he had a strong feeling that this weapon belonged to him. Chi-Cho picked up one of his needles and said that taming weapons is incredibly difficult. While Ri was rushing around the room, the man was cleaning his needles at the table. He asked why not keep the fan and choose a weapon for beginners. The main character smashed everything around while playing with a fan. Chi-Cho put a clean needle with the others and said that there are a lot of weapons that are easier to use. He listed the types of these weapons, including bats and mops. Ri fell on his desk and bounced onto the floor, scattering needles and angering Chi-Cho. The man was shaking with anger when the main character noticed something on the fan. He said that the picture on the fan had changed and it was moving. He looked more closely and said that it depicted a tired man who was running. Chi-Cho was collecting fallen needles from the floor. He said that the picture on the fan changes depending on the emotions of the owner. The man also said that the blacksmiths of other demon hunter teams cannot do something like this. It is a special skill of Doxo. Ri exclaimed that it had changed again and asked what the emotion was. The man on the fan seemed to be waving his legs and arms. Chi-Cho walked past him and asked how he could know if even the owner of the fan didn't know. Ri watched as the picture changed again, while Doxo looked tense. He looked at the phone screen and listed the numbers with a thoughtful face. A drone flew over the city while people went about their business. There was a camera on the drone filming what was happening. An image of two demons and their cost appeared on Doc So's screen. He walked from side to side, saying out loud the cost of the demons. At this time, a rubber ball was flying towards Ri. He almost knocked him down, and the main character was taken aback. The ball bounced off the wall several times and Bawu caught it. Ri looked at him and said that this question is quite personal. He, barely holding back his laughter, asked if Bawu took classes to be so stupid. Bawu threw the ball back and mockingly said that he was going to, but realized that he couldn't become as stupid as Ri, so he gave up. While the ball was flying around the room, the main character scratched his head and said that he was playing with a rubber ball again. He stated that Bawu doesn't need help being an idiot. Chi-Cho was sitting at the table. He said that Bawu's weapons used to be a rice cake roll until he switched to a rubber ball. According to him, Bawu switched because it was a little inhumane. Ri thoughtfully put his hand to his face and asked what was inhumane about the rice cake roll. While in the church, Bawu held the demon and twirled a long rice cake roll in his hand. He asked if the demon wanted him to do an endoscopy. Bawu started shoving the rice cake roll down the demon's throat and shouted that he would do it without any anesthesia. The main character closed the fan and sighed while a rubber ball bounced around the room. He put the fan in his pocket and looked at Hong Ryan, who was doing her homework. The guy decided to clear his ears with the help of the girl's music. He walked up to her and began to remove the headphones from her head. His cheeks turned red, and he said that he was interested in what kind of music she listened to. Hong Ryan immediately became gloomy. Ri put on his headphones and heard a loud dog barking. He was taken aback and asked what it was. The white-haired man poured himself some alcohol and said that Hong Ryan said she felt calm and focused when she listened to a dog barking or whining. He called her a pervert and laughed. It's time. Everyone else was doing their own thing. The rubber ball continued to bounce around the room. The ball hit the white-haired man's glass, spilling the contents. Bawu caught his ball and shouted that everyone has their own hobby. The white-haired man stood up from his chair and glowed with a white aura. He said that he always thought he would punch that idiot in the nose one day, but apparently that day came sooner than he expected. Blonde kicked Bawu in the stomach, causing him to hit the wall and fall. Ri returned the headphones to Hong Ryan and thanked her. Doxo was still focused, watching the demons and saying out loud their cost. Chi-Cho, wiping the needles, told him to start with those demons that cost $1,000 or more. Doxo sheepishly agreed with him and said that he would listen to the music then. Bawu and the white-haired man stopped fighting and looked at him. Hong Ryan also looked at the blacksmith, feeling tense. Ri looked around at the angry team members and asked what was wrong with them. He didn't understand what was wrong with Doxo listening to music. Chi-Cho closed his eyes and gloomily declared that they were doomed. The music started and Doxo blushed as he sang along. Chi-Cho started dancing against his will and said it was a mixture of traditional music, rock, children's songs, and hip-hop. He moved his body to the beat of the music with an annoyed face and said that Doxo's songs would make him dance even if he didn't want to. The white-haired one also danced. He said that just as how everything a demon blacksmith makes is perfect. He danced around and said that their songs made even the most motionless person dance. Ri moved to the tune and said it was ridiculous. The notes seemed to wrap around his body and make him dance, which puzzled him. Hong Ryan moved her hips and arms. She took off her jacket and put her tie in her mouth. Her socks and sneakers lay on the floor. Bawu danced with joy and smiled sincerely. Hong Ryan leaned back, her hair flowing beautifully. She sat down on the floor, lifting her shirt up with her leg. As soon as Bawu saw this, he was taken aback and angry. The white-haired man also became angry and ordered Doxo to stop. He looked at them and stopped the music. Everyone immediately froze and stopped dancing. Everyone began to sigh and went about their business, and Doxo again began to list the cost of the demons out loud. He looked at the screen and said the numbers 600 and 500. Chi-Cho was very annoyed. His face turned red with anger. He had already prepared the needle when Doxo said 1,000. Chi-Cho turned away and said that he needed to calm down. Suddenly Doxo said that a demon worth 10,000 appeared. Ri turned to him and was taken aback in shock. He stood near the counter and asked how long he was talking. Chi-Cho again said 10,000. All the demon hunters immediately rushed outside. The main character turned around in shock and asked where everyone had gone. Chicho leaned out from behind the door and called out to Ri. Standing in the aisle, the man raised one leg and said that it was hot outside today, and why don't Ri use his fan? He said again, a demon worth $10,000 has appeared, and it is real. The main character agreed with him. He gritted his teeth and frowned, swallowing nervously. A girl in heels ran down the street. Behind her was a bright city. She breathed heavily and turned around. She ran past the white-haired man, fluttering his hair. He asked if it was possible to run so fast in heels. Hong Ryan deftly overlapped from one roof to another. Chicho moved quickly in space. He said there must be a reason why it costs $10,000. In his opinion, the extra zero in the price makes a big difference. Bawu ran along the street where the lanterns hung and asked where she was. A pink orb flashed behind him as he searched for it. Chicho opened his mouth slightly and turned his attention to the sphere. He saw the sphere hiding in the alley and shouted that it was there. The white-haired man grinned funny and said that he had lost it, asking if he had found it. Chicho responded negatively and said that he also did not find it. The white-haired man ran near the pillars and said that it was obvious that Chicho had found it. He ordered everyone to head towards Chicho. Bawu pulled out a rubber ball from his necklace and said that he saw it. He thanked Chicho. A girl with 2 pigtails and heels ran between the buildings. Bawu threw a ball in her direction and invited everyone to earn money. The ball bounced off the buildings and almost caught up with the girl. Despite this, she did not stop. She jumped into the air and was able to catch the ball. Bawu was taken aback and shouted in shock that she caught his rubber ball even though it was flying from behind. The girl made a U-turn in the air and threw the ball at Bawu. The blonde opened his mouth wide and began to sweat, not understanding what was happening. The ball hit him square in the jaw, and he shouted that he was attacked by his own weapon. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell heavily onto the asphalt. Ri ran along the sidewalk and shouted to hold her. The girl opened her eyes wide from misunderstanding. The main character ran straight into her and wrapped his arms around her. He pinned her to the pavement as he panted. The girl looked to the side, and tears appeared in her eyes. Ri immediately blushed and began to explain that he ran into the $10,000 demon. Chicho gritted his teeth in anger and asked what he was waiting for. He ordered the guy to finish her off with his fan. Ri pointed an irritated finger at her and stated that she looked like she was about to cry. He asked how he could beat the girl. Doxo was typing something on his laptop in the cafe and told the others that he found her profile. He looked neutrally at the screen and said that she lured and kidnapped children, forced them to make drugs, and made money by selling organs. Ri looked at the girl puzzled and asked if she really did this with such a cute face. He said she was hot and looked innocent, asking how he could hit her. Suddenly, the girl powerfully hit him in the jaw, causing him to bleed from his mouth. He grabbed his swollen jaw and realized that he had bitten his tongue. The main character immediately stood up and ran forward. He opened his fan and swung at the demoness. Ri waved his fan in front of her face. The girl put her hand to the cut on her cheek. The main character pointed his finger at her and said that her big puppy dog eyes wouldn't work on her. With an angry face, he swung again and shouted that the demon could not deceive him. At that moment, their blows touched. Ri frowned and looked at this in confusion. He saw that the girl turned her hand into a shield, shielding herself from the attack with a fan. The muscles in her arm wriggled and changed shape. She leaned down as her hand transformed into a weapon. Ri looked at it with disgust and said it was disgusting. Chicho, who ran towards them, said that demons, worth a lot of money, can change parts of their bodies with the help of their soul fire. They can change their body as much as their strength allows. He imagined in his head a large demon with red skin and horns, whose fingers turned into tentacles. But this requires a lot of soul fire energy, so the parts of their body that do not change become relatively weaker. This red demon's weak parts were its back and legs. Ri folded his fan and frowned, saying that he understood. When the demon was about to attack him, he ducked. The main character hit her ankle with all his strength with his fan. He gave it a few more strokes as her leg turned red. Ri frowned and his pupils shrank. Looking at her leg, he noticed that it was already beginning to transform. The girl swung her leg, pulling it back. She kicked the main character with all her might, causing him to fly back. He fell onto the road and began to tremble and feel pain. Chicho ran as fast as he could towards him and asked if he could hear him. He shouted that he was almost there and let him hold on. The girl raised her healed foot. She began to step on Ri repeatedly. He tried to shield himself from the blows, and a red and white cat walked nearby. The main character closed his eyes, enduring the beating, and realized that he had no chance against a demon worth 10,000. He asked himself how he was supposed to fight such a demon. The girl with pigtails smiled and looked to the side. She stopped kicking Ri and looked at the cat. The cat looked at her with his green eyes. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked at him tenderly. Suddenly a red aura appeared around her, and she was about to step on the cat. The foot in the heel has already begun to sink. Suddenly she looked down in confusion. Ri managed to run up and stop her, protecting the cat. Blue flames hovered around the guy. The girl frowned with displeasure and lowered the corners of her lips. Still holding her leg, Ri lowered his head and said that he was finally starting to understand why he was such a weirdo. The blue flames around him grew larger, illuminating everything around him. He gritted his teeth and frowned, veins popping out on his forehead and his eyes glowing with blue fire. He said that he understood why his body is like this, so he cannot die here. Previously, only Ri could see the blue flames on his body, and all it could do was hurt other people. At school, the protagonist's hand was glowing with blue fire, and a wounded classmate was lying on the floor. It seemed to Ri that the fire was completely useless. Classmates and teachers whispered, and it seemed to the main character that he and his classmate were small compared to them. For him it felt like a curse. Ri stood on the roof of the school and looked angrily at the blue flame in his hand. While the other students ate at the same table, he ate alone. Being different from the rest was more lousy than he thought. He didn't particularly feel a reason to exist among them. The main character was sitting on a bus. There were demons behind him, and a guy and a girl stood next to him. But he has finally found a job where he can make a difference with his powers. Ri watched Chicho's cape flutter in the wind, and he immediately realized that he had met people who thought he was worth something. The main character clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, thinking that things were finally starting to look bright. While the demon was beating him, he wondered if this was the end for him. While he was being beaten, a cat passed by. Ri's face was covered in blood, and he looked at the meowing cat. The demon girl also took notice of him. She stopped kicking Ri, who was trembling. The cat looked at the girl. His eyes were big. The girl smiled widely, raising the corners of her lips high. However, she raised her foot above the cat, preparing to pin him down. The main character immediately stood up and covered his mouth with his body, stopping the girl's leg with his hand. Blue flames filled the entire street. And Ri said that he finally began to understand why he was such a weirdo and why his body was like this. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at the girl and aggressively declared that he could not die here. With one movement of his hand, he threw the demon aside. The main character looked back, his eyes glowing bright blue. He saw the demoness spinning in the air. The girl made a U-turn and landed on the road. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows. Ri ran towards her, preparing to attack. The demoness clenched her teeth and looked at him aggressively. The main character also clenched his teeth and looked into her eyes with anger. Thorns began to grow from the girl's reddened hand. She spread her legs wide to keep her balance. Green thorns wrapped around Ri's closed fan and fingers. The main character reflexively let go of the fan and cursed. He jumped over the girl, ending up behind her. Ri clenched his teeth angrily and pulled his palm back, concentrating the energy there. His gaze focused on the demoness back. He hit her on the back and angrily asked how she dared to break his fan. The girl's face immediately turned pale. She leaned forward as Ri swung his other arm. He hit her on the back again and shouted that finding this weapon was not easy. Suddenly his palm became covered in blood. He grabbed it and screamed painfully. Thorns grew from the girl's back. The main character jumped back and shouted that it stung. He looked at his palm covered in blood and sighed displeasedly. Despite this, he ran around the girl, standing in front of her. Ri abruptly took his fan from her hands. The girl looked at him with a grimace of horror on her face. The protagonist burst into blue fire and swung her fan, suggesting that all he had to do was run faster than her soul flame could move. He pushed off sharply from the surface and jumped. The girl looked in confusion as Ri flew in the air, near the roofs. The main character opened his fan, which was also covered with a blue aura. He swung his weapon, screaming loudly and emotionally. With one movement of his hand, he cut off the demoness head, and blood sprayed out of her body like a fountain. While Ri had his back to her, her body began to explode. He turned to her with a satisfied smile. He enjoyed watching her body explode and evaporate. A golden horn flew out of the fierce flames. It spun and flew towards Ri. He held out his hand to the horn and said that it was a horn worth $10,000. The main character almost caught the horn. Suddenly, at that moment, Ba Wu pulled out the horn and said that he made it on time, leaving Ri in confusion. The blonde aggressively began to show his muscles to him and asked how dare he try to take such an expensive horn. Chicho flashed near the main character and reminded him that it doesn't matter who kills the demon, the main thing is to get the horn. He quickly snatched the horn from Ba Wu's hands and said that that's the way things work. Ba Wu turned red with anger and let out a dissatisfied cry. Ri grabbed his head and pulled it to the left. Then, he did the same on the right side, stretching the neck. Chicho was moving quickly down the street, and the main character asked if he was going to play like that. He pushed off the asphalt and rushed forward. He ran at high speed behind Chicho, who was moving smoothly forward. The man looked at him and admitted that he was impressed, because the first demon that Ri killed was worth $10,000. He turned to the guy and asked if he could now control the soul fire. The main character, running after him, was breathing heavily. He replied that he was not sure. He remembered how he stopped the demon's attack and said that he had a guess. Continuing to run after Chicho, Ri added that he was not completely sure yet. The guy pushed off the ground and jumped high into the air. Chicho raised his head in surprise, looking at him. The main character ran along the roof, emitting blue flames. His mentor was puzzled. Ri jumped even higher and opened his fan. The guy shouted that after releasing his power in this way, he felt like he was capable of anything. They returned to their hideout, and the main character shouted that this is what he was talking about. Ri was looking at adding $5,000 to his bank account on his phone. He reverently held the phone to his chest and closed his eyes. The main character did not believe that he earned $5,000 by working for less than an hour. He glowed with happiness, sitting on the floor of the cafe while others went about their business. Ri walked up to Chicho in high spirits and patted him on the shoulder. The man stopped cleaning his needles when the guy leaned over and thanked him for hiring him and helping him find such a great job. Ri then approached Ba Wu and asked him why he was so upset, since it made him sad too. The main character patted him on the chest and said that he would let him take all the $100 demons when he came across them. Ba Wu shook with anger and swung his arms. Ri clenched his hand into a fist and smiled, telling him not to be sad and to take heart. The white-haired man angrily poured alcohol into himself. Ba Wu and Ri started pushing and fighting. The white-haired man turned dissatisfied to Chicho and said that Ri is definitely talented with that blue soul fire of his. Chicho crossed his arms and replied that it was because he was Heejin's son. He stood up from his chair and looked at the guys who had beaten each other until they had bruises and bumps. The man told Ri that taking down one demon isn't the end. He grabbed the main character by the jacket and asked if he was going to retire now. Chicho looked at the young man's beaten face with a creepy smile and stated that they, demon hunters, train every day. After some time, Ri hit the punching bag. He struck one blow after another, moving quickly. Chicho said that there's more to controlling his soul fire than turning it on and off when he wants to, like he did in his last fight. He held the punching bag that the main character was hitting. The man said that he needed to learn to control the amount of soul fire he released. While Ri was breaking one board in half, Chicho said that depending on the situation and who he is fighting, he needs to watch himself by controlling the amount of soul fire he releases. Then, the main character already broke two boards. In the end, he was able to break a stack of wooden planks at once. Chicho crossed his arms and said that this way Ri could fight as long as possible. The guy grabbed his wrist, which hurt. Then, they sparred in the octagon. Ri, standing on the street, scratched his head and asked not to do this. He did not want to hurt her. Hong Ryan was warming up and stretching in front of him at this time. Her hair, tied in a ponytail, flowed beautifully. She kicked Ri, who put his hands under the attack. He asked what he told her. The guy looked at her leg and was surprised. Hong Ryan started to move her leg back and Ri asked if there was any soul fire. White fire appeared around the girl as she prepared to attack again. She hit Ri harder on the head, causing him to curse. Because of this, he fell on his back. Hong Ryan held a grab, preventing him from moving. The main character asked her to let him go. Clinging to the girl, he blushed and again asked to let him go. Ba Wu, who saw this, was beside himself with anger. He clenched his hand into a fist and insulted him. Hong Ryan stopped the grab. She and Ri jumped away from each other. The main character swung his fist covered in blue flame. The girl carefully watched his movements, also moving. She swung her leg and Ri moved down, saying that he wouldn't fall for it twice. Suddenly Hong Ryan hit him on the leg. Because of this, he fell on his back, and the girl pressed him on top. Hong Ryan turned around and looked at the guy. She was sitting right on his chest. The main character turned away embarrassedly and said that this happens, and she can take her time. Ba Wu clenched his teeth in anger and began to shake with rage, shouting that he would rip his head off. Training room. The rubber ball hit Ri directly on the head. Ba Wu caught his ball and asked if Ri slept well. He said he looked like a dumbass who had a wet dream without sleeping. The main character began to stand up, wiping the blood from his nose. He said his jokes were vulgar as always and asked if he was changing. The rubber ball flew towards him again. This time it hit Ri in the chest, and he sighed in pain. After catching the bouncing ball, Ba Wu asked if Ri liked the fight with Hong Ryan. The main character grinned and said that he was glad that was all he saw. Ba Wu threw the ball with all his might and stated that he had been waiting for him to say this. Ri lowered one eyebrow and looked down in confusion. The rubber ball flew straight into the guy's face. However, he tilted his head to the side and the ball flew past. The main character smiled contentedly and let out an astonished exclamation. He deftly maneuvered in the air, dodging the ball. His hair was flying, and he said his body felt so light after working out. He was able to catch the ball. Chicho was standing below and eating an apple. The man asked if he had a problem with it. Holding the ball in his hands, Ri turned to him and answered negatively. He said he hasn't been this excited since he could walk. The main character threw the ball towards Ba Wu with all his might, hitting his face. The ball even broke the glass and hit the wall. Ri asked Ba Wu what he was waiting for with a smug grin. He ordered the ball to be caught and said that he would pat him on the head if he brought the ball in his mouth. Ba Wu seemed to be burning with rage, and he removed the rest of the balls from his necklace. Night. The steakhouse sign illuminated the dark street. Ri was sitting inside with his friends. There were many dishes on the table. His fat friend Jun Ho angrily asked him why he didn't tell him what his new job was. The friend said she wouldn't judge his place of work as long as he bought her steaks. Ri asked what Jun Ho meant. The main character's face was covered with bruises and bandages. He was chewing meat. He said he told them 67 times that he took a job as a demon hunter. The girl hit Jun Ho on the neck and asked why he didn't believe his friend. She handed Ri a fork of meat and asked how much he was being paid. She clarified whether he said that the payment was fixed. The main character, chewing his food, picked up a glass of wine. He replied that he earned enough to pay for plastic surgery on her entire face. Ri raised his glass and said he would pay for her surgery when she went to college next year. The girl looked at him offended. Jun Ho recalled that he ran away from the area and asked if it was okay for him to return. The main character took a fork of meat into his mouth and asked what he thought. He said it was undoubtedly dangerous. A man in white pants and black shoes walked forward. Ri was washing his hands at this time, and the bandit called out to him. The guy looked back without turning around. Several more people entered the restroom. A bandit in a yellow shirt rolled up his sleeves. 2 more stood behind him. He asked Ri if he knew how much they missed him. Ri told his friends that it was dangerous for them, the bandits. The main character became covered in blue flames and began to stretch his shoulder. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time and suggested that they pick up where they left off. A piercing scream was heard from the men's public toilet. Ri slammed the gang leader's face into the toilet. Then, the main character hit him against the sink. He grabbed the man by the hair and hit him in the face. The leader's face was covered in blood. He stood up, trembling, and asked Ri who he was. His subordinates lay on the floor of the toilet and growled, their faces and hands covered in blood. The main character extended his hand to the leader and said whether he would believe him even if he told him. Ri grabbed the bloody man by the hair and said that even if he is human trash, he should not cross the line. The guy added that otherwise the bandit would have to see him again. The main character grinned and said that next time he would not limit himself to a couple of blows. The bandit tensed and trembled. Defeated enemies lay on the floor of the toilet. Ri started to go outside and wave goodbye. He suggested that they use this opportunity to become good and asked them to tell Haikyung he said hi. Chicho stood near the toilet and ate something. Ri came out and said that he ended up giving them advice that made him feel like they're friends. Chicho was chewing an apple. He asked the guy why not catch another demon for money if he has time to do such things. The main character turned to him in amazement and replied that this was really important to him. He pointed his finger at the man and asked why he was following him. Ri said that he thought they were done with training. Chicho responded affirmatively and said that was why he needed to work. He asked Ri why he was hired as a full-time employee. The main character began to get angry and frown. He stated that he could hunt demons himself. He told Chicho to stop pressuring him to work on his own time since his work hours are not set. Chicho looked to the side, holding an apple core in his hand. He asked why he would push him and said that then there would be more demons for him if Ri didn't work. The man took out his phone and reminded the guy that he was just teaching him how to hunt demons. According to him, he doesn't care whether Ri actually hunts or not, and he has no intention of helping him. The main character leaned over the man's phone and asked if he came here to hunt. He asked how much they were giving for that old man. An image of two old men appeared on the phone screen. One of them had a gun sight on it. Its cost was $8,000. As soon as Ri saw this, he took off and ran forward. Chicho didn't even have time to tell him that he could catch him if he wanted. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he looked after the guy. The main character jumped onto the table at which the old people were sitting. He waved his hand and said that he'll only make him want to hunt him more if he takes his time like that. Ri smashed the table with his fan. The pot-bellied old man screamed. The old demon man began to quickly run away, which irritated the guy. He immediately chased after him, not understanding why the demon was so fast. The bright headlights of the truck blinded everyone, and the driver honked his horn loudly. The truck crashed into the building, and the demon jumped onto the wall and ran on. The main character, who was running after him, did not understand how the old man could run along the walls of buildings. The demon jumped off the wall of the house and jumped onto the roof of another building. Chicho quickly moved through space, passing passers-by. He said that demons that cost a lot of money have a special skill. This old man has lightning speed. The man looked up and saw Ri jumping onto another building. Chicho's coat fluttered in the wind. He put his hands in his pockets and thought that he couldn't believe that Ri could already control his powers so well. He assumed it was in the guy's blood. The old man, surrounded by a pink aura, jumped down. The main character tried to catch up with him. Ri was able to hit the demon, causing it to fly back. The guy soon landed on the road. He looked at the old man with a smile and apologized, but said that his body was much younger than his own. The old man shook off the dust from his clothes and said that he had not seen the guy before, asking if he was new. He said that it seems like there was an opening. Ri looked at him and asked why does he care about their job opening. The demon's face turned pale and became distraught. He stuck out his tongue and replied that he was wondering why they were bringing in a new member. The old man stated that demon hunters would be the first to die out when he started using the club and asked how he could help. Ri opened his fan and raised his index finger, saying that he was an unusual newcomer. He grinned as he walked forward and declared that he was a born hunter. The main character at that time was thinking that he would cut off the demon's head with one movement of his fan. He understood that the old man could evade as he had done before, so he should not be given a chance to escape. Ri pushed off the surface and jumped towards the demon. Shouting belligerently, he swung his fan. Chicho, who was quickly approaching them, said that the demon was not just fast, but very fast. The main character tried to attack the old man, but he dodged over and over again. Ri didn't understand how the demon could dodge when he himself was so fast. In the end, the guy decided that he had to cut off his leg no matter what. The old man grinned arrogantly and said that he would only succeed in his next life. When the demon attacked Ri, he crossed his arms over his chest, gritting his teeth. The old man pressed him against the wall of the house, from where pieces of concrete flew out. Immediately after this, the demon jumped in the other direction. A second later, the demon was already jumping on Ri, who was taken aback by the fact that the old man was already right in front of him. The demon, keeping a cold face, swung at the guy. The main character gritted his teeth and looked to the side. He managed to dodge at the last minute, avoiding the demon's attack. Turning over in the air, the guy landed safely on the sidewalk. He held his fan at the ready as the demon approached him again. The old man almost attacked the guy who was focused. The demon was able to avoid Ri's fan attack. The main character chuckled, saying that the old man was good at running away. He opened his mouth wide and frowned, telling the old man that he should have run further because his skinny body was in the attack area of his fan. The demon raised one eyebrow, squinting, puzzled. Ri waved his fan, causing a stream of wind to flow towards the old man. The demon tried to resist the flow of air. He covered his face from the wind and walked with difficulty against the direction of the wind. The main character waved his fan again and shouted that he was not finished yet. He spun in the air, waving his fan repeatedly. One of the attacks hit the demon and he crashed into the wall. The old man broke through the wall of the house, pieces of concrete scattered around. Ri joyfully ran towards him and shouted that this was his 8,000. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face, and he was taken aback and looked up. Running past one of the buildings, the main character stopped as soon as he saw a girl lying down. He was horrified and his face turned pale. A fat man with a red aura was dragging the girl by the leg. Chicho asked what it means he found another demon and how much it costs. As soon as he heard the price while moving smoothly down the street, he was taken aback. He asked if Ri was really distracted by a $700 demon when there was an $8,000 demon right in front of him. Chicho frowned angrily and shouted that he could never be able to catch that punk if he runs away right now. He stated that Ri should choose for himself whether it would be 700 or 8,000. Chicho shouted that even a first grader could answer correctly. Ri walked along a dark street. He said that why, but it's beating up a child. The kid's being dragged away right now. The girl's face was covered with bruises. The demon continued to brutally beat her. He punched her in the face and asked where she would go if she ran away now. The demon stated that she constantly forces him to beat her. The demon in the red t-shirt frowned aggressively, declaring that he would beat everything out of her. The very next second, Ri powerfully hit him, throwing him to the side. The man in the red t-shirt grabbed his head, not understanding what would happen. The main character clenched his hands into fists and stated that they constantly force him to beat them. Ri gritted his teeth as he attacked the demon. The man fell back, his face bleeding heavily. The main character hit him again, and the demon flew into the ceiling. Ri looked at him menacingly and asked what it was like to be beaten himself. The man fell on the sidewalk. The main character turned away from him. The demon grabbed his head, trembling, and asked Ri if he was a demon hunter. He said that he's been keeping a low profile with his adopted kid and asked why they were meddling in his business. Several teeth in his mouth were missing. He asked since when were they interested in cheap demons like him. The man told the guy to go hunt more expensive demons while he had time to do so. He, breathing heavily, clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that they were only worried about money. At this time, Ri walked to the child and told her not to worry. He sat down next to the girl and invited her to go into the building for a while, but she shook her head negatively. The main character patted the beaten girl on the head and promised that her house would become safe, because houses should be like that. The demon in the red t-shirt waved his hand and asked who he was to tell his child what to do. He ordered the guy to stay away from her. Ri patted the girl's head again and told her to stay inside until he called her. The demon carried out an attack, but the main character was behind him. Ri grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head on the asphalt. He continued to hit him, blood spattering everywhere. The guy's clothes and face were stained with scarlet blood. He looked to the side. After that, Ri hit the enemy's face on the asphalt again. However, the demon was able to escape his grip. The main character slipped along the road. The demon's hand began to turn red and grow larger. He ominously stated that he was raising a girl and asked why the guy was stopping him from teaching his child. The demon pushed off the ground and jumped forward, shouting that Ri had no right to do this. The main character looked at him from under his brows. His eyes glowed. He thought that all the demon's attacks seemed 2 times slower. The red fist almost reached Ri's face. The guy deftly dodged the blow, thinking that he could make his attacks 3 times slower if he really focused. Also, he can control the strength of my soul fire to some extent now. Ri's hand became covered in blue flames. He glanced back at the demon. The man jumped on top of the guy, swinging his fist. At this time, Ri concentrated power in his hands. The demon hit him with his fist. The main character stopped his attack with his hand without making any effort. He grabbed the demon's hand, holding a folded fan in his other hand. The man wondered if he had actually blocked his attack as if it were nothing. With one movement of his hand, Ri opened his fan. He pulled the man's hand down. In 1 second, the main character cut the enemy's body in half. Loud and bright explosions began. A golden horn appeared from the explosion. Ri immediately caught the horn by jumping up. At this time, Chicho was floating in the air, looking down. He landed on one of the balconies of a residential building, which scared the woman. Chicho raised his hand and asked her if the old man who landed here had already left. The woman began to nod in fear. The man immediately jumped up while the woman was taking photos of him. Chicho said that Ri could have caught him. The white door to the office slammed loudly. Chicho angrily pointed at Ri and shouted that he's demoted back to an intern. He ordered him to start over from the bottom. The main character asked why and clarified if it was because he saved a child who was almost beaten to death. Chicho hit the table hard with his fist. His face was red with rage. He again pointed his finger at the guy. The man stated that they were working for a living and asked if Ri thought they were volunteers or something like that. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and displeasedly asked if Chicho was saying that he should have turned a blind eye to the child being beaten for the sake of money. His mentor looked at him even more angrily and asked why he cared. Ri's pupil shrank, and he said that he didn't know how heartless Chicho was. He stated that she would have died if he had not helped her. Chicho looked at him darkly and asked if he thought he saved her. He threw Ri's phone and asked what about these people. The main character looked at the phone screen in horror, covering his mouth. Chicho angrily asked if he had seen the news. Ri hung his head guiltily as the man explained that an $8,000 demon killed a family of 3 and escaped. Chicho abruptly snatched his phone from his hands. He put the phone on the table and turned away. Ri rubbed his neck and asked if that was why they were chasing the dear demons. He said that they're all heinous crimes, whether the damage is great or not. The main character asked, how could they say that one crime is worse than the other? Chicho came to the window and replied that that was why they couldn't. They can't protect everyone, he says, and the world doesn't work the way they want it to. He looked over the guy's shoulder and said that since they couldn't be heroes, at least they were making money. Chicho asked if Ri understood this. The main character looked at him silently. Chicho bowed his head slightly and told Ri to only hunt the demons he chose for him. The guy lowered his head and answered negatively. His mentor gritted his teeth angrily and was taken aback. He turned around and walked towards the guy, asking if he was even listening to him. Ri frowned angrily and shouted loudly that even if he couldn't save everyone, he wouldn't ignore the people he could save when they were right in front of him. Chicho arrogantly pointed his finger at him and said that they have a Mr. Hero. He stated that he was lucky that it was a cheap demon and asked what if it cost $10,000. Chicho asked if he could defeat him alone. Ri began to shake with anger. He took a step forward and replied that he was also a demon hunter, and it was up to him to decide whether he could. Chicho waved his hand aggressively and shouted that he might get hurt if he rashly tried to defeat them on his own. Ri was stunned by his words, beads of sweat running down his face. They both looked at each other dumbfounded. Chicho tried to justify himself by saying that he was a valuable employee of the company. He walked away from Ri and told him to stop acting on his own and putting himself in danger. He ordered him to listen to what the company said. His phone on the table began to vibrate as someone called him. Chicho put the phone to his ear and greeted Doxo, asking what happened. The man's pupils shrank, and he was taken aback. Ri saw that he had turned pale and began to tremble and asked what had happened. Chicho immediately began to run out of the office, and the main character did not understand what was wrong with him. Ri ran after him and ran out into the corridor, asking him to tell him too. As Chicho ran towards the exit, he said with a shocked face that he found it. The main character, running after him, asked what he found. Chicho stopped near the elevator. He turned to the guy and said that he had found a baton. Ri widened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth slightly. Doc So placed his gloved hand on the image of the city map. He started to raise his hand and a green light appeared. The map turned into a projection of the city, and the whole team stood around the table. Chicho was trying to figure out what the building was next to the two restaurants. Chicho controlled the projection of the city with his hand. He zoomed in on the building that Chicho was talking about. It was the Demon Art Gallery. Chicho raised his hand to his face and asked about the Demon Art Gallery. The white-haired man asked if this building was across the street. He clenched his teeth angrily and asked if the club had been in front of them all this time. Doc So showed everyone an image of a man in a white suit greeting a guy. He said that this was Mr. Du, an artist and gallery owner. He moved to Insadong a little over 10 years ago. His family is nothing special, and he has no criminal record. He is an ordinary person. Du goes to work at 8 a.m., paints and sells paintings, and leaves work at 8 p.m. Chicho crossed his arms and asked if Doc So was sure T was him. He asked what about Mr. Choi they were watching. Doc So shook his head negatively. He said that he thought they would be a high-ranking official as well, but it was neither Mr. Kong nor the chief prosecutor nor Mr. Zhang. This was someone they never suspected. The old man looked at the ticking watch he held in his hand. He chuckled thoughtfully when the white-haired man said that the club was adjusting to him. Chicho crossed his arms and said that they only had 9 hours left before the club would be his. He suggested ending this now. The old man raised his head and said that the demon must be at the highest level if he can get his hand on the club. He frowned and said excitedly that they'll end up with a burn if they touch him rashly. Chicho began to approach him and said that he would become the owner of the baton if they were late. According to him, in this case, he'll churn out $100 demons like a factory. It'll be too late then. Ri asked, if this artist becomes the real owner of the baton in 9 hours, the ordinary people who are outside right now will turn into demons overnight. He said that they'll have to obey him no matter what he says. Chicho looked at the main character while he said this. The white-haired man exhaled tobacco smoke in annoyance. He said that on top of that, they would turn into cheap $100 demons. The man stated that he would prefer zombies. Doc So lowered his head excitedly. He said that if this happens, the first thing the demons will do is try to destroy the demon hunters like them. He believed it would be a massacre. Ri frowned and glanced at Chicho, asking how much demons like him were worth. Chicho put his fist to his chin and replied that he was already a demon of the highest level. Mr. Du was walking along a dark street. Chicho said that since he had the baton in his hands, it would be worth at least $100,000. Mr. Du stopped and bowed to the unknown entity in the darkness. Chicho looked at Ri and said that it was possible that he was even worth millions of dollars. The main character was taken aback, raising his eyebrows and opening his mouth wide. He immediately started running away and declared that he would work overtime from that day forward. Ri told the others to go home and rest. Chicho sighed as he looked at him. The main character looked at him and answered with a smile that money is good. The evil Ba Wu immediately stood in front of him. He told him to stop acting out and not interfere with them when they were fighting. Ri asked why don't he go to his room and play with his bouncing ball. He said that the adults were working, so he shouldn't be disturbed. The old man told them to stop and focus. He stood next to the hunters. Everyone looked at him. The old man said that the demon is trying to use the club to create demonic warriors from people. Chicho pointed his finger at Doc So and told him to send the drone to the art gallery. The phone in Ri's back pocket began to vibrate. He picked up the phone and said, puzzled, that he didn't know this phone number. He asked if it was a hoax. Chicho looked at this annoyed and told him to answer or turn off the phone. The main character put the phone to his ear, receiving the call. A grimace of horror froze on his face. He removed the phone from his ear and was taken aback. He said it was Demon Art Gallery. The sun illuminated the small, bright gallery building. Ri said that if you think about it, Du didn't even hide the fact that he was a demon. The whole team stood in front of the entrance to the demon art gallery. Bawu asked why are they making them come here if they're inquiring about making reservations for their tea house. Ri asked, can't he tell by timing, because they know who they are. Chicho told them not to worry too much. According to him, since they all came together, if something happens, they can snap their neck off and retrieve the club. He told everyone to go, and the demon hunter team headed inside. They entered an art gallery, paintings hung on the walls. Ri looked around and asked if the Demon King lived here. Bawu said it's not as fancy as he thought. Mr. Du came out from the next room with two men. They were laughing. The gallery owner stopped and smiled. He pointed to the side and said that they had come as a group. The demon hunters stood in the shadows. Ri pointed at himself and said that he was a newbie and didn't know everything yet. The main character looked at his team. They all looked gloomy. Bawu was shaking, his face covered in sweat. Ri didn't understand what was wrong. An eerie red aura appeared next to Mr. Du. Everyone except Ri was shaking in horror. The white-haired man took out his phone, even though he was shaking. Sweat dripping down his face, he looked at the phone screen. The main character took a few steps forward. He scratched his head in confusion and asked why they didn't contact the owner if they wanted to make a group reservation. He also asked where they got his phone number and if they knew it. Mr. Du had a pale face and graying hair and wore glasses. The artist said that he knows him very well, and he has always watched the Demon Temple Tea House. The main character stood in front of him, and Mr. Du said that he heard they hired a new employee. He said that he called Ri to make a reservation and give him his painting. The main character smiled evilly and looked to the side, asking if this was really so. He looked at the abstract paintings hanging on the walls and asked if Mr. Du would give him any painting he chose from here. Mr. Du smiled and answered affirmatively. He asked if he knew that paintings of demons bring good luck. His subordinate stepped aside. Ba Wu and Hong Ryan looked at the short-haired man. The man in the gray suit pressed the switch while Chi Cho and the white-haired man looked at him. Ri looked back, grinning, and told him to stop talking nonsense. He stated that they did not have much time and suggested that they begin. Mr. Du looked at him coldly, twitching. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and made a threatening expression on his face, asking where the baton was. The other demon hunters tensed and frowned. They began to prepare their weapons and a white aura appeared around them. Mr. Du smiled faintly and said that he had been observing the Insidong area for a long time, but Ri's enthusiasm was unusual. He announced that he would also formally introduce his staff. The artist pointed to a thin man in a gray suit who was taking out a hatchet. His name was Topsy. Then, Mr. Du pointed to a short-haired man who was taking out a hammer. His name was Turvy. Ri arrogantly pointed at them and asked if he called them and if he was sure they liked their names. Turvy jumped out of his seat, holding a hammer. He swung his weapon, surrounded by a red aura. Chicho approached him with lightning speed. The man took out his needle and told the demon to watch his neck. Chicho swung his needle, but Turvy dodged the attack. Chicho looked at him with a grin and called him a good boy. Turvy smiled back at him and said that he decided to listen to him since these were his last words. They pushed each other away and Ri said that they were also ready to fight today. Turvy and Topsy stood near Mr. Du, who was smiling. The team of demon hunters looked fierce and menacing. The artist grinned at them and said that he would soon become the owner of the baton, so he had better destroy everything that would interfere with him. He added that he only called Ri. He sincerely doesn't care about the other hunters. Chicho looked at him from under his brows, saying that this was good. His coat fluttered and his eyes glowed brightly. He asked if he knew that he would go out of business if he doesn't treat his demon customers well. The main character imagined their hideout in daylight. He thought that after he started a new life as a demon hunter, he would meet people who also had soul fire. Ri remembered how they danced in the hall. The image in his mind was of him training with Chicho in the octagon. The main character thought that he would start his career by hunting low-ranking demons. He remembered leaving a public toilet, where he beat up the bandits. Then, he would learn a lot from the experience. Ri caught the horn that flew out of the demon's body. He would steadily grow his account balance. He imagined in his head bringing the horns to the owner of the clinic. Ri pressed the phone to his chest, thinking that it was the sound of money coming into his account. He thought he would grow up to be a professional demon hunter. Topsy and Turvy were next to their owner. The main character turned pale and tensed, looking at them. Chicho pointed his needle at him and said that they don't have insurance, so Ri shouldn't do anything rash. He told him to stay back if he didn't want to die. Chicho stood in front of him, frowning. He said to leave it to the professionals. The man pulled his hand with the needle back and declared that this fight would not be easy. The white-haired man held a smoking pipe in his mouth. He asked if he only protects the newcomer and pushes the others to the front line. Bawu grabbed Ri by the head and told him to stay out and sit in the corner. The main character told him that he would reserve a seat for him when he fell, so he didn't have to worry and moved on. Mr. Deuce smiled coldly, raising the corners of his mouth slightly. He said that if they were ready, then let his subordinates tear them apart. Topsy and Turvy ran forward, their eyes turning red. Topsy hit Hong Ryan with an axe, but she blocked the attack. Turvy smirked and punched the white-haired man, who was taken aback. Bawu prepared a rubber ball and shouted that it would take them down. Swinging, he threw his ball forward. Mr. Du dodged the attack with ease. The ball bounced off the walls, floor, and ceiling, but the artist dodged each time. He looked at the ball's trajectory and said he wasn't impressed. Bawu caught his rubber ball with his hand. He frowned and turned around, then called out to Chicho. Chicho dodged Topsy's attacks and tried to hit him with a needle. Bawu asked if he should kill the artist until he told him where the club was. Chicho replied that he shouldn't control his powers while he was fighting him. The man frowned and loudly ordered to put all his strength into this. A blue flash flashed past Bawu. Ri ran towards Mr. Du, and Bawu cursed involuntarily. He said he should have stayed back, but he didn't listen. The main character waved his folded fan in front of the artist. However, Mr. Du snatched the fan from the guy's hands. Ri was horrified, his pupils constricted. Mr. Du slammed his palm into the protagonist's stomach, causing his eyes to roll back. Chicho turned around and looked at it excitedly. Ri fell heavily to the floor after being attacked by the enemy. Du grabbed him by the collar of his jacket. He lifted the guy into the air with ease. After that, the artist hit the main character on the floor, breaking it. The enemy watched as Ri's body trembled in pain. Du threw the fan back to the guy. The fan hit the main character's chest. His eyes rolled back and his face turned pale. He thought about the man throwing him around like a rag doll. Du swung his fist, almost reaching Ri's face. The man hit the guy lying on the floor. However, Du was surprised when he looked down. The main character crossed his arms, blocking the enemy's attack. Du raised his leg above him. Ri continued to cover his face with his hands. The artist stomped his foot powerfully near the guy's head. The ceiling of the basement floor was covered with cracks. The floor of the first floor broke, and everyone began to fall down. The main character gritted his teeth, thinking about whether he really destroyed the floor. He fell painfully onto his back as debris from the floor flew around him. Ri began to stand up, his body trembling. He wondered if this was a basement, and if they were somewhere like a gallery studio. Everything around was covered in dust and smoke. The main character looked around the room, not understanding what kind of place it was. Suddenly he smelled blood. The veins on his face bulged, and he immediately covered his mouth and nose with his hand. Chicho was tense. He pointed at the walls and told Ri to leave from there, because this is horse blood. He shouted that there was horse blood everywhere. Turvy and Topsy immediately put on respirator masks. A red aura was emanating from them, and Du was standing against the wall. His hand began to turn red, veins swelled on it. He said time is coming, and let them be with them and let them prosper. The white-haired man took a deep drag of tobacco smoke. He exhaled thick clouds of white smoke. Smoke surrounded the demon hunters. Ri started coughing and his face was sweating heavily. The white-haired man turned to him. He told everyone to inhale as much smoke as possible. It would protect them from the effects of the horse's blood. Chicho gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with white fire. He took off aggressively and pointed the needle at his enemies. Topsy and Turvy were taken aback, their pupils constricted. The pink rope twisted in the air. It knocked Chicho back, preventing him from attacking. The man frowned and looked forward. Chohi stood in front of Du's subordinates. She was also wearing a mask. She smiled and greeted Chicho. The full moon illuminated the night city. A guy and a girl were sparring with weapons. They were Cho-hee and Chi-cho in their youth. A tired girl was sitting on the lawn. The guy was lying next to her. Chi-cho, breathing heavily, smiled and turned to her. He said she was trying too hard for someone who was about to give up being a demon hunter. Cho-hee lay down next to him and replied that this is all she has. She can't do anything else. She said she needed to do something with this skill, even if she didn't know what it would be. Cho-hee stood up and began to move her hand. She said she knows full well that there is a limit to how good she can be, no matter how hard she tries. Unless she's born with blue soul fire like Heejin. Cho-hee put her hand under Chi-cho's shirt, saying that's why he's interested in Heejin. Chi-cho blushed and asked what she was doing. Cho-hee continued to rub his belly and asked if he was worried because they had slept together before. She asked if he felt like he was caught cheating with Heejin. The girl approached Chi-cho and said that she was not jealous, so he did not need to feel guilty. She stated that he would still return to her. Cho-hee blew on his face and told him that all he needs to do is be by her side no matter what. They lay together on the grass, and the girl said that this was necessary so that they would not meet in the future as enemies. Now Chi-cho was looking at Cho-hee's shoes. He said he understood when she moved to another team because she wanted to earn more. The man frowned and looked at Cho-hee from under his brows. He said that demon hunters these days are greedy creatures who only care about their own desires, and he was the same, so he understands her. However, he believed that she was not the kind of person who would stoop so low. Cho-hee ran her hand over her whip and said that the seal of the baton was destroying, and the world cannot avoid changes. They must get used to it. Chi-cho became angry, and his face turned red. He asked if she had decided to betray her fellow hunters and join the beast. Cho-hee looked at him and said that he himself is not perfect, and demon hunters are also after money. She stated that she joined the beast to increase her earnings. She simply changed her business model. Chi-cho asked if she didn't understand what was happening. He said that those punks have made this mess till now, but things have changed. According to Chi-cho, even innocent people will turn into cheap, vicious demons due to the demonic club. Cho-hee leaned towards him, grinning, and asked what was wrong. Chi-cho tensed his jaw with rage. The blonde looked into his eyes and said that those innocent people he mentioned will always be taken advantage of, whether by them or not. Leaning over, Cho-hee asked since when did Chi-cho sympathize with them. They both turned their attention to Ri, who was walking towards them. He said they should hire her as soon as possible. He approached them with a smile. Hong Ryan was behind him. The main character told Cho-hee that judging by her appearance and mindset, she is a keeper. Cho-hee's pupils shrank when she saw a yo-yo flying towards her. Ri watched this from the side. The blonde dodged Hong Ryan's attack. Chi-cho ran forward. Hong Ryan floated in the air as her yo-yo spun. She swung her weapon, but Cho-hee kept dodging. Ri thought that the blonde was too fast. He didn't believe that she was dodging all of Hong Ryan's attacks. The main character frowned and looked at Cho-hee, asking who she was. Topsy attacked Chi-cho, but he dodged it. Ri opened his fan and ran forward, realizing that this was not the time to ask questions. A spiked whip wrapped around a yo-yo string. Hong Ryan pulled the rope of her weapon. Cho-hee pulled her whip towards herself. Hong Ryan decided to pull the rope harder. However, the spikes on the whip tore it apart. Hong Ryan flew back, hitting her back against the wall. Bawu turned around tensely after noticing this. The schoolgirl's face turned pale, although she remained emotionless. Cho-hee grinned and ran towards her, asking if her toy was broken. However, the blonde sensed something was wrong and looked to her left. She somersaulted in the air and deflected the rubber ball with her whip. The ball stopped being bouncy and rolled down to Bawu. He became gloomy and taken aback, asking if she had really negated his bouncy ball with one blow. His rubber ball was smoldering and smoking. Cho-hee walked towards him and asked if another toy was broken. Hong Ryan looked after her. The blonde twirled her whip in front of Bawu and asked what toy store they bought these things from. Bawu clenched his trembling hands into fists and told himself not to get nervous and stay calm. He looked to the side and noticed a blue light. Cho-hee frowned and was puzzled. Ri stood in front of Bawu and repelled the blonde's attack. The main character took a step forward. He looked down and turned to Bawu, asking if he was the only one who thought something was wrong with his fan. They both looked at the fan and saw it light up. Bawu said that it was the same with his rubber ball, but it couldn't be that Doc So's weapons were faulty. Ri tensed and asked if this means that the woman is so strong, or if it is such a whip. Cho-hee looked at them and twirled her whip. Bawu stated that no matter how strong she is not strong enough to destroy Doc So's weapons. The main character asked what was wrong with their weapons then. Topsy swung a hammer at the white-haired man. The blonde man blocked the attack, but was pushed back. He looked at his smoking pipe, which also began to catch fire. He said he doesn't think it's because of the opponents. A hammer flew in front of Chi-Cho's face. He ducked and was able to dodge the attack. The man frowned, his eyes lighting up. Chi-Cho took out his needle and began piercing Topsy's body. The enemy was taken aback, and Chi-Cho slipped forward. He frowned and looked at the smoking needle, shouting that there was a problem with their weapon. Cho-hee, continuing to twirl the whip, put her hand on her hip. She said all their toys needed to be returned, and they should have been checked for defects before purchasing. The smoking pipe continued to smolder and crack. The white-haired man gritted his teeth as the tube broke in two. He said it was something new and asked what they did with their weapons. Chi-Cho tapped the earpiece and asked the old man if he could hear. He told the old man that they were greeted very warmly. Cho-hee looked at him, grinning as he tried to contact the old man. She, Topsy, and Turvy stood next to each other. On the other side stood a team of hunters. Chi-Cho was still trying to reach the old man. The night sky hung over their headquarters. The old man stood on the balcony and looked at the ticking clock. He closed the lid of the gold watch. The old man pulled the earphone out of his ear. He threw it out onto the street. While the earphone lay in the dust, Chi-Cho tried to contact the old man. Cho-hee grinned and chuckled, saying that the old man was still as cunning as before. She asked if their antenna was rusty. Chi-Cho's pupils shrank. He was horrified. Bawu was taken aback, veins bulging on his face. He asked if Chi-Cho was saying that the old man stabbed them in the back. It seemed to him that this could not be true. Chi-Cho pulled the earphone out of his ear. He replied that most likely the old man had betrayed them. Their headquarters building was on fire. The old man folded his hands behind his back and watched the fire. Chi-Cho believed that he knew all along. The old man began to walk away from the burning temple. Chi-Cho gritted his teeth and looked at the earpiece angrily. He said that the old man knew this would happen, so he sent them here. He even suggested that he had counterfeited the Doc So weapons. Everyone else on the team was horrified, and Bawu asked if he was saying the old man did it. Clouds of red steam hung in the air. The white-haired man said that it was suspicious that there's horse blood smeared everywhere when only demon hunters can get them from the headquarters. He gritted his teeth and looked up irritably, saying that it was as if someone had stolen the horse's blood. Ri's clothes were dirty, as was his face. He frowned and asked if they could contact Doc So. At this time, Doc So was in the burning headquarters. He was trying to reach the ringing phone. Chi-Cho put his hand to the earpiece, silently waiting for an answer. The enemies laughed disgustingly. Chi-Cho turned to his team and shouted that he could not reach Doc So. Ri gritted his teeth and turned aggressively towards his enemies. He rushed towards them and shouted that they should shut up. A pink flash appeared in front of Turvy. The main character widened his eyes and looked down. He was then thrown back and hit his back against the wall. Mr. Du appeared in the room. Ri looked at him, mentally cursing. Chi-Cho placed the needles between his fingers and ignited with white fire. He told Du that he didn't know what he was up to with the old man. Chi-Cho ran forward aggressively, pointing his quills forward, and shouted that he had crossed the line. Turvy and Topsy immediately ran to protect their owner. Chi-Cho asked how he dared terrorize the demon hunters. Several needles stuck into Topsy's body. His eyes turned white. Needles pierced Turvy's body, and his eyes also turned white. Chi-Cho slipped past them. The enemies were left behind, and the demon hunter swung his needles again. Topsy raised his eyebrows tensely. His partner frowned, tightening his jaw. Ri held an open fan in his hand and ran forward. He said that judging from how they're not changing into horns right away, their horns must be pretty valuable. The main character waved his fan, saying that then he was going to put these horns in his pocket. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and was taken aback. Mr. Du appeared in front of him, seemingly out of nowhere. The man with glasses looked at him and said that they needed to talk. Ri frowned and looked at him, not understanding when he came here. Mr. Du concentrated the power in his hand. He delivered a powerful blow. Ri was thrown back, after which he crashed into his allies. Hong Ryan pulled the yo-yo string with her hands. She deftly made several jumps and ended up behind Du. The girl wrapped her legs around his body and placed the rope in front of his neck. The beaten Ri looked at her with excitement. Hong Ryan began to loosen the enemy's neck, and he asked if she was fighting with a broken weapon. The man said he was impressed, and the old man assembled a wonderful team. Chicho looked at Hong Ryan worriedly and ordered her to move away from him immediately. Du grabbed the girl's hand. He pulled her forward, throwing her off his back. Her brown hair fluttered around. Mr. Du picked up Hong Ryan, spinning her around. He threw it aside with one movement of his hand. There were blood spatters everywhere, and the girl fell heavily to the floor. Ri's body was trembling, but he picked up the fan and began to rise to his feet. Du looked at the guy glowing with blue fire and put his hands in his pockets. He said he never thought he would see blue demon fire again, and it brings back memories. His gaze was cold and cruel. The man said that he had not seen it for a long time, but it was not completely blue. The artist approached Ri and said that this was amazing. There were demon hunters off to the side. The white-haired man asked if he had seen the blue soul fire before. His face became angry and shocked, and he asked, "Is he the one who tried to massacre all the blue soul fire 19 years ago?" He asked if it was a soap opera. Ri waved his fan and shouted that he didn't understand what they were talking about. He stated that he was not interested in the backstory of this bastard. The main character ran forward and tried to stick the fan into Du's body. However, his fan broke when it came into contact with the enemy's body. Ri was taken aback, wondering if he had changed his time in such a short time. The main character continued to press, but his fan began to smolder. He realized that it had no effect on the opponent, and it caused Ri to lose the will to fight. But the main character needs to keep moving, otherwise he will die. Chicho looked at them, thinking that Du could kill them all. He didn't understand why the demon was leaving them alive, or whether he had another motive. Chicho gritted his teeth and frowned, looking at them intensely. Du narrowed his eyes and grinned, asking Ri to tell him a secret. Chicho immediately ran towards them and shouted Ri to watch out. Du asked the guy if he wanted to hear the secret. Chohi jumped out in front of him and pushed Chicho back. Ri frowned at the enemy and asked if he should hear the secret. He suggested that he simply write, compressing it to 100 characters. Mr. Du leaned over and sked, saying he knew he would say that. He asked if the guy knew why he was there. The enemy crossed his arms over his chest, straightened his back, and asked if anyone had told him what happened to his mother. At the other end of the room they found Cho-hee and Chicho. The main character turned to them with a smile and asked if they heard him. Ri told them to watch him as he stalled for time before telling his ridiculous story. Chicho looked at him and shouted that Ri was right and it was all nonsense. Du closed his eyes and shook his head, saying that even if times have changed, it is still disrespectful. He looked at the gloomy protagonist and asked how he could call the story of how his mother saved him from death ridiculous. Ri opened his eyes wide, taken aback, and opened his mouth slightly. In his memories, his mother was no different from other mothers. Hee-jin put her little son to bed and stroked his head. She was always there when he opened his eyes. Mom was cooking something in the kitchen while little Ri was playing with toys. He had a normal, happy childhood. Hee-jin wiped her son's head as they both smiled as they sat in front of the fan. Mom and Ri walked together through the market. The main character thought that these ordinary days would last forever, until this day. The beaten Hee-jin trembled and hugged her son, apologizing. This was a small piece of what Ri remembered. He remembered her desperate and sad face as she constantly apologized. Then, there was a blue Big Bang. While the other children were playing on the playground, Ri sat behind a tree. He clearly remembered that he was left completely alone after that day. The main character looked at the enemy in shock and asked what he was talking about. He raised his left hand and asked if his mother died to save him. Chicho put his hand on his chest. He pushed the guy back and said that he was definitely talking nonsense. Chicho told Ri to ignore it and step back. The main character got angry and grabbed the man by the hand, offering to listen to what kind of nonsense Mr. Du would say. He asked again what the enemy said. Chicho pushed his hand away and again ordered him to step back. Cho-hee giggled as she looked at them. She smirked as she put her hand on the mask and said that Chicho looks so serious and is quite a sight to behold. Du adjusted his glasses and told him not to tell him that this kid doesn't know that he's here because of his mom. Chicho immediately attacked him and told him to shut up. He stuck a needle into the enemy's neck. Suddenly, Chicho was taken aback. His pupils constricted. Ri widened his eyes in alarm and called out to Chicho. Spiked tentacles appeared around the needle near Mr. Du's neck. They immediately broke the needle in several places. Chicho looked at this in shock, thinking that he was very fast. Du's neck turned red after he finally broke the needle. He asked what Chicho was hiding that didn't even allow him to say a word. The enemy narrowed his eyes, grinning, and asked why he felt so guilty. Ri's eyes widened, and he raised his eyebrows in confusion. Chicho took out another needle, and his eyes began to glow. He asked if he thought he was tired of his tall tales. Du's hand began to transform. It began to turn into a hammer, and the opponent asked if Chicho wanted to play some more. They ran towards each other, preparing their weapons. Ri also ran towards them, surrounded by a blue aura. Before Mr. Du attacked Chicho, Ri grabbed Chicho and pushed him away. The main character pressed the mentor to the floor, and he asked what was wrong with him. Ri, towering over him, shouted that he would only get hurt if he fought with him. He asked if he didn't understand it. Chicho grabbed him by the collar of his sweater. He pulled the guy towards him and told him not to listen to this bastard. The man promised to explain everything. Chicho looked up in shock, taken aback. Mr. Du threw Ri aside. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and sighed heavily. Chicho looked at him in horror. Ri hit his back hard against the wall. He fell to the floor. Pieces of concrete fell from above. His eyes turned white. He began to sweat and trembled. The main character looked exhausted, and he said that he couldn't even lift his finger. He leaned on his knees and began to stand up, telling himself that he had to stand up and understand how he knew his mother. Ri clenched his teeth, struggling to his feet. He wanted to know what Mr. Du meant when he said that she died saving him. The main character frowned and looked up, tensed. He saw Mr. Du grab Chicho by the neck and swing a hammer. The enemy had already begun the attack, looking coldly at the hunter. Chicho's eyes turned white, and he screamed shrilly. The enemy beat him severely, and Ri realized that Chicho might die. The main character turned his head in panic to look at his allies. They fought Turvy, Topsy, and Cho-hee. Ri lay on the floor, terrified. Bawu blocked the enemy's blow and shouted Chicho to hang in there. The blonde clenched his hands into fists and repeated his words again. Du hit Chicho's head with his hand, causing him to fall to the floor. The man grabbed his head in pain. Ri was already running towards them. Du raised his leg. He was going to attack Chicho with all his might. However, Ri grabbed him and pushed him away, preventing him from attacking his ally. The enemy put his foot on the floor, trying to stop the guy. He grabbed the main character by the head and swung his fist at him. Du wondered if Ri could sneak up on him without making a sound thanks to his soul fire. The enemy opened his eyes wide and looked at the blue flames. Scarlet splashes of blood spilled onto the floor. Du brutally punched Ri, who tried to cover his face with his hands. His face was covered in blood and bruises, and the enemy grabbed him by the hair. Du was about to hit the guy's head on the floor. Chicho's face was swollen from bruises, and he opened his eyes in shock. The man covered his face with his hands as Ri fell next to him. Chicho looked at the guy and, barely moving his lips, told him to stop. The main character clenched his teeth and frowned. They both stood up, and Chicho again ordered him to stop. Ri asked what he meant when he said his mom died. Chicho clenched his hand into a fist and ordered him to stop fighting Du. The main character trembled, lowered his head, and again asked to tell him everything. Du took a step forward towards him. He frowned and looked down, taken aback. The man grabbed Ri by the hair and told him to repeat. The main character gritted his teeth and told him to tell everything. Du looked at the guy gloomily and asked if it was not obvious even without the story. The enemy looked terribly into Ri's eyes and asked if he could not control his rage after meeting the man who killed his mother. The main character frowned, clenching his teeth tightly. Scarlet drops of blood dripped onto the floor, forming a puddle. Ri's cheek became swollen. He looked at Mr. Du with rage and shouted that he had killed his mother. The enemy frowned, lowering his eyelids slightly. He asked who knew that the last owner of the blue demonic fire would be a single mother. Du stated that it would be ideal if he killed Ri along with her. One of the main character's eyes could not open due to a bruise. He gritted his teeth and his left eye lit up. He remembered his mother's words that she was sorry. Jean hugged her little son, blue flames blazing around them. The woman cried and stroked Ri's head, apologizing. Du asked if Ri was angry because his mother's killer was right in front of him. He looked at the protagonist coldly and cruelly, asking if his heart was beating wildly due to hyperventilation. The enemy stated that Ri probably had no memories of her and asked if he was pretending to be angry. The main character was shaking with rage, and he said that an animal can think like that. He looked up at Du and stated that they were not terrifying, evil demons. Sitting on the floor, Ri looked into the enemy's face. He stated that he's just an inferior demon that has degenerated in every way. He is nothing more than that. Du sat next to him and asked what he would do about it. The main character looked terrifying. He said that he would skin him alive and sell him. The enemy looked aside indifferently and said that this was the millionth time he had made these empty threats. Before he could finish speaking, Ri hit him in the face with all his might, breaking his respirator mask. Du flew back powerfully after the main character's attack. Chicho looked at him in shock and wondered if Ri had actually hit the enemy considering how little energy he had left. But it was more important for him to find out how he did it. Du's back hit the wall and the protagonist prepared to attack again. Chicho asked him to stop. The man stretched his hand forward in panic and shouted that this was their only chance to get out of here. Ri looked around his body, blazing with blue fire. His body felt strange, and it felt like a switch inside him had been pressed. He believed that he should take advantage of this, no matter what. The guy's face was dirty due to dust and dried blood. He said he understood now. The main character looked at Du furiously and said that he was afraid of the blue soul fire, and that's why he killed his mom. Du began to stand up, looking at him from under his brows, and answered negatively. He stated that they were just mutants among crossbreeds, and he would prove it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and his pupils constricted. Ri powerfully jumped towards him, and red spiky plants appeared next to Du. The main character hit him with his fist. Spiked plants surrounded Du, protecting him from Ri's attack. The guy noticed that the broken part was starting to recover. He continued to strike the shield. Chicho looked at this and realized that Du had surrounded himself with a barrier to quickly recover from Ri's attack. The man himself began to regenerate and decided that this was their only chance to get out of here. He called out to the white-haired man named Deer, turning to him. He looked at his ally and nodded. Deer nodded to Chicho in response. He took a bottle from his white coat. While Hong Ryan and Bawu were fighting the rest of the enemies, Deer spilled the contents of the bottle onto the floor. Topsy was taken aback and turned around. His partner Turvy did the same. Chohi turned around, waving her whip, and asked Hong Ryan where she was going. A woman hit a schoolgirl with a spiked whip, and there were blood splashes all around. Bawu was horrified and looked at Hong Ryan, calling her name. The high school girl started to fall down, and Chohi said that she hurt her pretty face, but it was no accident. Chicho immediately jumped towards his ally. As soon as Chohi saw him, her pupils shrank and she became confused. Chicho took out his needle, grabbing Hong Ryan by the side. He said that he's making this fire with a needle dunked in horse blood, so it won't be easy to escape. He struck the needle on the liquid that Deer had spilled. A bright fire immediately broke out and spread throughout the basement. Chicho continued to walk forward. He looked at Chohi with a smile, holding a needle in his hand. To make things sure, Chicho threw a needle at Chohi, which stuck him in the thigh. The blonde looked irritated at the protruding needle and cursed. Chicho looked at her with a smile and asked how long it had been since she had been stabbed with a needle to sleep. He told her to rest. The man lowered Hong Ryan to the floor, but suddenly Chohi stood up. The woman took the needle out of her body and reminded her that it didn't work on her. Chicho narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly, saying that he knew. The man took out a second needle. Deer spilled the liquid and shouted to Chicho to act now. Chicho leaned down and struck the needle with the liquid, after which the liquid began to ignite. A long line of liquid immediately burst into flames. Chohi, Topsy, and Turvy were surrounded by a ring of fire. Chicho looked at it and immediately turned away, realizing that they didn't have time and had to escape no matter what. He saw what they needed. There was a ventilation hole in the wall, covered with a grill. Chicho tore off the grate with his foot. He stood in front of the ventilation hole and began calling for the others to leave. Deer was the first to enter. He bent down and crawled forward. Ba Wu let Hong Ryan take the lead. She clutched her head, trembling. Deer immediately approached her and helped her, thinking that at least she could move. Chicho turned to Ri, who was still hitting Du's shield, and called out to him. He grabbed the main character by the jacket and shouted that this bastard would soon finish his healing. Ri tried to get out of his grip to finish what he started. Du looked at this with a grin. Chicho threw the main character into the vent and said that otherwise, even with the blue soul fire, it would be the end for him. After that, Chicho closed the hole with a grill. Ri looked outside and asked Chicho what he was going to do alone. The guy's clothes looked tattered and dirty from the fight. He started knocking on the bars and again asked Chicho what he was doing. Ri saw Du's silhouette behind his mentor. The main character again began to try to get out and ordered to be released immediately. Chicho chuckled and said that this is true rookie spirit, agreeing. Ri grabbed the bars and started shaking it, shouting that it's not like him to do this. White flames appeared around Chicho, and he said that he must take revenge for what Du did to his team. Red flames burned around the enemy. Chicho picked up some needles. The main character frowned and shouted that he couldn't do it alone. Chicho had his back to him. He said Deer to take him away. The white-haired man grabbed Ri by the back of his jacket. He started to pull the guy back and said that he would be a big help if he got out of here. The main character began to kick and asked to be let go. Ri looked at Chicho through the bars while he was being dragged away. Du grinned and smiled. He asked Chicho, "Is stalling until his teammates run away all he can do?" Chicho stretched his neck and asked who said he was stalling. He said he would make him pay for what he did to his team. The man thought that he should gain as much time as possible. He pushed off the floor and ran forward. Chicho punched Du's face. In his other hand, he held a needle. Du looked at him arrogantly. There was not a scratch on him after the blow. He praised the strike, but said it was weak compared to the blue soul fire. Chicho was blazing with white fire. He screamed loudly and waved his hand with the needle. He started throwing needles, but Du dodged each attack. The enemy said he wasn't that bad considering he was a hybrid. He assumed it was because he was an experienced demon hunter. Du grabbed Chicho's wrist and said he was crossing the line. The enemy hit the hunter on the floor, saying that it was almost humiliating. Chicho gritted his teeth and growled in pain. He looked up and saw Cho-hee picking herself out of the fire, mentally cursing. The man realized that she was too fast. Cho-hee swung her whip, sweat dripping down her forehead. She said she should thank him for the training. Chicho thought that he should have surrounded her with stronger fire. The woman winked at him and said what she was thinking in the training room. Turvy and Topsy also got out of the fire. Chicho understood that she's gonna catch up to them. Cho-hee removed the grate from the vent using a whip. Chicho realized that due to the size of the hole, his allies would have to fight her one at a time. Du grabbed him by the hair, and he began to tremble. Chicho thought that no one on the team could fight Cho-hee one-on-one. Besides, they were already tired. Ri was still trying to escape from the grip of Deer, who was crawling forward with difficulty. Hong Ryan and Ba Wu trudged forward wearily, breathing heavily. The main character heard a strange sound and was taken aback, thinking it was Chicho. Cho-hee crawled into the vent, waving her whip. She said that she was sorry that they were leaving so early. Ri didn't understand how she caught up with them and even thought that she knocked out Chicho. Cho-hee swung her whip, but the main character managed to duck down. Deer turned around in alarm and called out to the guy. The main character grabbed the end of the whip, thinking that he would strike her down like he hit Du earlier. He felt terrible pain and screamed shrilly. Ri looked at his bloody palm and mentally cursed as Cho-hee returned the whip to herself. The woman looked at him coldly and waved her whip. She hit the wall next to the main character while he was shaking with anger and pain. The tip of the whip was surrounded by white rope. Cho-hee hit her back against the ceiling. Hong Ryan jumped over Ri, which surprised him. The girl pushed off the surface with her foot. She punched Cho-hee in the face. The blonde was thrown back, but she tried to stay on her feet. Despite being tired, Hong Ryan pulled out the yo-yo string. Cho-hee licked the blood from her face and told the girl to continue where they left off. Hong Ryan began spinning the yo-yo around her finger. Cho-hee did the same with the whip. Being in a narrow passage, they fought with each other with their weapons. Chi-Cho hit Do in the chest, and he grinned. The enemy said that it hurt him to see how hard he was trying. He narrowed his eyes and grinned, asking if he was going to fight until he died. Chi-Cho's face was bloody. He grinned and said that he would fight to the end. He asked who said he would die. The hunter stuck a needle into the demon's chest and said that this cute little needle was called a paralyzing needle. Do looked down in confusion, not understanding when he had time. The demon remembered how he hit Chi-Cho hard in the face. At this time, the hunter had a needle in his hand, and Do realized that he was charging it while he was stalling for time. He decided that it didn't matter, because the effect would be temporary in any case. Do stopped abruptly and realized that he could not move. Chi-Cho replied that he was right, and it won't last long on some as strong as he. Breathing heavily, the hunter rose to his feet and said that it would most likely feel terrible. While Hong Ryan and Cho-hee were fighting, the latter said that she likes Hong Ryan because she is pretty. The blonde said that she doesn't want to be friends with her, and that's sad. Cho-hee clutched the brass knuckles in her hand. Hong Ryan wrapped the strap around her hand. They began to fight with their fists. There was a lot of blood spattering. Ri continued to be in the grip of Deer. The main character asked to let him go, because they must help Hong Ryan. Deer pushed Ba Wu forward and told them to get out of here first. He said that it was so crowded that they couldn't fight together, and the best they could do was clear the way for Hong Ryan. Ba Wu shouted that he knew and ordered him to stop pressing. The golden brass knuckles fell from Cho-hee's hand. Hong Ryan looked at her coldly and raised her fist. The blonde pressed herself against the surface as the fist almost reached her. She asked if she thought it was bad to hit someone who had fallen. Hong Ryan launched an attack, but Cho-hee rolled forward and dodged. The woman pressed the high school student's head to the floor with her hand. The blonde started spanking her and shouted that bad girls should be punished. Hong Ryan was shaking and breathing heavily. She was able to get out of the grip, moving forward. Cho-hee frowned, narrowed her eyes, and looked at her. Hong Ryan's eyes glowed brightly, and she pulled the rope. The high school girl wrapped the rope around her opponent's neck. Hong Ryan pulled the woman towards her, and she cursed. She kicked the blonde in the head. The high school student hit her head on the surface. Cho-hee stood over her and raised her fist, saying that she needed to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, she was thrown back, which made Hong Ryan take aback. She looked deep into the tunnel. There was a struggle going on. The girl opened her eyes wide in shock. Chi-Cho crawled along the hole, breathing heavily. He asked what they were doing and shouted that they were going to come for them again. He ordered his allies to hurry up and get out of here. There was blood all around. Hong Ryan seemed dumbfounded. Chi-Cho stood on the edge of the roof while his hair and coat fluttered in the wind. He was the leader of the Insidong Demon Hunter team. Chi-Cho held needles in his hands and fearlessly jumped on the demons. Deer said that he realized one thing after hunting so many demons and fighting Chi-Cho. The hunter in the coat walked confidently, and behind him the demon exploded. He looked with excitement at the horn falling from the demon. Deer said there is no one more obsessed with making money from selling demonic horns. While the team was fighting the demons, Chi-Cho grabbed the horns and walked away. Deer said this means he never sacrificed or tried to sacrifice anything. Deer, trembling, put his hand on Ri's shoulder and said that it was like that until today. The white-haired man sighed, dragging Ri behind him, and asked why Chi-Cho was trying to look cool. Suddenly they were called out, and they immediately turned around in shock. Chi-Cho tiredly dragged Hong Ryan along with him. He said that he told them to run away and asked if they had only gotten this far. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, and Chi-Cho shouted that he couldn't believe that they made her stay behind and fight. Suddenly Ri smiled softly and kindly. Chi-Cho frowned and angrily shouted at them to hurry up. He said he paralyzed Du for a while and ran away. They don't have time. Deer gave a thumbs up and said that he knew their leader never sacrificed anything. Topsy and Turvy were dragging Cho-hee, pricked with needles. Topsy turned around and said that he would chase the enemies right now, and all he had to do was give the order. Du put his hand to his chin and shook his head. He said to just let them go. Turvy looked up at him and said that they knew about him in this place. Du showed them the timer with 2 hours and 6 minutes remaining. He said that there was very little left and no one could stop him. The red sand almost flowed into the second half of the hourglass. Du imagined fireballs hovering around him and said that he would soon own the baton. His subordinates bowed to him respectfully and congratulated him, calling him the Demon King. The old man stood on the first floor and looked at the basement. He said he heard that his team and Chicho ran away. The old man pushed himself off the floor. He landed near Du and said that he could catch up with them and destroy them. The old man asked why he let them escape. Du smiled arrogantly and asked why he was in a hurry and what he was afraid of. The old man had a respirator mask on his face. He shouted that one of them had blue demon fire. Du approached him and asked what next. The old man was taken aback. His legs trembled, and he backed away. Du continued to walk towards him and said that even with such power, it won't mean anything in the current situation. He leaned over to the old man and said that when the day of liberation begins today, everyone will start running away madly, whether they have blue demonic fire or not. The old man covered his face with his hands and began to tremble. Du said that's just who they are. The team of demon hunters walked along the street with difficulty. Du said that they thought they could hunt forever, but they should have known that their target was a wild animal. Doc So lay in a burning building, his dog licking his face. The guy began to slowly open his eyes. People on the street ran away in horror and screamed. Chicho turned on the water faucet and asked why the hot water was not flowing. Ba Wu sat on the floor and coughed, clutching his neck. He said they should have used the fountain at the mall. Chicho, washing himself with cold water, asked if he wanted to go viral. Deer said he can't even stand upright and doesn't know how badly his bones are broken. Suddenly Ree shouted that it was working. He started pouring water on himself and shouted that there was hot water flowing here. The rest of the hunters immediately ran towards him. Ba Wu pulled Ree away from the sink, and everyone started dousing themselves with hot water. Chicho splashed water on himself, and the main character asked him about what Mr. Du said. He raised his hand and continued speaking. Chicho turned to him and asked if they were too injured to discuss this now. He suggested we talk about it later and said first aid was needed. Ree frowned and looked at him silently. The old man in the mask smiled nervously and started talking about the boy with the blue fire of his soul. Mr. Du looked at him creepily and said that he would destroy it himself with his baton. The old man was taken aback and jerked, asking if he was serious. He began to sweat from exertion and tremble, saying that he did not believe it. Mr. Du snapped his fingers with a smile. Turvey closed his eyes and nodded. Topsy did the same. A heavy wooden box was placed on the floor. A red aura emanated from the box, and the subordinates began to open the lid. The old man frowned tensely and swallowed nervously. Mr. Du put his hands on his sides and asked if he was ready to face the absolute power that had awakened. The old man began to nod and said that it only existed in legends, and all his life he had been imagining what it would be like. He opened his eyes a little and said that he would finally see it. The lid of the box creaked open. Red demonic energy surged out. The old man raised his hands and was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he tilted his head in confusion. The old man raised his head and sighed silently. Mr. Du looked down with a smirk as the old man asked if it was really a demonic club. However, inside the long box was a toy dolphin. Mr. Du grabbed the toy by the tail. The old man touched the toy tensely and confusedly. He asked if Du was saying that this was the only ancient weapon left in this world. Mr. Du continued to smile, and the toy squeaked. He answered in the affirmative and said that he had changed the form a little because it had to be kept secret. The old man again extended his hand to the inflatable dolphin. He pinched the toy and it beeped again. The old man thought that he would not say that a little. He poked his finger at the toy again and realized that it seemed even more like a cheap toy when he touched it. Mr. Du placed the inflatable dolphin on his shoulder. He began to smile madly and said that now the demons will be free. Powerful demonic energy was released outward, raising the flow of air upward. Chicho ran through the dirty building and called Doc So's name. Doc So lay on the floor of the hall and trembled, shouting that he was there. Chicho immediately ran towards him. Doc So ran into his arms and said that he was so glad they were alive. The guy with glasses pulled back and saw Hong Ryan. He looked at the other guys and asked how badly she was hurt. Ba Wu hit Ri on the arm and told him not to touch Hong Ryan. He would carry her himself. Tired Deer walked with difficulty and asked if they were really at home and if he was awake. Ba Wu dipped Hong Ryan's wounded body into hot water. He was angry with the old man and said that he would never trust anyone again. Doc So, standing next to him, asked him to be quiet as he was interrupting Hong Ryan's recovery. Ba Wu told him to be quiet as he sat near the bathtub where Hong Ryan was lying. The girl moved her lips with difficulty and muttered something. Ba Wu was surprised and raised one eyebrow. He put his hand to his ear and leaned towards her, asking what she was saying. Doc So scratched his head and asked the same thing, and Ba Wu began to shake. He turned to Doc So with an awkward expression and said that he thought she said to bring this worm to her. Doc So was also taken aback. The entire building was dirty and crumbling due to the fire. Angry Ba Wu kicked the chair and swore at the old man. He clenched his hands into fists and shouted that the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The guy continued to destroy everything, asking how he dared to betray them. Doc So poured himself a glass of alcohol and said that this hooligan was destroying all their remaining furniture. While Ba Wu was destroying everything he saw with anger, the others were sitting at the table. Doc So turned to Deer and asked if the old man, Yang Gam, had really betrayed them, and if he had really teamed up with Mr. Du. Deer said he can't believe how greedy Yang Gam is. The glass in Deer's hands cracked and began to leak. He said that you have to be at least cunning enough to be the oldest demon hunter. Chicho carefully cleaned his needles. Ri looked at him and said that he now has an understanding of what kind of demon hunter with blue soul fire is. The main character looked annoyed, and he ordered Chicho to hurry up and finish the story that Mr. Du started. Chicho ignored him, and Ri began to get angry, gritting his teeth. The guy jumped off his chair and began angrily insisting that he had to tell everything. Chicho interrupted him. He lowered the needle to the other needles and said that his mother, He-Jin, only wanted one thing. The man put his hands on the table and stood up from his chair, saying that she wanted a normal life for her son. Ri looked at him dumbfounded. Chicho turned to him and said that this was all his mother wanted. He put his hand to his chin and revealed that that's why she sacrificed herself to protect RI from Mr. Du, who was trying to destroy all the blue soul fire demons. They also didn't know that Mr. Du was behind He-Jin's death until today. Deer said that even before Mr. Du got his hands on the baton, he planned to get rid of anyone with blue soul fire who would be a threat to the baton, because he knew that only someone with blue soul fire could fight against the power of the club. Ba Wu turned to them and listened silently. Suddenly, Ri angrily hit the table with his fist and declared that he was not interested in these fairy tales. He pulled back his chair and said that all he wanted to know was the details of his mother's death because of him. The wind blew through the dirty, decayed room. The main character aggressively pointed his finger at Chicho and asked why he couldn't tell how his mother died. Chicho turned his head and said that she fought a demon who knew about her son, and they both died in battle. Ri was immediately taken aback. He frowned and put his hand to his chin and remembered that Mr. Du had clearly said that he was his mother's enemy. Deer looked at him and raised his hand, answering in the affirmative. He turned around and darkened, saying that it was Mr. Du who sent the demon that killed his mother. Mr. Du was sitting in a chair surrounded by evil demons. After Mr. Du found out that his mother had blue soul fire, he sent a demon after her. But when this demon found out about Ri, his mother killed him that day. Chicho frowned and looked at Ri, saying that luckily Mr. Du didn't know about his existence until that day. Ba Wu put his hands on Chicho and Ri. He shouted that since he found out about it, it means the old man told him. The main character pushed Ba Wu away from him and said that his mother probably trained more and was more experienced than he is now. He asked what demon she had to fight that she died. Deer raised his eyebrows and looked down. Chicho looked down and chuckled thoughtfully. Ri frowned furiously, raising his hand and asked if they were hiding anything from him. He asked why she died during the battle if she was so strong. Chicho clenched his teeth and said that on the day He-Jin died, there was a huge blue explosion. The night city turned blue when a bright flash appeared. Even the hunters of other branches who were several kilometers away could see it. Ri began to tremble and grabbed his head. He remembered the day his mother died. He-Jin held her little son close to her. The main character grabbed his head in confusion and shouted that he was there too. He remembered only fragments and did not understand why he could not remember this day in full. Deer raised his gaze and said that there are some powers in demonic soul fire that Ree doesn't know about. His eyes glowed. He raised a bottle of alcohol into the air, and white fire appeared. The man said that even they do not know the full potential, except that it allows them to use powers beyond their physical capabilities. The container with alcohol began to crack. Soon the vessel burst, scattering into small fragments. Deer said that soul fire tends to make an ordinary item explode when too much of it is put in to it unless that item was specially made. Then, he asked what about the people. Deer tapped his temple with his finger. He said that if so much soul fire is put into someone, especially their head, their memory can be damaged. Ree gritted his teeth and asked what he meant, but he was interrupted by Chi-Cho. The man frowned and tensed his jaw, saying that his mother urgently erased his memory while she was being attacked. Ree was taken aback, his eyes wide and his pupils constricted. Evil demons tried to get closer to Hee-Jin. She protected Ree with her body. Hee-Jin placed her hand on her son's head and released a large amount of blue soul fire. Chi-Cho revealed that this blue explosion was a phenomenon that occurred while Hee-Jin put all of her energy into erasing his memory. The main character became gloomy and began to tremble. He said that she lost the strength to fight because she tried to erase his memory. Chi-Cho looked at him and replied that this was how she saved him. Little Ree screamed and kicked while surrounded by blue soul fire. Tears appeared in his eyes. Exhausted, Hee-Jin pushed her son away from her. She didn't want Ree to have to go through what she went through. Chi-Cho clenched his hands into fists and said that even if he didn't remember anything, she wanted a normal life for her son. The main character collapsed on the floor and asked what kind of reason this was. He looked down and started shaking his head, asking if they expected him to believe it. Chi-Cho approached him and told him that demons usually leave something behind when they die. Evil demons leave behind horns. But demon hunters take the thing that matters most to them and leave their spirit there. This could be scissors, a ball, glasses, or a watch. Chi-Cho continued to move closer to Ree. He frowned and looked at the guy that for Hee-Jin. Such an item was a gift that Ree gave her as a child. In one of their first meetings, Chi-Cho threw something at Ree. A bracelet crashed into the main character's chest. He looked at this object in confusion. His pupils constricted as he examined the bracelet. He smiled arrogantly and said that it had been more than 10 years since their last meeting. He asked Chi-Cho to say hi to his mom and tell her that he appreciated how she left him. Now Ree was clutching his head and shaking while Chi-Cho sat next to him. The man put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was that bracelet. Hee-Jin did everything she could to erase the main character's memory, and she died in a battle with a demon who knew about the existence of Ree. A crying Hee-Jin extended her hand to her son. Little Ree screamed incomprehensibly. His mom just wanted him to live a normal life. That's all she wanted. Hee-Jin looked exhausted and broken as she let go of her son. Ree gritted his teeth and grabbed his head, repeating his mentor's words that his mother risked her life to save him. He looked at the hunters and said that they had brought him back here. Ba-Wu stomped his foot furiously and shouted that it was because they needed a hunter with blue soul fire to get rid of the club. He waved his arms angrily and said that it was now useless. He asked who cared about blue soul fire now and suggested they break up. Ba-Wu kicked the chair and shouted that all these things were bothering him and it was annoying. Deer looked at him and said that he had exited a little. The main character began to rise to his feet and agreed with Ba-Wu. Ree said that their plan to use him failed. He started to walk towards the stairs, and Chi-Cho said that he was not the only person Hee-Jin sacrificed herself for. He began to catch up with the departing Ree. Chi-Cho said that whenever they went hunting or fought, his mother always risked her life to protect them first and save people. The man watched Ree go upstairs and said that unlike them, Hee-Jin was the only hunter with a sense of duty. The main character left without saying anything, and Chi-Cho chuckled thoughtfully. Ree started throwing things off the table, shouting that this couldn't be happening. He threw the notebooks off the table. In a fit of aggression, he threw things around the room, shouting that he never asked his mother to do this for him. Ree asked who said that he wished his mother would die for him. With trembling hands, he reached for the framed photo of Hee-Jin. He looked at the photo next to the bracelet. The main character asked his mother if she erased his memory in order to leave him like this. He lay down on the floor, shaking, and began to sob. Ri asked how she could do this to him. Suddenly the entrance to the attic suddenly opened. From there, Chi-Cho appeared holding a hammer. Ri grabbed his mom's photo and shouted at him to calm down. Chi-Cho swung his hammer. The main character moved back and asked if he was crazy. The man hit the floor with the hammer and Ri asked what happened to him. Chi-Cho continued to destroy the floor until the main character realized what he was doing. Once the man finished, he placed the hammer on his shoulder and exhaled. There was a box in the hole in the floor, which Chi-Cho ordered Ri to pull out. The main character raised his hand and asked what it was and why there was a box under the floor. Chi-Cho told him to take out the box and check for himself. Hee-jin left it. Ri was horrified and asked in fear if his mother had left it. While he was taking out the box, Chi-Cho placed his hand on his hip. He said that she left it for him to show Ri when he found out about everything. Both Chi-Cho and Hee-jin hoped that this day would never come. The main character tensely opened the lid of the box. He widened his eyes and was taken aback. There was a letter inside and Ri asked what it was. Chi-Cho looked at the box and was surprised that it was just a letter. For the first time he saw what was inside. Ri took the letter in his hands and said that it was pretty obvious what would be written inside. He said that mom left it here, knowing that her son would come here. The guy assumed that it would say that he should leave right now. Chi-Cho raised the needle above him and replied that he was not sure about that. He believed that Hee-jin was not the kind of person who would make such a cliché, and she was an eccentric person. After that, he stuck the needle into Ri's neck. The guy immediately screamed in pain and turned around. He started to fall and asked what he had done now. Chi-Cho managed to catch it and replied that it would help him calm down. He carefully put the guy on the floor and said that no matter what was written in the letter, only Ri should know about it. Chi-Cho pulled the needle out of the guy's neck and told him that he needed to leave the others aside and do what he wanted. The man was sure that Ri's mother wanted this for her son. The exhausted protagonist looked at the letter as Chi-Cho left the attic. Ri took the letter in his hands and told his mother that she was so stupid. He looked sadly at her photo and said that she could have stayed alive and protected him. The main character asked who said that he wanted to live an ordinary life and why she decided it on her own. The guy looked at the letter upset and said that he knew what was written there. He looked at the photo of his mother again and said that he could not do as she wanted. Ri finally realized who he was. He remembered fighting with Mr. Do. He finally met people like him. The main character remembered how he and the team sat together in the hall. He can't go back. Ri remembered how he defeated his first demon. He didn't want to go back. The main character was thinking about how he was walking down the street. He picked up the lid of the box. Ri put the letter inside. He closed the box and said that he would read the letter later. Bawu continued to destroy everything. He shouted that he was still angry with the old man. While the blonde was breaking the glass, Deer looked at the smoking pipe and shook his head. He is sure that being so evil is Bawu's talent. The man believed that he should have gone to another job because this one was not suitable for him. Doc-so walked on tiptoes. He approached Chi-Cho and asked what they would do and what about Hong Ryan. It takes her much longer to wake up. She was still lying in the hot bath. Bawu punched the roof of the car and asked what he meant by asking what they would do. He shouted that the old man had betrayed them and Hong Ryan was unconscious. The guy immediately walked in the other direction, shouting that they had screwed everything up and their weapons and car were destroyed. He got on the motorcycle while everyone was outside. Bawu shouted that Mr. Do would soon become the owner of the baton and it would all be over. Deer smiled and sighed. He said that there is always a person who sums things up, even when no one asks him to. Bawu started the roaring motorcycle engine. Doc-so looked at him confused and asked where he was going. Bawu replied that he was going to move to another region or leave the country altogether. Their headquarters building looked terrible after the fire. Bawu turned to the others and told them that they should all get out of here if they wanted to live. He stated that the red soul fire would soon consume this place. Doc-so hesitantly protested that they still have a hunter with blue soul fire. Bawu grinned at him and asked, is he still going on about that? He stated that Ri would have left already if he had any brains. Suddenly he frowned and angrily asked what it was. The main character sat behind him, grinning. He said it 1,000,000 times, but he's not Bawu. The blonde hit him on the back of the head. Ri fell to the ground and Ba Wu asked where does he think he's sitting. Ri had his mother's bracelet on his hand and rolled up his sleeves. The guy stood up and walked towards Ba Wu, asking what a hunter should do when the beast bites him. Blue F. Ire appeared around the protagonist, and he grabbed Ba Wu by the head. He said that the animal needed to be skinned. Ba Wu told him to talk nonsense. He removed Ri's hand from his head and replied that Mr. Du is not like the cheap fools that he trained with. The main character smiled creepily, raising his hands. He said that he is not cheap either, and Ba Wu said that he has blue soul fire. Ri recalled that Ba Wu said that he is a legend and the only one like him. Ba Wu looked at him tensely, not understanding what was wrong with his face. It seemed to him that Ri had gone crazy after learning the secret of his birth. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and with a strange face asked why Ba Wu thinks that he's going easy on Mr. Du. Ba Wu replied that he could see how confident he was. He got up from the motorcycle and looked at the phone, saying that it was almost 9 o'clock. Ba Wu grabbed Ri by the head and angrily shouted that this meant they only had 30 minutes left before Mr. Du became the owner of the baton. The main character turned around, hitting the blonde's leg. Ba Wu fell to the ground and Ri said that it didn't matter because he was going to stop Mr. Du. Ri looked at Ba Wu with a smirk and told him to leave if he wasn't going to join him. Ba Wu shouted that it was too late. The main character grinned creepily again, straightening his hair. He said he didn't want anyone to get hurt. Ba Wu looked at him dumbfounded and decided that that's no look of a person who is confident, but someone who is conceited. The blonde ordered him to stop acting like he was a professional when he was only a trainee. Chicho crossed his arms while standing next to Doc So and agreed. He said they shouldn't send the new guy out alone. Ba Wu punched the ground and cursed. He looked at Deer furiously and asked him to say something. Deer exhaled tobacco smoke and said that now people live to be 100 years old, so he's better keep his job. He asked what else they would do if they quit this job. Deer turned around with a smile and said that he wanted to look at the baton since they had come this far. Ba Wu's eyes turned red with anger and he began to shake. He asked if they all wanted to die and if they didn't understand when to run away. Chicho looked at him coldly, raising his hand. He stated that if Mr. Du became the owner of the baton, they would still die. He asked if it would not be better to die in battle than to flee. Ba Wu started banging his head on the asphalt and cursing. He banged his head, expressing dissatisfaction with the old man and the blue demonic fire. Ba Wu looked up at Ri and shouted that he would kill him before the demons if he caused trouble. The main character approached him and replied that he thought he had already left. He called Ba Wu and told him to leave it to the adults and leave. Ba Wu was taken aback by his insult. He gritted his teeth and tensed his arms, asking if Ri would learn to respect his elders when he tore his mouth off. Ri narrowed his eyes and grinned. He suggested that he rip Mr. Du's mouth off if he wants to be respected. Ba Wu looked at him mockingly and offered to listen to his plan. He asked if he remembered that all their weapons were destroyed. Immediately after this, Ba Wu aggressively slammed his hand on the asphalt and asked what they would use to fight. The main character smiled awkwardly and replied that he forgot. Ba Wu sighed and tiredly leaned back on the motorcycle. He asked why he was even trying to talk to him and suggested that we break up. Doc So smiled, clenched his hand into a fist, and exclaimed about the weapon. He immediately ran inside and said that he was sure the old man did not know about his unfinished project. Ba Wu looked at him puzzled and asked about the unfinished project. He and the white dog ran after Doc So. Ba Wu asked if he was talking about the thing he was secretly working on, like a true nerd. Doc So answered in the affirmative. Ba Wu, continuing to run after him, asked, "Is it the ultimate weapon that only he knew about?" Doc So ran happily and answered in the affirmative. Ba Wu grabbed the dog and Doc So, asking where it was. Doc So replied that it was under the table in the armory. They ran inside together, and Ba Wu told Doc So to show the others the prowess of the seniors. Ri pointed at them and asked if the situation had improved. Deer responded that if he was working on it in secret, it must be something unusual. Chicho suggested taking a look. They all went into the armory. Doc So was digging under the table. Ba Wu asked if it was there or not. He pursed his lips and swallowed nervously. The blonde began to get angry and punch his palm. He ordered him to simply say whether it was there or not. Doc So silently continued to dig around in search of things. Bawu looked at him menacingly and ordered him to just tell them if he doesn't have it. Continuing to lie on the dusty floor, Doc So was looking for the right thing. Bawu ran in the other direction and shouted that the old man must have known about this, and without it, they didn't have a chance. Doc So placed the clay jug on the table. Ri pointed to the object with his hand and said that it was a shard. He asked if this was their weapon. As soon as Ba Wu heard this, he turned around. Doc So began to open the clay jug. He twisted the lid to open it. Ba Wu happily hugged Deer and begged him to say that a super cool weapon was lying there. Ri asked, is it some kind of safe dial? Doc So frowned as soon as he unscrewed the lid of the jug. He stated that this is the first time he is showing this greatest creation. Everyone on the team was excited. Ba Wu opened his mouth wide and said that he wanted to see this incredible thing. Doc So stuck his hand into the glowing pot and said that it could change the whole game. He abruptly took his hand out of the pot. He held up the golden syringe and said that this is it. Ba Wu immediately snatched the item from his hands. He looked at the syringe in disappointment and asked why he was doing something so trivial and secret. Chi-Cho asked, puzzled, if it was a weapon. Ri asked, do they stab with it or what? Deer said this needle looks sharp. Doc So stated that the simpler the weapon, the stronger it is. Suddenly Ba Wu grabbed him by the collar. He lifted the guy into the air and asked what the syringe does. Doc So responded in fear that they could inject horse blood anywhere with a syringe. Deer shook his head and replied that he had never heard of such a thing. Ri snatched the syringe from Ba Wu's hands. With a creepy face, he began to joke with the syringe in his hands and asked if they, the demon hunters, were weapons in themselves. He said that they're the ultimate weapons and creations of the good demons. Ba Wu looked at him and thought that Ri became so arrogant as soon as he heard that he had blue soul fire. The main character stated that this is a less startling weapon compared to them, and especially compared to his marvelous blue soul fire. Ri put his hand on Doc So's shoulder and asked if he said he could repair their weapons with horse blood injections. Doc So nodded and said to bring him anything, and he can turn things into weapons as long as he has horse blood. They threw a bat, a yo-yo, a rubber ball, a fan, and a smoking pipe onto the table. Ri approached Doc So and said that he had brought normal weapons from storage that looked the same as their old weapons. Ba Wu stated that he would kill him if they didn't have the same effect. Doc So gave the first injection and told them not to worry. He inserted a needle into the fan and filled it with horse blood. Then, he repeated the same thing with the rubber ball. The fan and ball developed auras as the blood spread inside them. Doc So smiled and handed the weapons to the guys, telling them to check. The rubber ball bounced around the room until Ba Wu caught it. The main character waved his fan. They both shouted that horse blood worked like a charm. The guys pressed their backs to each other. Ba Wu told Ri not to interfere while he was fighting. The main character replied that he was the wrestler, and Ba Wu was just talking. Ri, Chi-Cho, and Ba Wu were the three of them standing under the shower while Hung Ryan was lying in the bathtub. Ri asked why they made him wash again. Chi-Cho replied that they should fight without getting hurt and be in the best shape possible. Ba Wu said that they would still be beaten and suggested they take thermoses with them. Ri opened the door to the attic. He sighed and walked on. The main character picked up a photograph of his mother. He knew it was dangerous, but only he and Blue Soul Fire could stop the baton. His hands began to shake when he looked at the photo of his mother. Ri tensed his jaw, realizing that it's his job to end this. He put the photo on the table and promised his mother that he would return. The silhouette of the departing Ri was reflected in the glass of the photo frame. Doc So filled the bat with horse blood. He put the bat on his shoulder. The guy began to leave the armory. Found outside, Doc So started swinging the bat. Suddenly he slipped and his leg jerked. Doc So fell on the asphalt and dropped his bat. Chi-Cho sat down next to him and told him not to say that he was trying to go hunt demons, and if he was going, he'd better pull himself together and go back to the forge where he belongs. Doc So started to get up and said that he would go with them. He spat and declared that he was also a demon hunter. Chi-Cho felt irritated. Doc So frowned as drool flowed from his mouth. He tried to remove it all, and Chi-Cho told him to cut it off with his hand. Suddenly, the phone in Doc So's back pocket rang. As soon as he looked at the screen, he immediately jumped. Doc So shouted that he had found Mr. Do's real location. Deer gritted his teeth and asked where he was. Doc So replied that he was at a cinema nearby. The demon hunters looked furious. Ba Wu bared his teeth aggressively. Ri lowered his eyebrows in anger. They asked how he could be in the cinema after causing such a mess. A modern cinema building. Next to it there was a garden with cherries. One of the guards was thrown back. The other two ran after the hunters, shouting that they couldn't break in here and beat people up like bandits. Cho-hee was eating popcorn while Mr. Do looked at the phone and said that they had 1 minute left. Turvy and Topsy walked towards the guards. The blonde stuffed her mouth with popcorn and said that this is the demonic club's first debut. The guards tried to stop the demons. However, they were both beaten. While Turvy and Topsy were beating up the guards, Cho-hee asked Mr. Do if he wanted to do it in a shabby movie theater. She held a bucket of popcorn in one hand. She said they should do it at a place like the National Assembly Building. Mr. Do was looking at his phone. He smiled creepily and replied that many of his comrades were already here. The man put the phone to his chest and added that there are already many people here who have enough potential to become a demon, even without hitting them with a demonic baton. He and Cho-hee went out into the lobby, where the other guards were being beaten up by their subordinates. The blonde suggested going to the largest hall, where the most popular film is shown. She pointed her finger at the back of Mr. Do's head, who said that he could certainly destroy the capital today. He looked back, continuing to say that he could do this with the people here getting out of control. Cho-hee kept poking the back of his head and told him to remember to hit them at the back of his head. Mr. Do chuckled and asked if she was trying to teach the owner of the demon baton how to use it. Cho-hee smiled at him and said that she was just reminding him not to get confused, because she is a future advisor. The blonde hugged him and pressed her cheek to his shoulder. Mr. Do replied that she's qualified to do that, and he hopes her dedication remains the same. Cho-hee opened her eyes slightly and replied that betrayal is her specialty, so she should know who she should not betray. A loud signal sounded. Mr. Do looked at the phone screen where the timer had come to an end. Cho-hee frowned and sighed, asking if it was showtime. Mr. Do stretched his neck and told everyone to have fun. He held up the toy dolphin, and Cho-hee was delighted. There were many people in the large hall watching the action movie. Ri's friends were also in the audience, eating popcorn. They accidentally touched each other while getting popcorn, and they both felt embarrassed. Mr. Do and Cho-hee began to enter the cinema hall. The blonde stood right in front of the audience. They were taken aback and asked in fear what she was doing. Cho-hee struck a pose as if aiming a weapon. She told the demonic king to dance to his heart's desire. The blonde made a shooting gesture, and the rubber dolphin lit up with a red aura. Mr. Do suggested seeing how powerful the ultimate weapon is. He hit one of the spectators on the head with a toy. The woman got angry and turned around, asking what he was doing. She looked at Mr. Do, not understanding what was wrong with him. He continued to hit the spectators' heads. The woman grabbed her head in panic, not understanding where the headache came from. She clenched her teeth, her skin turning red. The woman began to turn into a demon, screaming heart-rendingly. All the spectators who were hit with the baton fell from their seats. They grabbed their heads and groaned. One of them was sweating profusely, shouting that it hurt. Their skin turned red. They were all in great pain as they turned into demons. Cho-hee chewed the popcorn with a grin and said that it was very effective. Ri's friends looked at each other and asked each other what was going on. Then they were also hit on the head. They were taken aback, not understanding what had happened. Mr. Do was standing behind them. He grabbed the guy, Jun-ho, by the head. Mr. Do turned their heads towards the screen and told them to just watch the movie. Chaos erupted in the hall as Mr. Do hit more people. The spectators were in panic and confusion. The woman, whose hand had turned pale and covered in blood, grabbed the back of the seat. She began to rise slowly. Red flames appeared around her, and she smiled madly. Mr. Do tilted his head and asked if Cho-hee had closed the other exit. The blonde narrowed her eyes and nodded. She scratched her face and admitted that she didn't know people would transform like that, and it was disgusting. Mr. Do put his hands on his hips and replied that they looked cute to him. He turned to the audience and congratulated them on their rebirth. His glasses reflected the demons, and Mr. Do told them to have fun at the playground he had prepared. The woman flexed her arms unnaturally as a red aura emanated from her. She jumped forward and ran with a terrifying scream. Cho-hee tied her whip around the door handles. There were eerie sounds coming from behind the door. The blonde put her hand on her hip and said she didn't know how strong the baton was. Cho-hee turned to Mr. Du with a grin and said that it seems like he really lives up to his notoriety. Mr. Du chuckled and replied that it had been sealed for thousands of years for a reason. The man beat the guy and the girl, shouting that all couples should be destroyed. Mr. Du, watching this, said that now, all the urges that had been suppressed will start to explode. Cho-hee smiled and said it was exciting. The guy in the red sweater grabbed the man by the arm and ordered him to leave him alone. His girlfriend told him to rip the man's mouth out. The guy started beating the man, shouting that he would disfigure his face so much that he would never find a girlfriend. The man in the shirt screamed in pain, blood coming from his mouth. The demon in the red jacket continued to beat him. The guy in the white shirt turned to the girl and asked why these freaks were so loud. The girl immediately fell in love with him, saying that he was handsome. She kissed him while the other demons beat each other up. The student took a pin from his backpack and asked the other demon what she was looking at. The blonde girl took a pin out of her bag and asked what he just said. They attacked each other, hitting each other with their arms. The girl in the dress was rummaging through a red bag. She took out a lighter from there and grinned. Opening the lid of the lighter, she suggested to party with fire. She brought the lit lighter to the hem of her friend's sweater. Junho's clothes started to catch fire, and he screamed. He began to take off his burning jacket. Then, he removed the belt from his pants. His girlfriend was puzzled. Junho started beating her with a belt and asked how dare she set him on fire. The girl closed her eyes and covered her head, screaming in pain. There was chaos in the cinema hall as everyone was fighting with each other. Listening to the noise from the hall, Cho-hee ate popcorn. She couldn't believe that it's this bad, even if these are cheap demons that are worth less than $100 with absolutely zero self-control. Mr. Du petted the toy dolphin and said that's how to consider the demonic club is. It turns people into cheap demons that are easy to control. Mr. Du presented his body, divided into two parts, dark and red. He said that unlike them, the pureblood demons, who have naturally become demons parasitizing human bodies, those demons that turn due to the power of the club are not to be compared with. The guy in the hat was knocking on the door of the cinema hall. He did not turn into a demon and tried to open the door. There was a commotion on the other side of the door. While the man was trying to open the door, a demon girl was walking towards him. Mr. Du said that though they may look dirty and disgusting, they better make them into the lowly demons so that they can have them below us. The demon was holding many lit cigarettes in her hand. The guy immediately froze in fear. The girl pushed off the floor and ran towards him. She roughly grabbed him by the collar of his jacket. The demoness pinned the guy to the floor. She forced many cigarettes into his mouth. Holding the guy's head, the demon lit a cigarette herself. Mr. Du said that this is how they're going to turn humans into cheap demons to control and rule over them. The female demon was punching the male demon in the face. The student wrapped his headphones around his neck, cursing at his parents. Cho-hee looked at the door and said that they were practically animals. Suddenly, the noise in the cinema hall stopped. Cho-hee looked at the door suspiciously and asked why it was quiet. Mr. Du twirled his finger in a circle and replied that the time had come. He asked if they should release the animals. Cho-hee, with an indifferent face, began to remove her whip from the door handles. She asked if they could kill each other and be left with just one. Mr. Du came to the door and replied that even if they are animals, they are not so out of control. The blonde put the whip in her pocket and said that they would see it soon. Blows began to be heard on the door. Cho-hee frowned and swallowed nervously. Mr. Du smiled sinisterly and told the demons to come out and destroy the city. A huge number of evil, ferocious demons burst out of the cinema hall. Cho-hee widened her eyes and was taken aback. Mr. Du chuckled and looked at her, asking what he was telling her. The demons ran out into the cinema hall, screaming horribly. The demon grabbed the cashier, who was still human. The demon girl jumped onto the information desk. The cinema workers backed away in fear when she took out a lighter and suggested playing with the fire. The demoness handed the a lighter and offered to light the whole world. A cinema worker was thrown out of a window and fell onto the road. She fell heavily on the sidewalk, blood splashing in all directions. Mr. Du looked at her arrogantly. He raised the baton up, smiling. He stepped on the girl's corpse while his subordinates followed him. Demons were running out of the cinema, and Mr. Du proposed to cleanse the city by starting a fire. The team of demon hunters ran as fast as they could towards the cinema. Bawu asked if this was the building that was burning. Ri was taken aback, looking down and opening his mouth slightly. While the hunters were jumping from roof to roof, they saw a crowd of demons on the road. Jun-ho was eating caramelized fruit that he took from a street stall. A demonic schoolboy grabbed a woman who was asking for help. The student said that he skipped school today and suggested that she have fun. A girl in a dress set clothes on fire in a store, talking about cleansing the city. Demon hunters flew over burning buildings as the city was in chaos. Deer was horrified. His pupils constricted. He said it did happen. The hunters continued to move forward, despite the destruction and fire. Ri noticed something that shocked him. His friend, who had turned into a demon, ran after the child on a bicycle and invited him to have fun. The main character was horrified. His pupils constricted when he realized that it was Jun-ho. Jun-ho aggressively jumped on the child, asking him to let him ride. The little boy tried to leave in tears. Ri punched his friend in the face. The main character was able to protect the boy, and Jun-ho fell heavily on the road. Ri landed next to him and asked if he was okay. He asked why he went to the cinema so early. Jun-ho's fist became covered in red fire, and he roared. Ri seriously pointed his finger at him and told him to pull himself together. Jun-ho attacked him aggressively, and the main character tensed. His fist became covered in blue flames, and he said he was sorry. His friend screamed at him furiously, preparing to attack. Ri hit him hard in the stomach. The main character watched as Jun-ho fell painfully onto the road. Ri ran towards him. He grabbed his friend and ran with him, saying that he was annoying him. They entered a fast food restaurant with a red sign. The main character hid his friend under the table and told him to stay there. Ri said that if anyone else sees him, they will turn him into a horn. He tapped his earpiece, communicating with Chi-Cho. The guy asked him if the people who turned into demons would return to normal if he destroyed Mr. Du. Chi-Cho told him that he was not sure, but it would only be known if it actually happened. Jun-ho, sitting under the table, growled while Ri stood opposite him. The main character grabbed his friend by the head and began to swing his fist. He began to force him back under the table, hitting him with his fist. Ri shouted at him to lose consciousness if he didn't want to die. When he went outside, he saw a terrifying situation. Demons attacked people. There was blood splashes everywhere. The main character clenched his teeth in anger. His eyes lit up. He said Mr. Du's name with hatred. The guy immediately rushed forward, pushing off from the road. There were cars in the parking lot, and a scarlet flame was burning next to a nearby building. Mr. Du's subordinates were already sitting in the red car. He walked towards them and said that they can wrap things up in this neighborhood. The man began to sit in the back seat and suggested driving to the next playground. Cho-hee sat next to him and asked him where it would be fun, listing various places. Mr. Du looked at her and replied that the more people there, the better. The car's windshield was broken. Cho-hee looked horrified at the broken glass, but Mr. Du was calm. Topsy and Turvy shielded their faces from windshield shards. Ri was sitting on the hood, and it was from this that he broke the windshield. He asked Mr. Du where he was going after causing this mess without paying for it. The remaining hunters surrounded the car, preparing for battle. Ri's eyes were bright and he grinned. The guy said that no matter how wild animals become, they are just prey for the hunter. Mr. Du shook his head with a smile and said that this mad dog should be beaten with a stick. His eyes glowed red and said that if he wanted it, he would get it. Topsy began to get out of the car. Turvy did the same. Chi-Cho ran towards them and said that he will make some money out of them. He jumped high above the car and the demons. Chi-Cho told them to think of it as compensation for their destroyed tea house. Cho-hee's whip rose into the air. She threw Ri off the hood and attacked Chi-Cho at the same time. The man was able to land on his feet, sliding backwards a little. Cho-hee began to unwind her whip and said that Chi-Cho had not felt her whip for a long time. The man chuckled as he looked at her. He said it wasn't as great as it used to be and asked if it was because she'd been watered down by demons. Mr. Du got out of the car, looking at his subordinates. He told them to go on and catch with each other. Mr. Du waved to them and said that he would be leaving. Ri immediately ran to him and asked where he was going. The guy jumped forward, grabbing him in the air, and they began to fall together. They were flying down from a multi-level parking lot. Bawu ran to them and asked what was wrong with Ri and what he was thinking about. He stood near the fence and looked down, asking his ally if he was alive. Doc So held the bat tightly, but his hands were shaking. He felt horror and fear, and he said with a frightened face that they could not allow anything to happen to Ri. He added that Hong Ryan isn't even with them. Bawu turned to him aggressively and asked if he was saying that they were not trustworthy. Deer drank the last drops of alcohol from the flask, asking if he thought so. Topsy held his hatchet in his hands and looked coldly at the hunters. Turvy was already swinging his hammer, frowning. While Cho-hee headed towards Chi-Cho, other demons attacked Deer and Bawu. The blonde tensed his jaw and swung the rubber ball. Deer frowned, his eyes glowing brightly, and he jumped up. The hunters faced demons in battle. In the bathroom at their headquarters, there were speakers from which the voices of the hunters could be heard. They asked each other if they could see Ri. The speakers were located near Hong Ryan's head, which was still lying in the bathroom. Her eyes were closed as her teammates tried to find Chi-Cho. Someone shouted that he had fallen on a school nearby, and another hunter asked who he had fallen with. A quiet voice came from the white speakers. There was a lot of steam in the bathroom due to the hot water. Someone said that Chi-Cho fell from Cho-hee. Hong Ryan shuddered when she heard the name. She began to slowly open her eyes, waking up. Cho-hee and Chi-Cho fought in the air. The man was lashed in the face. The blonde's neck was hit by a needle. After a mid-air collision, they fell into the high school courtyard. Chi-Cho, squatting, noticed that for some reason Cho-hee's soul fire was white. He asked if she had any shame and ordered her to change her soul fire to red. The blonde twirled the whip at her feet and asked, "Don't people call adjusting to the situation being adaptable?" Then she asked why he shouldn't worry about keeping himself out of the world before interfering in other people's affairs. Chi-Cho twirled his finger in the air and asked, "Does she call siding with demons adjusting?" He stated that this was not something a former demon hunter should say. Cho-hee narrowed her eyes and lowered the corners of her lips. She said that he seems to have become very uptight since the last time she saw him. Chi-Cho smiled and lowered his hand with the needle down. He said that he was not comfortable killing White Soul Fire. Cho-hee swung her whip and ordered him to stop saying the same things. She invited him to have fun. Chi-Cho pointed a needle at her and said he would miss her when she was gone. They attacked each other with brutality. A Bawu rubber ball flew into Topsy's face. The enemy began to fall screaming, and Bawu called out to Dokso. The guy with the glasses prepared the battle and told his ally to leave it to him. As Topsy fell, he frowned and tensed. He saw a bat flying at him. Dokso struck, but the enemy managed to dodge. The guy with glasses began to turn around in panic, not understanding where the enemy had gone. Topsy clenched his hand into a fist and swung at him. He hit Doc so hard in the face, causing his face to start bleeding. He began to fall, and there was a large bruise on his cheek. He screamed that he had been hit on the head and would die, and he should not have joined them. Deer swung his leg in the air and asked the enemy why not play with him. Turvy was horrified. His pupils constricted. Deer kicked him in the face and said that Doc So is the weakest of them. The white-haired man, while in the air, added that if he gets hurt, it will be hard for the others. Topsy landed on the floor and readied his hatchet. He swung his weapon, but Deer jumped back and dodged. The white-haired one slid across the floor and told the enemy that, as he expected, he was not so bad. Bawu widened his eyes and clenched his teeth. He threw a rubber ball at Turvy, who was attacking Deer. The ball hit the enemy's head, causing him to scream. Bawu caught his ball while the enemy fell, covered in blood. The blonde asked how minions like them dared to fight against them. He noticed that Topsy had come to his senses and attacked Deer. At this time, Doc So swung his bat. He began to beat the prone Turvy, ordering him to die. His face was splattered with the enemy's blood, and he didn't stop. Deer and Topsy chased each other, dodging attacks. Bawu prepared a rubber bee. Allen shouted that Doc So may be slow, but only he can mess with him. The blonde swung his weapon powerfully. He threw the ball with all his might towards Topsy, ordering him to stay away from Doxo. The ball hit the enemy's head, causing his face to start bleeding again. However, the ball bounced right into Deer's face and he cursed. Bawu looked away with an awkward smile, whispering nice. The enemy's axe began to fall down from the parking lot. It fell towards a pile of rubbish and concrete. The axe fell with a loud thud into a pile of rubbish. From under the rubble of concrete slabs, Ree's hand jerked. He began to struggle out of the trap with difficulty. Mr. Du said it took him a long time. The main character frowned and looked at him with hatred. Mr. Du sat on a pile of garbage and said that he was debating whether he should pull Ree out himself and kill him. The main character walked to him and asked how he dared to lower his defenses. Immediately after this, he powerfully swung and jumped towards the enemy. Mr. Du pointed the demonic baton at him. He hit the guy hard, causing him to fly up, bleeding. Ree fell right at Mr. Du's feet. He covered his bleeding mouth with his hand. Looking at the club, Mr. Du looked at him and smiled, narrowing his eyes. He said that this is the last Blue Soul fire. The enemy waved his weapon and said that it would be easiest to destroy the others once he killed Ree. The main character grinned and said that he understood. He began to stand up, his hand covered in blue flames. Ree shouted that it would be a piece of cake for him to kill him. He attacked with his fist, but Mr. Du managed to jump to the side. The enemy swung his weapon, covered in red flames. He hit Ree, causing him to fall hard and leave a dent in the asphalt. Mr. Du asked if he forgot what kind of baton it was. Chi-Cho fell onto the sidewalk, his clothes dirty. Immediately after that, he jumped to the side. He pointed the needle towards Cho-hee. The blonde blocked his attack, and they were both thrown to opposite sides. They were breathing heavily from fatigue, and Cho-hee said that it looks like they're not meant to be after all. She raised her eyebrows and grinned, saying that they could have gone back to the time when they were all over each other. Suddenly Hong Ryan pushed her. Cho-hee was taken aback. They broke a window in flight and flew into the school corridor. Hong Ryan and Cho-hee slid across the tiled floor. Hong Ryan stood up and brushed off the dirt from her skirt as the blonde glared at her. Chi-Cho stood up from the ground and grinned. He said that she'll be a much better playmate than him. Hong Ryan's gaze was cold and cruel. Chi-Cho said that their youngest member is very angry right now. She held a yo-yo in her hand and was engulfed in white flames. Hong Ryan stood at a distance from her enemy. Cho-hee raised her hand and said that her cute face had already been restored. She ran her hand over her face and declared that this time she would leave a deep scar so that it would remain forever. Hong Ryan was silent, as always, but her eyes were burning. Cho-hee twirled her whip and asked her opponent to stop staring at her and take a deep breath. She stated that this time it would be much more painful, and tightly gripped the weapon, blazing with white flame. Cho-hee tensed the hand that held the whip. She licked her upper lip and suggested we have some fun. Hong Ryan ran towards her with lightning speed. The blonde did the same, running towards her. Each of them began attacking with their weapons in the air. Doxo, Deer, and Ba Wu were thrown back. They wondered why their enemies did not die. Topsy and Turvy were heading towards them at high speed. A shadow appeared over Ba Wu's face, and he shouted to his allies to be careful. Turvy attacked Doxo and Deer, while Topsy flew at Ba Wu. The voices of children could be heard from the kindergarten building. The teachers played with the children in the ball pit. Everyone had fun. The window to the building was broken, and demon hunters began to fall into the ball pit. Doxo landed in the balls and, sobbing, shouted that he should not have gone with them. One of the teachers said to call the police. They began to take the children outside while the room was in chaos. Ba Wu threw the ball at one of the enemies with hatred. However, the ball easily bounced off the enemy's hands and calmly rolled along the floor. Ba Wu turned angrily towards Doxo and called out to him. He shouted at the guy buried in colorful balls. Ba Wu shouted that he said the ball contained horse blood. Deer turned to him and replied that it was not his rubber ball. Ba Wu frowned and flexed his fingers, cursing. He started digging through the colorful balls, saying they all looked like his rubber ball. Turvy jumped towards him, swinging his hammer. He said he felt sorry for the guy, and that's why demon hunters are dying out. Doxo suddenly emerged and shouted that he thought he would drown in these balls. Because of this, he hit Turvy and threw it to the side. Deer made a joyful gesture and praised Doxo. Both enemies were angry and surrounded by red flames. While digging through the balls, Bawu turned to Doxo and said that there must be a switch that removes all the balls from the pool. Doxo noticed something similar and shouted that it was there. He got out of the pool and ran there. There was a switch on the wall that you could point up or down. Doxo pressed the switch as balls rained down from him. Suddenly, a huge number of new balls began to fall from the ceiling. Bawu was horrified to notice this. The balls fell on everyone's heads, and Bawu shouted that Doxo added more balls to the pool. The blonde was trying to find his rubber ball. He fumbled in the pool in a panic. Topsy threw one of the balls towards the hunters. Doxo threw more balls at his enemies. Turvy grabbed a huge number of balls and threw them too. While the hunters and demons were throwing balls at each other, Bawu shouted that he had found it. He grabbed the coveted ball from a pile of other multicolored balls. He looked at his weapon with tears in his eyes and rejoiced. Bawu powerfully swung the ball and shouted to the enemies that they were already corpses. Holding the ball in his hand, he pressed harder on it with his fingers. The blonde put a lot of energy into the attack, which he called a super high-pressure rubber ball attack. His attack hit both enemies at once, knocking them down. Topsy fell to the floor, bleeding. Turvy hit his back during the fall. Deer turned around with a smile and told Bawu that he should have done this from the beginning. Doxo gave the guy a thumbs up and praised the attack. Bawu grinned contentedly and said that he better put an end to this before that old man starts nagging him. He ran to the door and opened it, saying that the kindergarten is not the best place to kill them. He will lure them out. When Bawu ran out into the corridor, he noticed that he had forgotten his ball. Deer got angry and started swearing at him. He then told him to find the orb while he distracted the enemies. One of the enemies was pushed off the floor of the game room. Bawu turned around and was taken aback by what he saw. Topsy broke the window and grabbed the blonde. Together they broke through the wall of the kindergarten. Chunks of concrete fell from the broken wall, and Bawu and the enemy flew out. The hunter asked if they really didn't give up. While they were flying, they broke a window in a cafe. Bawu fell heavily on his back, cursing at Topsy. The enemy started to get up and said that he didn't even have a rubber ball with him. However, Bawu noticed something. Topsy raised his fist and jumped at him, asking what he would do. Bawu reached for the object he saw and asked what he meant. Doxo and Deer ran outside and saw that they had landed in a snack bar. Hearing the sound of the impact, Doxo immediately understood. He turned to Deer and asked if Bawu had used a rice cake roll as a weapon before. Deer started grinning, saying that since this idiot grabbed the rice cake roll, it was the end for his enemies. Bawu waved the rice cake roll, smiling creepily. There was already one rice cake roll on the enemy's face. The blonde swung the rice cake roll again. He hit Topsy on the head with a long piece of dough. One end of the rice cake roll came off and remained on the enemy's face. Bawu looked at the piece of dough with a happy face and said that this is why a demon hunter should not forget his first weapon. A crazy smile appeared on his face as he spun the rice cake roll. He told the enemy that he'll give him a taste of what it means to have your life slapped out of him. A white piece of dough flew through the air. Bawu beat Topsy with particular cruelty. Multiple blows were struck to the enemy's face. He thought that not only did it hurt terribly, but it also felt disgusting. Bawu's huge palm was heading towards him. Hunter grabbed Topsy by the neck and told him to open his mouth wider. Bawu lifted his choking foe into the air, grinning ominously. He said that if Topsy wants to live a long and healthy life, then he must have regular gastroscopy. Bawu began to forcefully shove the rice cake roll down his enemy's throat. Doxo and Deer watched this from the street. White-haired said that he never thought that he would see this terrible scene again. Doxo asked if they should stop them. Deer turned to him with a grin and replied that no one would stop this maniac. He suggested we go and get this thing. Turvy broke the glass in the snack bar. He landed on the floor and saw his ally being choked by Bawu. Turvy looked puzzled as the hunter shoved Topsy rice cake roll down his throat. Bawu told him that it took him a long time to get to them. Saliva dripped from his opponent's mouth onto his hand. Turvy gritted his teeth and tensed, sweating. Bawu began to pull the rice cake roll out of Topsy's throat. The enemy fell exhausted to the floor, his face covered with bruises and bruises. Bawu began to spin the rice cake roll in the air. He told Turvey he was going to give him a colonoscopy and ordered him to pull his knees to his chest and lie down. Topsy was panting and shaking while Turvey looked on. Ba Wu swung the rice cake roll with a sadistic smile and said that it would be done without pain relief. Turvey frowned furiously and called him a sick pervert. He ran towards the guy. Suddenly something hit him on the cheek, and he was taken aback. Turvey saw his cheek begin to smolder and his pupils constricted. More liquid began to fall on him, and Ba Wu became confused. The enemy's body was covered with burning holes, and he began to scream in pain. Ba Wu turned around angrily and asked what they did to his patient. Deer held a water gun in his hands and handed Doc So a container for liquid. He said this is Doc So's secret weapon. A young man with glasses filled the container with horse blood and said that it was a pistol with horse blood. Ba Wu looked at them dumbfounded and asked them to stop creating such awkward things. Deer had already taken aim with his pistol when Doc So ran forward and called out to Topsy. He reached for the water pistol, which made the white-haired man taken aback. Doc So snatched the weapon from his hand and asked the enemy if he was thirsty after eating the rice cake roll. Ba Wu frowned and tensed as he looked at him. Doc So took Topsy by the chin and offered him to drink a little so that the food would be better digested. He shoved the barrel of the gun into his enemy's mouth. Doc So pulled the trigger of the water gun. He released horse blood into Topsy's mouth, causing him to scream furiously. Doc So turned his head with a smile as the demon's mouth lit up. Ba Wu looked at his comrade with concern and asked if he was okay. At this time, Ri and Mr. Du were fighting in the street. The demon swung his weapon. It touched Ri, who was covering his face with his hands. Immediately after this, the main character was thrown back and even broke a tree with his body. Mr. Du asked if he now understood what it was like to be hunted. He hugged the rubber dolphin and said that from now on the prey will hunt the hunter. The demo girl beat a passerby while holding lit cigarettes in her hands. Mr. Du said there is no turning back. This revolution is a chance to reclaim the rights that belong to demons. Two demons clashed in a fierce battle. Nothing can stop them. The demon was beating a man who had not yet turned into a demon. Another demon was biting into the neck of an innocent man. Mr. Du said that the last piece of hope for humanity, the last blue soul fire, will die out. He grabbed Ri by the hair, swinging his demonic club. The villain said he thought his mom was the last blue soul fire he was hunting. He smiled ominously, frowning, and said that he had been going to this for so long. Ri gritted his teeth. His entire face and body were beaten. Mr. Du was preparing to attack him and suggested finishing it off. As he began to punch, something hit him in the neck. Mr. Du jerked and opened his eyes wide. He began to rub his reddened neck with his hand. A needle was sticking out of his neck, and the main character was taken aback. There were 4 needles in Chicho's fist. Mr. Du looked at him with irritation. Many needles were stuck into his body. Chicho landed noisily on the pavement. Returned to him with a smile and asked why he was there for so long. Mr. Du looked at the needles sticking out of his body. Chicho extended his hand to the main character. Ri grabbed his hand and began to stand up. He said that Mr. Du is too talkative for mining. It seemed to him that blood was coming from his ears while he listened to his drone. Mr. Du took the needle out of his neck with a fierce look. Chicho looked seriously at his protege and asked what a hunter should do when he encounters cunning prey. As soon as Ri got to his feet, he brushed off the dirt. He straightened his jacket as he began to speak. Chicho readied his needle, his eyes glowing with white flames. Ri's eyes glowed blue. He wiped the blood from his face and said that we need to kill the prey together. They both looked at Mr. Du with hatred, and the main character said that this is now Tuona now. In the beginning there was the demon tree. It had a thick trunk and dense foliage. The demonic club was made from this wood and had magical powers. It was a mystical and dangerous weapon that turned everything into lesser demons, no matter what it touched. An evil ancient demon hit people's heads with a club, turning them into demons. It was a formidable weapon that could render the efforts of demon hunters who had been hunting evil demons for centuries useless in an instant. Demon hunters have existed since the beginning of the country's history. They could differ in appearance depending on the era, but they always fearlessly fought against evil forces. This was the very weapon they had been looking for all this time. A team of demon hunters walked towards the wind. Chi-Cho frowned fiercely as his eyes glowed. Mr. Du pulled out all the needles from himself and squeezed a baton disguised as a rubber dolphin. He turned to Ri and asked if this dolphin could be a club. Ri was confused, not knowing how best to answer. Chi-Cho smiled nervously and pointed to the toy, asking if Ri had been hit with the thing. Mr. Du hit him over the head with an inflatable dolphin. Just touching the club, Chi-Cho experienced terrible suffering. He was thrown back at that very second. His face was bleeding and he screamed in pain. As soon as he was hit again, he was thrown to the side tens of meters. Chi-Cho crashed into the store's glass doors, breaking it. He flew to the shelves with goods, hitting his back. His face was covered in bruises. The man was trembling and said that it was indeed a demonic club. Chi-Cho stood up with difficulty, grinning and breathing heavily. Vibrations began around him. He slammed his face hard into the floor, saying that things are finally getting interesting. Ri turned to him with concern and called out to his mentor. Mr. Du broke the Chi-Cho needles. He said that he should know that the insignificant weapons he had relied on until now were now useless. Ri watched him approach and thought that the battle was completely unfair and hopeless. The main character began to reel when he realized that whoever the owner of the demonic club was, he was invincible. Ri frowned and clenched his teeth tightly, deciding to pull himself together. He needs to think about how to stop the enemy. He reached his hand towards the back pocket of his pants. He thought that he was afraid that it might break like last time, so he held it as a lethal blow. The main character pulled out a folded fan from his pocket, realizing that he no longer had time. He looked at the opening fan, thinking that he had blue soul fire and only he had this power. Ri decided to put all this power into the fan and attack Mr. Du. The fan began to fill with the power of blue soul fire, burning brightly. The main character ran towards his enemy, holding a charged fan in his hand, which contained all his power. Mr. Du grinned slyly. He raised one hand and told Ri to try her best to attack him. He believed that this would make hunting for blue soul fire even more interesting. The main character jumped high, swinging his fan. He shouted that it would be different from what he had seen before today. When Ri waved his fan, a powerful beam of blue soul fire was sent towards the enemy. Mr. Du raised his club, engulfed in red flames, and replied that he was not sure. He swung the demonic weapon, putting a lot of energy into the attack. The red, angry flame headed straight towards Ri. Blue soul fire rushed towards this force. Chi-Cho prepared the needles and decided that he should attack the enemy when he spent all his energy. Two fire beams collided, causing an explosion. Mr. Du continued to swing the baton, increasing his attack. Ri waved his fan, thinking that he could do this and could win. Blue flames fought with red flames. Mr. Du grabbed the baton with both hands and raised it above his head. He told Ri that he was not as bad as he thought. The enemy asked if he should release his power. Ri's hair fluttered in the wind. He frowned and was taken aback. Mr. Du grinned and swung his baton again. There was a powerful explosion that threw the main character back. Mr. Du looked on as his robe fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, Chi-Cho appeared behind him, waving his needle and shouting the enemy's name. Mr. Du turned to him and asked if he had been too kind. He hit Chi-Cho with ease. The hunter flew back as blood poured from his wounds. There were particles of destroyed buildings in the air, and Mr. Du was left alone. He hugged the toy dolphin and grinned. He asked who to go to first to make it even more fun. Undressed women walked around the public sauna and communicated with each other. They looked at the skylight where Chi-Cho fell and asked what it was. The hunter broke the window and fell straight into the women's bathhouse, frightening them. He suddenly jumped out of the hot water, scaring the visitors even more. Chi-Cho began to quickly leave the bathhouse. He was soaked through, and the women looked in horror at the bloody man. Chi-Cho turned the water temperature dial. Hot water came out of the shower and a lot of steam appeared. A naked Chi-Cho stood under a hot shower and said that he felt much better now. An employee of a public sauna approached the owner and said that some crazy person had entered the women's bathhouse. However, the owl turned pale and trembled with fear. The manager called out to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked the old man what he was looking at, after which he turned his head. Outside the sauna there was chaos and carnage. The manager and owner watched in horror. The old man said that people have gone crazy. The female demon began to walk through the revolving doors as the sauna workers shook in terror. They were both sweating. The manager leaned over to the owner and asked if he had closed the door. The old man answered in the affirmative and told him not to worry. However, the demon broke the glass doors and burst inside. Immediately after this, other demons also broke the glass and ran into the hall. The sauna workers backed away in fear. The young manager threw the owner to the demons and apologized for it. Ruthless monsters began to eat the old man alive. The manager began to run away from there, looking back at the demons. It seemed to him that this was a dream and he needed to wake up. Suddenly the guy crashed into someone. The female demon turned around with a smirk and asked if he was interested in her body. She started tearing the guy's clothes off and screaming that he should answer when adults asked him questions. An aggressive demon attacked a guy and a girl. He shouted that men and women should not hold hands. An old demon knocked a man onto the road. The victim asked for help. Suddenly someone kicked the demon and shouted that because of him, he had lived an insignificant life for 60 years. The two demons were thrown to the sides after the collision. The demon girl sat on the demon policeman and told him to clean his eyes. She grabbed him by the hair and burned his eye with a cigarette. Immediately after this, the girl lit the same cigarette. She threw the cigarette but on the road and walked towards the white building, saying how romantic it was. The demon began to move unnaturally and laugh, saying that she wanted to heat things up. She ran inside. A wedding ceremony was taking place in the building. The guests began to run away from her in panic. There had already been a massacre in the ceremony hall, and the demon said that she would see if they would live happily ever after this. The groom turned into a demon. He stood behind the counter. He announced that the child Ji-yoon was carrying was his. After that, he frowned and bent over with an angry face. A man in a black suit insulted him and ran towards him. They both collided in the air. The pregnant woman screamed at her father to rip this guy's mouth out. The groom shouted about his child, but the woman ordered the father to tear out his tongue. The demon guy looked at her with tears and shouted that he was the father of the child. There was noise in the white high school building. Cho-hee wrapped her legs around Hong Ryan's neck, and they broke one of the doors. The blonde pinned her opponent to the floor, grinning evilly. Hong Ryan then wrapped her legs around Cho-hee's neck. They wrestled on the floor in the music room. Hong Ryan trembled as the woman pinned her to the floor. Cho-hee also tried to get out of the grip. They held the brunette's head between her legs and said that she was going to go easy on her. The blonde asked if she really wanted to go all the way. Gritting her teeth, Hong Ryan almost reached the yo-yo on her hip. She hooked her fingers into the case and opened it. The girl raised her yo-yo while Cho-hee looked puzzled. The weapon in Hong Ryan's hands was covered in white flames. The blonde frowned and clenched her teeth, tense. The brunette threw her yo-yo into the air while Cho-hee took out her whip. The yo-yo screeched across the blackboard, leaving a trail of flames. The weapon flared up in the air, spinning wildly. The blonde noticed the fiery yo-yo and cursed. She unclenched Hong Ryan's head, spreading her legs. Cho-hee repelled Hong Ryan's attack with her whip. While she was landing, she noticed that the tip of her whip was covered in fire and said that it was not bad. The blonde spun a fiery whip in the air, thanking Hong Ryan. The brunette was taken aback, and her pupils shrank. Cho-hee swung her whip at her and asked if she liked fire shows. Hong Ryan managed to jump back, avoiding the attack. Cho-hee waved her burning weapon again and called Hong Ryan a doll. She swung a whip at the high school student and told her to keep jumping so that the fire show would not end. Cho-hee aimed a whip at Hong Ryan, but she was able to dodge it. The brunette slid across the piano and ran on. At this time, Deok-soo continued to press the trigger of the water gun. He sprayed Topsy with horse blood and said that he should have carried it with him from the very beginning. The demon's mouth burned, and he called the guy evil. Ba-woo smiled creepily and called out to Deer, calling him a nurse. He rolled the rice cake roll and asked if the patient was still preparing for the colonoscopy. Deer was beating Turvey at this time. He turned the enemy around and replied that the patient wanted to have both a colonoscopy and a gastroscopy at the same time. Turvey shouted at him to just kill him. Ba-woo swung a rice cake roll at him and said that they would accept his horn as payment. Two loud explosions and screams of demons were heard in the snack bar. Two shiny horns flew out from the corpses of the enemies. The hunters immediately jumped to catch them. At this time, Cho-hee attacked Hong Ryan, causing her to fly back. The brunette hit the bookcase. Books began to fall to the floor, and Cho-hee asked the girl if that was all and if she wanted them to go easy on her. The blonde threw the whip aside and asked if they should throw away their weapons and fight hand to hand. Cho-hee started doing kicks in the air and told her opponent not to be shy and bring it on. Hong Ryan pushed off the floor and jumped towards her. Cho-hee was taken aback when she saw Hong Ryan grab her whip. The blonde gritted her teeth, looking at her angrily, and insulted her. The brunette jumped up, and the whip became covered in white flames. Cho-hee clenched her fist tightly in rage. She almost attacked Hong Ryan. Her fist was near the girl's face. However, the brunette ducked and Cho-hee missed. Hong Ryan was behind her, swinging her yo-yo and whip at the same time. Cho-hee was strangled by the rope and cursed aggressively. Trying to break free from the grip, the blonde looked at Hong Ryan and said that she was faking. Hong Ryan hit her in the face with a whip, which immediately began to bleed. The brunette turned around and swung her whip again. She held her opponent down with a yo-yo rope and hit her with a whip. Hong Ryan then threw the blonde aside. Cho-hee slammed her back into the floor. Her face and body were covered with wounds, and she said that the cunning Hong Ryan was pretending to be tired. At this time, Hong Ryan wrapped a spiked whip around her fist. She clenched her fist tighter and swung. The brunette delivered a powerful blow with her fist, which was wrapped in a spiked whip. The blow hit Cho-hee right in the face. Ba-woo, Deer, and Dokso were riding a small moped to deliver food. Dokso shot horseblood at the demons. He looked on in amazement while his allies looked grim. The demon's nose caught fire as soon as the horse's blood got there. The demon girl's head and neck began to smolder. The horse's blood entered the body of another demon. Dokso truly enjoyed splashing the demons with the horse's blood. Deer looked at him and said that it was as if there was a devil inside of him. Ba-woo added that he had been hiding it all this time. Deer, with a taken aback, told Dokso that this was enough. They stopped near the street toilet. Inside, Dokso began to refill the water container with horse blood, offering to add another drop. Ba-woo and Deer looked at him intensely. They rode the moped again, and Dokso continued shooting demons. Mr. Do struck again with the demonic baton. He placed his hand on his hip and looked at the struggling Ri. The main character held back the baton with his fan, not understanding how a deflated balloon could be this heavy. Mr. Do looked at him arrogantly. Ri thought that the enemy didn't even break a sweat while fighting him, and he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, horse blood got into Mr. Do's face. He noticed that his cheek began to smolder. Ba-woo, Deer, and Dokso were driving towards him. Ba-woo shouted that Ri's his to boss around, not enemies. Ri looked at them and cursed at Ba-woo. He frowned angrily and rolled his eyes. The main character asked if he was late because he was busy coming up with this joke. Mr. Do wiped the horse's blood from his cheek and asked where his employees were. Deer pointed at the hunters, grinning, and said that they helped them retire before they came here. Ba-woo smiled and said that it was not a pleasant sight. Mr. Do hit the ground with his baton. All the hunters flew into the air, and cracks appeared along the sidewalk. One of the hunters told the others to be careful. Red demonic energy filled the cracks in the sidewalk. Red soul fire flared up, attacking the hunters. They screamed and were covered in blood. The hunters struggled and fell onto the road, leaving behind dents. Mr. Do raised his flaming club over them. He said that they still didn't seem to understand what was happening now. The villain grinned as he looked up. He said that no matter how hard they tried, it was all useless. Mr. Do said he was going to rewrite history. There was a sound of impact and the villain frowned and screamed. Ba-woo was taken aback, coughing up blood and trembling. Everyone was surprised when they saw Hong Ryan attack Mr. Do with a whip. They asked when she managed to get out of the bath and if she was okay. The yo-yo in the girl's hand lit up with a bright white flame. She launched a yo-yo at the enemy and swung her whip with her other hand. There was a loud explosion, but Mr. Do jumped away easily. He then landed on the sidewalk. The villain pushed off powerfully from the surface. He ran forward fiercely. Mr. Do hit Hong Ryan with a demonic baton. The girl was taken aback when the weapon touched her. The club was surrounded by red flames. Hong Ryan was thrown into the wall of a nearby building. Ba Wu looked at this in horror and called out to the girl. Hong Ryan fell onto the road, leaving a large dent in the wall. She was shaking and breathing heavily. Mr. Du went to her and asked if this team's motto is bravado. He stood in front of her and swung his baton, asking her to know her place before attacking him. Ri's face was covered in blood. He realized that she would die immediately if the villain hit her on the head. The main character thought that this hit was critical, and he would be able to recover in 20 seconds. Ri began to struggle to his feet, deciding that he needed to move no matter what. Mr. Du almost attacked Hong Ryan with a demonic baton. Ba Wu looked at this in horror, gritting his teeth. Doc So tried to catch his breath, feeling panicked. Doc So frowned and watched this. Ri tried to overcome the pain and get up. A white flash appeared in the air. Mr. Du was thrown back. He looked at the hunter and said that he was going to find him, and he came on time. Chicho placed his hand on his hip and replied that it was too hot to stay in the place the villain sent him to. Ri immediately smiled and called out to Chicho. Chicho clutched the needles in his hands and asked him why he was still lying on the ground. The main character sighed with relief and said that he came just in time. Mr. Du was approaching Chicho, who was ordering Ri to come here. The main character deftly opened his fan. He pushed off the surface and flew forward, saying that he was going to help him properly.
Chi cho dùng pet up power field.
Mr. Du raised his head and looked at him. 2 hunters were flying straight at him. Ri continued by saying that he wanted to do this before Chicho was beaten to death again. He waved his fan and offered to take the club from the enemy's hands. Chicho pointed a needle-filled fist at Mr. Du. Mr. Du looked at them with a grin, raising his baton. He swung a formidable weapon. The villain hit the sidewalk with his baton, leaving red marks in the air. Chicho and Ri rushed down to Mr. Du. Chicho saw a bright red light and jerked. Suddenly, the man began to move to the side. He protected Ri from the demonic attack. Mr. Du smiled easily. A red beam of energy hit Chicho, who covered Ri. The sky was scarlet due to demonic forces. The hunters were thrown aside. Ri angrily turned to his mentor and asked why he kept sacrificing himself. He shouted that this was not like him at all. There were smoldering wounds on Chicho's face. He replied that it was not Ri's nature to help him, but he was knocked out with one blow. The rest of the demon hunters struggled to their feet, glaring furiously at their enemy. Doc So began to look around. He said there was only one way to stop it, and he needed to find it. The bespectacled boy opened his eyes wide when he found the right thing. Doc So walked into a clothing store and asked where he could find a speaker cable. The seller began to drive him away, calling him an eccentric. Doc So clenched his hand into a fist and more aggressively ordered to give him a speaker. The seller fearfully handed him the wire. Doc So asked why people only listen when they are shouted at. A familiar melody began to be heard along the street. Deer looked around in shock, perplexed. Ri's clothes and body were dirty with his blood. He heard the song and was puzzled. Listening to the melody, Chicho began to smile. Ba Wu smiled widely and praised Doc So. Mr. Du grinned arrogantly and asked if he could come up with something better than a demonic song. He asked if he really thought it would work on him, the wielder of the demonic club. Before he could finish speaking, his body began to dance on its own. The main character moved with a smile to the beat of the song. He said that he was wondering what kind of moves Mr. Du would show them. Ri told him not to copy his groove. All the demon hunters began to dance. Deer said that soon Mr. Du will know what it's like to die while dancing. Chicho said that he has never been so happy to hear Doc So's song. Despite her gloomy appearance, Hong Ryan joined in the dance. Doc So danced joyfully and glowed with happiness. He shouted that it worked and he was a genius. The guy turned to the seller and thanked him for the fact that they could win. The seller, dancing against his will, asked what he had done to him and who he was. Mr. Du was flailing around with his baton. He asked if the blacksmith's name was Doc So and declared that he would not spare him. Ri looked at him and wondered if Mr. Du was moving his soul fire while dancing. The demonic club filled with energy. The villain's eyes burned brightly and he swung his weapon. He hit the road with his baton and Ri was taken aback. The main character opened his eyes wide and his mouth agape, realizing that this was the strongest attack he had made. Mr. Do didn't stop dancing. Ri was able to somersault and avoid the attack, realizing that the enemy wanted to kill him with one blow. He grabbed the fan as he landed. The main character understood that Mr. Do was very angry. The rest of the demon hunters continued to dance. Chicho pointed in the direction with his finger and said that the demons were heading there. He shouted that whether they're dancing or whatever, they must block them. Demons dancing against their will moved along the street. While the melody sounded, they screamed and growled deafeningly. Even though everyone was dancing, the demon hunters were fighting the demons. Mr. Do tried to attack Ri. The salesman and Doc So danced against each other. The man got angry and asked why he was doing this. The bespectacled boy told him to just let the music take control. Doc So explained that he couldn't do anything and also didn't want to do it. Suddenly, the music stopped coming from the speakers. Doc So was taken aback, realizing that the music had stopped. He ran outside and shouted to Ba Wu that his phone was dead. While fighting the demons, Ba Wu told him to send the song to him. Doc So frowned and replied that he did not have enough data to send it. Someone punched Ba Wu in the face. The blonde called his ally an idiot and told him to use Wi-Fi. Doc So turned around and politely asked the seller to give him the Wi-Fi password. The seller got angry with him and ordered him to leave. He stated that he was destroyed while dancing with him. Doc So stomped his foot loudly on the floor. He, being unusually angry, ordered to give him at least a charger. The guy asked why the seller shouldn't use his brains. The seller handed him the wire with a trembling hand. The music started playing from the speakers again. Doc So immediately became joyful and said to give the music control of his body again. The salesman looked at him in horror, thinking he was a psychopath. While in the crowd of dancing demons, Mr. Do snatched someone's backpack. He opened it and climbed inside. Then, the man took out earplugs. While fighting off the demons, Ri looked at the villain who was putting on earplugs. The main character smiled nervously, not understanding why he didn't think about it, because it was such a simple solution. He snatched the student's headphones and apologized for it. Reinserted wireless headphones into his ears. He decided that he better put on a girl band song to completely drown out Doc So's song. The main character picked up a smartphone, including a song. He turned the volume to maximum and closed his eyes with a relaxed face. That's what he called music. Mr. Do's eyes glowed red as he smirked. He suggested we dance together. A red aura flared up around the villain, but his speech was absolutely incomprehensible to Ri. The main character lit up with a blue flame. He could not hear Mr. Do. A gambling grin appeared on his face. The villain was heading towards him. Mr. Do's speech was unintelligible to the guy. The main character opened his fan and walked towards him. He mentally told his opponent that he did not know what he was muttering about, but he would show him a real battle. They both ran towards each other at lightning speed. Mr. Do pointed his baton forward. Ri grinned while holding a fan. The girl was fast asleep in her bed. Screams were heard outside the window, and she opened her eyes. She didn't understand why it was so noisy early in the morning. She even thought that the supermarket owner was drunk again. The girl with an angry face reached out to the window, asking how he dared to disturb the sleep of a high school graduate. When she saw what was happening on the street, she was overcome with horror. She thought it was a dream. Mr. Do and Ri clashed in battle. Their weapons touched each other. A bright explosion thundered in the air. Everyone around continued to dance. The seller asked how long it would last. Doc So replied that the next song will be the last. Ri flew into the store, breaking the glass. He fell straight onto Doc So, crushing him. The main character accidentally broke his ally's phone with his knee. Doc So screamed desperately, and the music stopped playing. Everyone stopped and stopped dancing. Deer asked if the song was over. Ba Wu was happy that he could stop dancing, and Chicho asked where he was. Mr. Do was heading straight towards the main character and Doc So. He swung his demonic club. Ri clenched the fan in his hand, realizing that the enemy's weapon was strong. He didn't know what to do. Mr. Do attacked him, but the main character blocked the blow with his fan. The two forces collided as their weapons touched each other. They were both thrown in different directions. Ri rolled back, cursing. Mr. Do walked towards him arrogantly, saying that he expected more from the guy. He stated that there was nothing more they could do and suggested they call it a day. Chicho flew into the store screaming. Mr. Du turned around, looking at him. Chicho stuck several needles into his neck at once. While the rest of the hunters were heading to the store, Chicho landed and said, "The climax has just begun." Ba Wu threw his rubber ball and called out to Deer. The ball bounced off the ceiling. Deer managed to dodge at the last moment. The attack hit Mr. Du right on the head and Ba Wu caught the ball. The white-haired man looked at the enemy and said, "That's gotta hurt." Mr. Du gritted his teeth as blood came from his mouth, leaving a large bruise on his chin. The hunters shouted that it worked. Ba Wu squeezed the rubber ball in his hand. Deer jumped high. Chicho prepared another needle. The three of them walked toward Mr. Du, preparing to attack him. Ri exhaled and looked at them, deciding that this was his chance. He tensed his jaw and began to infuse energy into his weapon. The main character focused, aiming at the enemy's head. Suddenly, the phone in his back pocket of his pants vibrated. He lost all concentration as he took out his phone. He asked who was calling him and immediately saw that it was Mina. The girl walked around the room in a panic, praying that he would pick up the phone. Ri answered the call. Mina put the phone to her ear in a panic and shouted the guy's name. She said the people outside were crazy. Demons fought right in their backyard and climbed onto the house, which Mina told about. She shouted that her brother was not answering her calls. The demons broke the windows and broke into her house. The girl screamed in horror. They chased Mina, who was desperately running away. She ran into the kitchen and grabbed a frying pan. Mina hit the demon on the head and shouted that it was self-defense. Ri looked at the phone excitedly and shouted at me, not to fight the demons and run away. The girl took a hammer from the closet. The evil Mina raised her makeshift weapons and asked the demons how they dared to break into her house. Suddenly, her face became confused. She saw Jun-Ho climb into her house and tell other demons that this was his house. Mina was confused looking at her friend. Jun-Ho's eyes burned with a red flame. He called the rest of the demons behind him. The girl started crying and asked what was wrong with his eyes. Standing at the other end of the room, she called out to her friend. Jun-Ho opened his mouth wide, shouting aggressively. Mina screamed at him to pull himself together and said that she was his sister. At the store, the hunters unsuccessfully fought Mr. Du. When Ri heard Mina's screams, he was horrified. The guy asked if Jun-Ho came to her house in this state. He screamed at her to just run away. Chicho, fighting the enemy, turned to Ri. He shouted to the guy that now was not the time to call anyone, because people outside were dying. The main character turned around and saw Mr. Du throwing his allies away. The falling Chicho shouted that they must stop the enemy. Ri knew they had to destroy it as quickly as possible. Mr. Du floated in the air while Chicho looked down. He said that if they don't stop him, this place will turn into hell and it will be impossible to stop it. Demons ran through the streets, attacking all passers-by. Mina asked where Ri was and if he was coming already. She screamed that everyone was crazy, including Jun-Ho. The main character reached for the end call button with a trembling hand. He remembered seeing the terrifying news. Then Chicho was angry and asked if he saw the news about the death of the family due to the demon that Ri missed. Mina shouted that she was in danger and asked why Ri was not answering. The main character ended the challenge thinking that Mina is a strong girl. He remembered how Chicho looked at him and said that since they couldn't be heroes, they were at least trying to make money. Ri thought about going after the dearest demon, Mr. Du, to save everyone. At that moment, Chicho frowned and ordered to hunt those demons that he himself chose for the guy. The main character gritted his teeth, his fan burning brightly with a blue flame. His eyes lit up and he asked if they were telling him to turn the bastard into a horn. He pushed off powerfully from the surface. Ri ran forward, leaving a trail of blue flames behind him. He shouted to the enemy that he was going to sell it for a fortune before the market closed. Mr. Du pulled out the needles with a cold face. The main character broke through the wall, heading towards him. He put his fan in front of him, approaching the enemy. Ri understood that he's no match against the club. The two of them were thrown out of the building due to the shockwave from the attack. The main character realized that he must avoid the baton at all costs and fight Mr. Du. Ri raised his fan to the demonic weapon. He continued to fly towards Mr. Du. The main character decided that he could grab him and beat him to death. He pointed his fist at the enemy, blazing with blue fire. Ri hit him in the face and a bright flash appeared. He was taken aback, looking at the enemy. Mr. Du stopped his blow with his own fan, and Ri looked at his empty palm in confusion. The enemy said that no matter how hard Ri tries to defeat him, the guy will not be able to win. Mr. Du clutched his fan while his body was covered in red flames. Ri's face was smeared with blood, and he narrowed his eyes. Mr. Du broke his fan and said that Ri wouldn't win even if he didn't have a baton. He hit the main character in the face with a baton. Ri flew to the other end of the room. Mr. Du walked towards him and asked if he was okay because he heard his bones breaking. Ri was unable to get up. The enemy's robe fluttered as he approached the guy. He said that Ri should have just been quiet and hidden. Mr. Du leaned over to the main character and said that his mother wanted him to live a quiet, peaceful life. The man asked why he didn't listen to his mother. The main character smiled exhaustedly and asked why he doesn't fool the dolphin even more, since he has time to talk about nonsense. He hit himself lightly on the jaw and said that it doesn't hurt at all when it's deflating. Mr. Du replied that he should know how to distinguish between bravery and recklessness. The building around them was burning. Mr. Du smiled and said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He stated that his mother tried to erase Ri's memory, after which she exhausted herself for the battle, and when she could not fight and was beaten like an animal, she blew herself up. Mr. Du leaned even closer to the main character and stated that this makes him the one who killed his mom. Hearing this, Ri opened his eyes wide and froze. Hee-jin smiled while crying and apologized to her son. Little Ri, sobbing, tried to hug her. Mom told him not to look back and just run forward. Evil demons were heading towards them. Hee-jin hugged her son and said that he should never look back. She asked if he understood her. Ri tried to cuddle up to his mom again and told her to come with him. Hee-jin hugged her son tightly, sobbing. She hugged her son lovingly. Mom put her hand to Ri's temple. She sent a huge amount of blue soul fire into his head. Blue soul fire drove away the evil demons that were coming towards them. There was a bright blue explosion in the middle of the city. Ri was covered in blue flames as his mother pushed him away. Tears appeared in his eyes again. Exhausted, Hee-jin guided her son forward. She lowered him into the sewer hatch. The woman grabbed the manhole cover. Hee-jin began to close the hatch, telling her son that she loved him. Ri cried and shouted that he didn't want to do this. Hee-jin gently removed his hand from the manhole cover. Mom blocked the passage and said that Ri should forget about all this and about her. The main character shouted that he would not leave. The demons were approaching Hee-jin. She smiled and told her son to forget everything and live happily. Little Ri heard a knocking sound from above. He tried to reach the manhole cover, calling for his mother. Mr. Du said that Ri's mother used all her powers to erase the memory of her precious son. After that, she was severely beaten by demons. One of the demons swung his leg. He kicked Hee-jin in the stomach, causing her to scream. The woman grabbed the demon's leg tightly. Blue soul fire began to concentrate in her chest. The demons looked in horror at the bright blue flash. Mr. Du said that she eventually took all the soul fire left in her and blew herself up. A huge and bright explosion thundered among the houses. Exhausted, Hee-jin fell and the bracelet fell from her hand. She gradually began to disappear. The horns of killed evil demons lay around her. Mr. Du said that even if he has blue soul fire, there is a reason why he cannot defeat them. Chi-cho ran through the sewers, holding little Ri in his arms. The man was sobbing while carrying the child of the murdered huntress. There was a Hee-jin bracelet lying near the sewer hatch. Mr. Du said that Ri is half-human and his stupid human emotions bind him and make him inferior. Mr. Du smiled sinisterly and said that Ri was suffering so much after finding out that his mother died because of him. Ri lifted the sleeve of his jacket, releasing his mother's bracelet. Chi-cho rubbed his neck as he walked towards him. He asked if he asked him about the promise he made to Hee-jin. It was a promise to keep Ri safe. Little Ri stood near the orphanage with the teacher. She hugged the boy and led him inside. Chi-cho watched from the roof of a nearby building. He promised Hee-jin that Ri would live a normal life like everyone else. The man what? Ched from the car as Ri walked to school. The main character walked along a dark alley. He was pursued by a demon. Chi-cho hit this demon as the boy walked on. Ree slept in the library, preventing the others from studying. Chicho was sitting on the couch reading a book. The man told Ree that he couldn't even imagine how happy he was to watch him live a normal life until he got him into this mess. Chicho looked down guiltily, his face smeared with blood. The main character clenched his teeth, looking at the bracelet on his wrist. Mr. Du pointed his baton at him and said, "Enough drama." He stated that it's time that he puts out that annoying blue fire for good. Mr. Du added that he's going to get busy if he's going to turn the world upside down starting from today. He smiled, grinning, and said that everything already looked chaotic enough. Mina fought off demons in her home. Someone grabbed her hand, and she ordered them to let it go. Mina stopped abruptly and called him a useless brother. Junho cried, begging him to hit him. Mina also started crying looking at him. The demon hunters continued to fight evil with all their might. Someone ordered him to go home. Ba Wu, hitting the demon, shouted that they did not have time, and if they did nothing, no one would survive. Ree clenched his hand with the bracelet into a fist and said that his mother used all her power to erase his memory. He looked at the flaming fist. He clenched his teeth and frowned, not understanding how she was able to fight to the end. Chicho, beating several demons at once, replied that he was not sure. The man remembered how he carried a sobbing Ree through a dirty sewer. He assumed that Jean knew that demon hunters were primarily protectors, not materialists. Ree remembered again how his mother let him go. The bracelet on his hand began to light up brightly. There was a bright, blue flash. Deer saw this and asked if the newbie was going through an awakening. Bawu was taken aback and asked how he awakens his powers. A bright light shone on Mr. Du's face and weapon. The main character fearlessly walked towards his enemy, who was waving his club. Ree said that demon hunters should hunt demons. The blue spirit of his mother came out of the main character's body. Chicho pulled the needle out of the demon's neck and said that apparently he had indeed awakened his powers. A demon was climbing on Ba Wu while he was hitting another. The guy asked why Ree didn't do this earlier and waited until now. Blue flames covered the main character's hand. Flames rose up his legs. His entire body glowed with the brightest blue fire. He said there was no need for a revival. The main character looked at Mr. Du and asked if he agreed. Chicho's pupils shrank sharply. Deer turned to the guy with concern. Bawu frowned and shouted. Hong Ryan opened her eyes wide. Doc So's eyes widened. His mouth parted. All the hunters were in silent shock. The main character looked at the enemy from under his brows. The guy's eyes sparkled brightly. Blue soul fire surrounded his feet. He took off powerfully and jumped up. Mr. Du looked up in surprise. He widened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth. Ree smiled with confidence as he swung his fist at his enemy and asked if he could start the hunt. Mr. Du began to swing his weapon while the main character put all his strength into the attack.